Yes.
The Leaf Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to another day of the war in Iran. And right now, we're having an active situation. It looks like Tel Aviv's currently basically fighting for its life right now against a missile attack that's been launched by Iran. In the meantime, we're seeing massive U.S. airstrikes devastate Tehran, Iran, the capital. Also, the B-2 stealth bombers have made an appearance and struck critical missile sites inside of Iran, and they're also expected to return yet again to Iran. And also, Iran has begun attacking vessels in the Strait of Hormuz, and we have confirmed footage showing attacks by the Iranian forces on civilian vessels. It's good to see you all once again, and welcome back to another day of the news.
And we're going to be covering the past 12 hours of developments within the Middle East, as we have been able to hear that the United States Armed Forces are still conducting a significant and endless campaign of airstrikes and bombardments on the Islamic Republic of Iran, largely now abandoning the concept that 1 or 2 days of strikes would then lead to a day of rest and then another 2 days of strikes in a cyclical form into the indefinite future. We now can confirm that the United States of America will be conducting a 24/7 continuous bombardment campaign of the Islamic Republic of Iran aimed at causing significant and irreparable damage to the Iranian government and the Iranian armed forces. Major hits and explosions have been reported within just the last hour, as we have been able to see major explosions within the area of Tehran, Tabriz, Shiraz, Chabahar, and also Bandar Abbas. Meanwhile, the Iranian Navy is now attacking and attempting to sink vessels that are attempting to transit or getting close to the Strait of Hormuz at this moment, once again showing that a complete blockade is in effect of the Strait of Hormuz at this time. The United Arab Emirates has found itself under fire once again, with massive fires breaking out within the area, and now a French base within Abu Dhabi has been directly attacked by the Islamic Republic of Iran. The French have announced that the Charles de Gaulle nuclear-powered aircraft carrier will now be diverting from the Baltic and into the Eastern Mediterranean in direct response. Saudi Arabia has also declared that they are authorizing their own strikes here within the near future, and that they have the right to authorize their own strikes after the Islamic Republic of Iran has attacked significant infrastructure and facilities throughout the entirety of Saudi Arabia. We are currently hearing as well that the Israeli city of Tel Aviv is currently under attack at this moment, and we have also seen that the Islamic Republic of Iran has been able to land somewhat significant hits onto U.S. bases and facilities near to the close proximity of the Iranian border within Erbil, Iraq, and unfortunately within Kuwait, as the Department of Defense has largely reported at this moment that 3 U.S. soldiers have unfortunately but heroically lost their lives in the line of service of the Republic in their continued war against the Islamic Republic of Iran, which are our only confirmed fatalities of the U.S. Armed Forces so far at this moment. We have also been able to see that Erbil Air Base has also been hit somewhat significantly, and it does appear that at least at this moment we have been able to confirm that it appears that the Patriot air defense system, which has heroically been defending the city of Erbil and the U.S. Armed Forces at Erbil, appears to have unfortunately been hit by a direct Iranian attack at this moment and seems to be undergoing secondary ammunition explosions at this time. We are going to be making sure to cover all of the developments that have happened within the past 10 hours, along with the major B-2 bomber strikes that were also conducted on Iran, hitting harder targets such as underground ballistic missile silos and ballistic missile storage sites here over the course of the stream. And we will of course be breaking at any and every given moment to cover the major breaking news as it is developing live on air at this moment right now. I do have to keep in mind
Also, real quick, let's jump into a piece of breaking news that's happening right this minute real quick. Also, by the way, is my audio coming through good? Just to make sure, as I heard some glitches earlier.
It was a little buggy at the start, but it's coming through fine now.
Okay, so right now we are seeing footage from the skies of Israel. Like I mentioned, Israel is currently under a massive attack by Iran. We just heard that the Iranians have announced the 9th wave of attacks has begun. Apparently, that's what we're seeing right now over the skies of Tel Aviv. And we're also hearing that allegedly the IRGC is claiming they've targeted the USS Abraham Lincoln carrier group with at least 4 cruise missiles. And apparently, they're claiming that the carrier is now moving into the southeast Indian Ocean to get away from the threat. So we're not sure if that's true or not about the carrier actually moving, but apparently though the IRGC is currently launching a much more significant attack than we've seen during the previous waves. In fact, the last time we were live on the air, they were on their 6th wave of attacks. Now they're on their 9th wave of attacks. So that's how much attacks have been occurring between the last time we streamed and this time as well.
We actually do need to give an update currently on the condition of the USS Abraham Lincoln and the carrier strike group Lincoln of the U.S. Fifth Fleet, as we have been able to confirm that according to U.S. Central Command, the claims that the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps has struck the USS Abraham with ballistic missiles is untrue. We currently do understand that the USS Abraham Lincoln is not hit and is continuing continuous operations against the Islamic Republic of Iran from its carrier strike group. We have also not heard that the current threat that is posed by the Islamic Republic of Iran's anti-ship missile forces poses a significant threat to be able to see that the Abraham Lincoln would withdraw from the area. 4 cruise missiles or anti-ship missiles, which is what they probably were, is not a significant enough threat to the Lincoln carrier strike group, at least at the moment, for it to begin to vacate the region and largely leave the striking range of the Islamic Republic of Iran at the moment. This would mean that the larger claims by the Iranians that they have been able to strike the Lincoln are of course flat out untrue, and that also means that right now the USS Abraham Lincoln is probably still on post and continuing to operate its aircraft from the flight deck. So we do understand that the USS Abraham Lincoln's condition is most likely nominal at the moment.
Yeah, it seems to be the case right now. I'm currently trying to get some more details about the situation with the carrier. Of course, Iran had said that they were going to destroy the carriers in the opening hours of the war, but of course that didn't happen. That was bogus, like everything else they're usually saying. So that appears to be the case. Also, we have just gotten an assessment from U.S. CENTCOM, literally right this second, claiming that over 1,000 targets have been struck across Iran in the first 24 hours of Operation Epic Fury. And in fact, they have an entire list here. I just reposted it, by the way. It should pop up in just a second. But we're getting an entire list of the targets that were hit and also the U.S. assets that were used to hit it. So this is actually quite interesting.
And let's take a look at the overview that has been published by U.S. Central Command's area of responsibility on the ongoing military operations against Iran. According to the overview, U.S. Central Command commenced Operation Epic Fury at the direction of the President of the United States. CENTCOM forces are striking targets to dismantle the Iranian regime's security apparatus, prioritizing locations that pose an imminent threat. We were able to hear that the operation was launched at 1:15 a.m. on the 28th of February of 2026. That actually would have been local time within the East Coast's time zone, not ours. It actually did happen around 11:15 our time zone because we're in Mountain Time. We also have been able to see that the target location was inside of Iran, and the United States Armed Forces within CENTCOM's AOR have claimed that 1,000 targets have been hit so far. So far, according to the United States of America, they have stated that the assets that were employed have been B-2 stealth bombers, Lucas drones, which we have not seen in larger numbers, Patriot interceptors, THAAD anti-ballistic missile interceptors, F-18s, F-16s, F-22s, interestingly enough, A-10 Warthogs, which we have not really seen a lot of the use of so far, at least from what we can confirm, F-35s, EA-18G Prowlers. We've also been able to hear of AWACS aircraft operational, along with airborne communication relays, P-8 maritime patrol aircraft, RC-135 aerial tankers, MQ-9 Reapers, the M142 HIMARS system, the 2 U.S. nuclear-powered aircraft carriers, the guided missile destroyers of the Arleigh Burke class, the counter-drone systems of the electronic warfare variety, refueling tanker aircraft in general, including the KC-46, refueling ships, including fleet auxiliaries, at C-17 Globemasters, C-130s, and a larger number of aircraft that they didn't want to list at this point because I believe the list was becoming exorbitantly long. The types of targets that they have been hitting are command and control centers, IRGC Joint Headquarters, IRGC Aerospace Forces Headquarters, the Integrated Air Defense Systems, ballistic missile sites, Iranian naval vessels, Iranian naval submarines, which I think this is about the best confirmation we can get that it appears that the Kilo-class submarine that was rumored yesterday to have been sunk and may have actually been engaged and sank by the U.S. Navy, anti-ship missile systems, and military communication capabilities. So it does appear that at the moment, our initial analysis that was made prior to the conflict was correct in that they were going for key governmental centers throughout the entirety of the Islamic Republic of Iran, including the capital of Tehran and the provincial capitals throughout the rest of the country, and then started to target and destroy military sites throughout the Islamic Republic of Iran as well, meaning that our military analysis, at least before the war started, is largely still accurate at this point, and they're largely working off that grander strategy as the framework. It does also...
Indeed. Also, real quick, jump us into some footage that we're getting right now from Jerusalem, Tel Aviv, etc. We're currently seeing active interceptions over those skies. In fact, they happened just a couple of minutes ago, and we had just got the footage from it right now. So we are seeing that. But before you jump into that, though, I have one more piece of breaking news. Right now, there is a massive security situation going down right now. We're perhaps seeing the beginning of a crisis at the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad right now. Gunfire is being reported in the green zone at the U.S. Embassy at Baghdad. That's a very bad sign. We did hear yesterday that apparently the Marines stationed there had to open fire on protesters and more like rioters trying to break into the embassy. And we are now seeing that there are also secondary explosions happening nearby to Iraq as well. So it's getting very tense right now. The U.S. Embassy is currently under attack right now in Baghdad. Also, we're hearing it's under attack as well at the U.S. consulate in Pakistan. So we're watching that closely.
And it does appear that there is a significant amount of ongoing developments. Meanwhile, we'll be watching this interception over Jerusalem. We see the missile flying over the rooftops there and generally into the distance towards Tel Aviv. We also are able to see additional videos of Iranian missiles being attempted to be intercepted or at least flying over Israeli airspace in these clips right here. We see one of the missiles coming in at higher altitude. That is the flickering light in the center of the screen. We've also seen as well a larger number of them flying into Tel Aviv in this clip. We can also see the additional footage as well showing the skies over Israel and the larger number of missiles that were entering the airspace during that time. It does seem as though at the moment...
Also, by the way, it looks like Iran might be using cluster warheads, perhaps. I just got a video here, apparently, allegedly showing that. So let's take a look and see if this is, in fact, a cluster warhead of some sort.
And we see the missile coming in. I would say that that's unlikely because cluster warheads usually disperse their clusters directly overhead above target. We usually don't see that it's dispersed at incredibly high altitude, say here, which is probably around 20,000 feet up. So I would say that it's probably not clusters. I would say that that might be some sort of a larger volley of missiles that was fired in a larger group. But I don't believe that that was any form of a cluster warhead because it would be a very unorthodox use or way that the cluster warhead deploys way early on at high high altitudes. Usually they disperse cluster rounds several hundred feet above the target in a specific sort of a delivery pod, and it doesn't really appear that that would be the case, at least from what I can see right there. So that just appears to be a larger number of ballistic missiles that were fired.
Interesting. So not a cluster bomb. I wasn't really sure. I hadn't had a chance to look at it yet, so that's good to go ahead and dispel that here right on the air. But also, by the way, I'm hearing from sources on the ground in Erbil. Also, there's one right here in the chat, actually. Nade in the chat. He is in Erbil. He says, it's very bad here, Matt. It's very bad. And Erbil has been getting hit bad. Like, let's bring our attention there for a second. There is an ongoing situation with Israel getting attacked. But right now, though, we're currently looking at a U.S. forces situation inside of Iraq right now. So apparently, Erbil has been struck directly. There's been a direct hit, apparently, on the U.S. bases there, and we have heard that there could possibly be injuries as well from that. We're hearing about that for sure. Also, like I mentioned, the embassy situation in Baghdad is currently still an ongoing active situation. Gunfire being reported, apparently, at the embassy itself. So very, very bad situation. Iraq also, by the way, has factions of Iranian-backed proxy groups that operate within Iraqi territory. So that's likely who is behind the embassy attacks, most likely. And also on top of that, we're seeing here, Enforcer, can you tell us any more details about the air defense around the U.S. bases in this area in Iraq? Because it seems like they're getting hit multiple times, actually.
The Erbil International Airport does have significant air defense systems, including a Patriot MIM-104 air defense battery, along with a couple of CRAMs, which also protect the outer perimeter from short-range aerial threats. However, due to the proximity of the base to the Islamic Republic of Iran, the amount of response time that the Erbil base and its facilities have to incoming Iranian attacks is incredibly slow, meaning that if there's any sort of a failure to intercept by a Patriot battery, they then have to send a follow-up, and they have a very short amount of time to be able to send a follow-up missile to be able to try and hit that incoming air threat and take it out. That also means that the CRAMs, which generally are for a last line of defense and a short-range air defense, are being seen to be used heavily around the Erbil area because there is not enough time to be able to send up follow-up shots at the moment to the incoming Iranian volleys, which are trying to hit the Erbil base. The Erbil base has been a fairly significant one, and while most, if not all, U.S. forces have withdrawn out of Iraq proper in the south, near to the area of the Al-Assad air base within the western region of Iraq, and also the Victory base within Baghdad, U.S. armed forces within Erbil have largely remained here on a permanent basis, considering that this region of Iraq is not really necessarily Iraq itself. It's actually a semi-autonomous region called Kurdistan, which for that reason we generally have a completely separate sort of an ongoing relation with the Kurds in this region, and that's also why U.S. forces are still permanently based here. However, it's because of the short distance that this base is from Iran is the reason why we're seeing that there's a significant amount of Iranian attacks that are making it through and hitting the base. This is also why, just to point this out, that we saw U.S. forces at the U.S. naval station in Bahrain and also at Al Udeid in Qatar pack up and leave from Bahrain and Qatar is because they were considered to be in such close proximity to Iran that the air defense response time window was going to be incredibly small, and for that reason the possibility of larger casualties was going to be a high likelihood. However, we did not see the U.S. military bases within Kuwait or this U.S. military base in Erbil were evacuated, although they're in even closer proximity to direct Iranian fire from across the border. That's generally the reason why we've been seeing a lot of attacks make it through, is that their response time and the window for that amount of time is much shorter due to their proximity towards Iran.
Interesting. Also, as well, I hate to keep jumping us back and forth between different topics here, but we have a lot of situations going on right at the moment that are pretty massive situations, actually. So let's jump back away from the Iraq situation with the embassy, the strikes on the Erbil air base. Let's put that aside for just a second here. We're hearing that Israel has new incoming missiles, apparently targeting the Dimona nuclear site in the southern part of the country. So it looks like Dimona could have some incoming interceptions possibly here in just a moment, or possibly maybe even impact. We're not really sure just yet what this is going to turn into, but apparently missiles are on the way and the red alerts have been sounded inside of Dimona and that general area in the Negev desert. So we are seeing that right now as well. Also, we are hearing that apparently internet has now been cut off in Iran for at least 36 hours with connectivity at just 1%, according to monitor net blocks. So there is a full-scale internet blackout inside of Iran for 36 hours now, which is going to probably going to extend as long as we saw the last one during the protests as well. So a full-scale blackout, that's quite remarkable.
And it is quite remarkable, to be sure. And to really quickly bring us back and our attention towards U.S. forces that are currently within the area, we also have been able to hear, because many people have been talking about the conditions of U.S. forces, and I do have to say, folks, that while we are, of course, Americans, and we do look out for American and Western interests, as far as war analysis goes, we don't really hold back even when it doesn't really appear to be a great developing situation for the United States. And I think that looking at the reality, at least when things are not really going the best in the tactical and strategic outlook, is incredibly important for our analysis of what's going on so far. Many people have been claiming that there have been absolutely no hits on the U.S. Army's facilities at the Erbil International Airport. Others have been claiming that the facility has been completely destroyed. As a matter of fact, I actually had to bring y'all to a picture here that has been spreading around quite heavily before I get y'all to the actual videos here, that has been showing a picture of this. This is actually the area of the Erbil Army Depot, but this picture is an absolute fake. We don't know where in the world the fire came from, but there are these larger intermodal container cranes that you would find at a port like Jebel Ali that are now in the picture on the right side of frame, which apparently shows that they took some sort of a photoshopped this epicenter of this fire in the crane gantries over here on the right, and then just overlaid that onto the Erbil facility. This fire is not representative of the actual fire that is happening at the Erbil facility, and this has been raw misinformation by Iranian propagandists to make it appear that the entirety of the Erbil facility is literally a giant roaring inferno. In reality, the Erbil facility has been hit about 5 times at this point by Iranian short-range ballistic missiles and other threats at the moment. We have seen that the Patriot air defense systems based at Erbil have been firing largely endlessly at this amount against Iranian short-range ballistic missiles that have been trying to hit the base, but we were already able to confirm yesterday in one of our streams that the maintenance hangars just south of the Army's helipads, which you can see right here, appears to have already been directly hit and heavily damaged by an Iranian attack, and we did get to confirm that a fire was coming from the maintenance facilities at this Army air depot. However, today we have been able to confirm that several more attacks have landed at the Erbil International Airport, and specifically at the Army facilities, and it appears that at least from this footage, we can see that there are secondary explosions now occurring on the ground, which suggests one of two things. Either some form of an ammunition store has been hit for the helicopters that were based at this airfield, or this may be one of the Patriot-based launchers that has been hit, and we're now seeing secondary munitions explosions that are occurring at this Patriot launcher. An incredibly unfortunate incident, and once again, we do hope that the armed forces of the Republic are not wounded and killed in this incident, although we are starting to hear that 3 have already been killed in Kuwait at this moment right now, and we can confirm that as the United States government has confirmed that 3 U.S. soldiers were killed in Kuwait, I believe during last night's strikes, although their names have not been disclosed at this moment, in respect for the families of the dead, so that way the U.S. military can notify the families before the public is notified of their names. Nevertheless, we can see the fire and the secondary explosions that is occurring either on some small ammunition store at the Army depot or from one of the MEM 104 Patriot missile launchers that was near to the area. These secondary explosions here in this brighter looking flare or flares that are being launched from the explosion are generally those that would suggest some sort of a secondary munitions explosion. Unfortunately, we can't hear any audio from this clip, which makes it a lot harder to tell exactly what it is. Whenever a missile catches on fire or explodes, there's this very distinct sort of a hissing sound that comes from it as the solid propellant is actually turning into a gas due to the combustion and is usually venting through a small slit that has been opened in the side of the missile, which makes almost like this high pressure gas hissing noise, but we weren't able to hear any of that. There was no audio in this clip, but the secondary explosions generally suggest some form of munition was on fire at the Army facility. We can see the fire now subsiding a little bit, but still continuing to kindle itself on whatever it is eating below, which we can't really see in the frame at the moment. But this does once again confirm that the U.S. Army's facilities at Erbil have taken at least 5 hits at the moment from what we can confirm, and this was the last hit that we've been able to document at this moment, which appears to have hit air defense. We'll have to be moving on from that story. Luckily, we just made it to the end there to be able to cover the ongoing situations as they are happening right now from the region. And Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so unfortunately, I do have to report we have a domestic U.S. security situation also breaking out right now as well. We did see an alleged terror attack in Austin, Texas this morning, or actually, I believe it might have been last night, actually. Not really clear on the time frame there, but we saw that situation happen. That threat has been neutralized, thankfully. We're also hearing of another situation in Virginia, apparently. Apparently, it's a stabbing. I'm trying to get details on this right now. It appears possibly a stabbing maybe is taking place. And it looks to be that these could be individuals that are acting on behalf of the Iranian government, possibly. We're not totally sure about that yet. But right now, we're seeing that apparently several people might have been stabbed on the Beltway with shots being fired by the Virginia State Police. That's the preliminary report. That might change as we get more information. So currently seeing here that this appears to be the first situations we have with connecting with the Iran war situation. So we'll have to see. We, of course, were warned that things like this could happen. So it's very possible this is what this is all about, or it could be maybe possibly a road rage incident, maybe, but it seems to be lining up with what we're seeing with Iran and that whole situation. So certainly a very good time to stay vigilant if you're out in crowds or even out in public anywhere at this point, because it looks like they got lunatics on the loose.
We have been able to hear that a radicalized U.S. citizen did conduct an act of domestic terror this morning within Austin, Texas, firing into a bar and killing several of the occupants of the bar. I believe at the moment 4 have been killed. The shooter was dispatched by the law enforcement of the area, and it appears that the FBI has announced that it is some sort of a domestic terror incident, as the person who entered the bar was wearing a sweatshirt that had the inscription "Owned by Allah" on him. Apparently under that sweatshirt was a t-shirt that then had some sort of Islamic Republic of Iran imagery on it, and it appeared he also was carrying a Quran as well, which appears to be showing us that was some sort of a radicalized domestic terrorist incident from a domestic terrorist that was largely radicalized, as we would have assumed, over the internet. Statistically, that's usually the largest threat that we see from domestic terror incidents are U.S. citizens that have been radicalized here on the home front over the internet, and that does appear to be the unfortunate incident that we did hear about this morning within Austin, Texas, which is largely confirming to us that... Go ahead.
And also, by the way, just to make it clear, it's all alleged at the moment, just to make that clear. It's all allegedly. So this is what they're claiming is the case, but it could change as more details come out, just to make that perfectly clear.
Yeah, and also I do have to make sure to give that caveat. This is all preliminary information that the FBI is putting out. This could be subject to change, but that's what we're hearing at the moment. So we do understand that there has been at least one alleged or largely stated domestic terror incident this morning in Texas, and we're hearing that there may be the possibility of another that's happening right now. Well, once again, I have to make it clear, folks, that vigilance in the public right now within the United States of America is of the utmost importance. And I also have to stress, importantly, for all of our friends who are watching from overseas in Europe and other countries, that these sorts of attacks can reach you as well. Vigilance on the home front is an incredibly important thing and is able to ensure the safety of yourself and the lives of other fellow citizens, as these domestic terror incidents will most likely continue and permeate as this conflict goes on, and even for a little while afterwards. So make sure to avoid public spaces that are largely crowded, and also make sure to be incredibly aware of suspicious persons whenever out in public, and to report them to local law enforcement if it does appear that there's any sort of suspicious activities that may be afoot. Moving on from that, however, we have been able to hear that in the meantime, the United States Armed Forces have been conducting major attacks inside of the Islamic Republic of Iran. And while we were not able to catch this last night, we were able to confirm that the B-2 bomber strikes, which were largely alluded to in the later hours of yesterday, did in fact occur overnight. Around the area of Tabriz, we were able to see that the north base was hit by B-2 bombers overnight and appears to have been completely knocked down. This was the Tabriz missile base, or the North Missile Base, which was an underground missile facility which houses and operates not only munitions for the Islamic Republic of Iran's missile forces, but also the transport erector launchers as well. This was the satellite footage from the 23rd of February, and then we were able to see the satellite photography that came out today, March 1st, after the B-2 bombers were able to make their way on into Iran, and were able to kind of flush the place out a little bit. As we can all see, the above-ground facilities were completely destroyed in the strikes by the B-2 Spirit, and we were also able to see that the entrance to the tunnel has also been completely caved in as well, meaning that the current situation shows that this missile facility has been knocked out of action. We've also got more breaking news coming out at this moment, and Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so this kind of links into with the terror threat that's currently going on right now. We've just heard that Iran has just declared a jihad as anti-U.S. riots are spreading across the Middle East. Senior clerics in the Iranian Islamic regime are issuing a fatwa, which is basically a fancy word for they're wanting to hurt people, basically, in large numbers. And they're issuing that fatwa against America, according to the senior clerics. They're saying that vengeance is a religious duty, and they're expecting people to carry that out. So we're hearing now that Iran is openly making threats and also issuing orders apparently to its proxy groups to attack people. So very ominous news with that, by the way, because we don't know exactly what this threat is going to consist of, and apparently they're telling people to go out and do nasty things to people. So apparently the sicko regime is doing what they said they were going to do, which is lash out and also start hurting innocent people. So I'm sure that there's going to be high alert pretty much around the world for that situation right there. As you can tell, a very not peaceful regime here in Iran. They deserved exactly what came their way. Look, these are very sick people that are running that country right there.
I also find it funny how they've said for years that when they say death to America, they don't really mean death to Americans. They just mean that they don't like the American governmental system. Now they're putting out a fat one to basically see that any American anywhere that can be found will be killed on sight. It's like, that really shows y'all once again what this country is about. I also got to say that it's kind of funny that anyone in the United States is even protesting the actions against Iran, because what's crazy is that these radicalized domestic terrorists and the terrorists from abroad, they will attack Americans at random, whether you support them or not. They just view Americans in general as the enemy of their state, and they have viewed that for 50 years to be the case ideologically for their government. So, not really a country that you want to say you're in open opposition to hitting, because they're going to wipe us out all the same, whether you're agreeing with what's going on right now or not. And moving on from that, however, we were also able to see that within the area to breeze, the Israeli Air Force was also able to conduct a little bit of additional action on the Iranian Air Force. We have been able to hear some rumors that F-35 Lightnings did engage and shoot down some Iranian Air Force MiG-29s overnight. We have not been able to confirm that at the moment, and we have also gotten no statements from the United States Air Force or Central Command's AOR to let us know if that did actually happen. So right now that's largely a rumor, but we can see video footage here showing F-5 Tigers, generally provided in the Shah era or the Persian era, way back before the Islamic Republic was ever founded, being destroyed, as well as F-4 Phantoms. These were destroyed by the Israeli Air Force overnight at the area around Tabriz, and we could see here the F-4 Phantom that was out on the tarmac also getting directly hit and destroyed as well. From what we also understand, we have incredibly good news to report that the State of Israel has been able to announce unilaterally for everyone within the current military operations against the Islamic Republic of Iran that aerial superiority. So this is not like, I guess you could say, let's see, what would it be? Well, it's not air supremacy. We're still not exactly there yet, but aerial superiority or air superiority has already been achieved at this point over Tehran and over the entirety of the Islamic Republic of Iran. This means that the Iranians do not have any large or usable air defense systems that are still operational over most of their country, and this also means that the Iranian Air Force has been neutralized to the point that they no longer pose a significant threat. But before I get into that major and good news that we're hearing out of the military operations right now, we have just heard that apparently the Negev Desert has apparently taken some direct hits. And Matthew, what do we have on that at the moment?
Okay, so let's break away from this news right now about the U.S. forces. We're currently seeing a confirmed hit by an Iranian missile in the Negev Desert. Keep in mind, by the way, the Negev Desert typically houses Israel's nuclear research programs. We're not sure if that facility itself has been hit, but we are seeing there, as you can tell, a major hit right there in the Negev Desert. We're currently waiting for details about what was struck, but it could be anything. It could be houses. It could be a nuclear site. We simply don't know. I would presume that the Iranians are trying to probably hit the nuclear sites. That's what I'm presuming they're probably trying to hit. But also, in addition to that as well, we are seeing that there's been a confirmed missile impact in Tel Aviv as well as of right this second. So it looks like the Iron Dome is falling behind yet again, and currently there's stuff making its way through right now. So that is something else right there that you can see in Tel Aviv right this very second, in addition to the Negev Desert as well.
We can confirm at the moment that there has been a direct hit somewhere within the general Negev desert area. This would be presumed to be southeast of Be'er-Sheva at the moment. It does not appear that this explosion, at least from everything that we could geolocate on film, appears to have happened near to the area of the Dimona Nuclear Research Facility, which operates a research reactor, which operates on raw uranium ore in a natural reaction to be able to produce generally what we would call weapons-grade plutonium. We have not been able to see that that research reactor has been hit, and I also do have to clarify, folks, that usually nuclear technology has a great deal of myths that surround it. If the Dimona Nuclear Research Facility is hit, specifically the reactor dome, this is not going to result in a Chernobyl-style incident. This is a research reactor. It uses raw uranium ore in the reaction, meaning that the reaction is actually conducted at an incredibly, and I mean wildly low energy output. It's basically to just produce plutonium as a byproduct to use in other sorts of technological endeavors like nuclear-based weaponry. And so if that reactor is hit, it's not going to create a major radiological incident. The reaction would largely start to stall on its own, and there would be a minor radiation release, but it wouldn't be anything too major. We had already seen with the IR-40 reactor inside of Iraq in the Islamic Republic of Iran that when the Israelis hit that specific reactor, it didn't appear that there was any significant release of radiation from the facility after it had been hit, which would generally lead us to believe at the moment that if this facility was ever hit inside of Israel, there isn't going to be any sort of a major release of radioactive, I guess you could say, byproducts into the atmosphere that could cause some sort of a nuclear incident or a radiological incident. So not that much of a risk or a threat at the moment, just to make that clear. I don't want people thinking that there's about to be a whole Chernobyl down there in Israel at the moment. It would be physically impossible with that sort of a reactor. But we can confirm that there was a hit in the Negev desert. It doesn't appear to be around the area of the Dimona Nuclear Research Facility either, so we'll be hoping to hear that that was not near the facility and that was somewhere else nonetheless. Moving us back...
Also,
Go ahead.
Also, by the way, I am currently listening to all the live cameras right now out of Israel and also of various other areas around the country of Israel. Right now, it sounds like, generally speaking, most of the missiles have been either intercepted by Israel or they've made impact, one or the other. We did see a confirmed impact, like I mentioned, in Tel Aviv. We also saw a confirmed impact that we just covered in the Negev desert as well. So that appears to be the two only isolated impacts that we've seen so far. The rest appear to have been shot down for the most part. So generally, it's a very large success for Israel so far, and this was apparently a much larger missile barrage that Iran just launched at Israel. So they're holding up pretty decent, even though they're taking a couple of hits here and there.
From what we've heard, actually, folks, I've been able to try and do a little bit of research last night after we got off air on the air defense interception rates that are going on throughout the area. We have not seen an exact figure come out yet, but even with the amount of hits that are landing, it appears that at the worst case scenario, the air interception rates that are ongoing right now are somewhere around 80 to 85% on the lowest end of efficiency. So while we are seeing that a decent amount of impacts are making it through, and also I do have to say, folks, that is wildly skewed. In some areas like Saudi Arabia, we have been able to hear that there have been impacts, but we've heard of far greater interceptions there than not. But however, around places like Erbil, the interception rate is actually far lower. It would be somewhere around maybe 60% or 70% or so, which is well below that 85% average for the entirety of the campaign theater, which covers the entirety of CENTCOM AOR at the moment. So I want to make that incredibly clear. This statistical average would generally fluctuate heavily from location to location, but from right now, what we're hearing is that the air interception rate is around 80 to 85% at the lowest efficiency. So that is the most conservative estimate that we could give right now for air interceptions and their successes in the area. However, even with an 80 to 85% interception rate at our most conservative estimate, that means that about 1 in every 5 missiles is going to make it through the air defense perimeter and end up hitting a target. And so with that all considered in mind, that also means that that's the reason why we're still seeing that there are impacts. While the air defense is working to stop a lot of the hits from actually landing, at the same time, we're seeing that hits are still making it through because it's not a perfect 100% interception rate on all of the incoming air targets. We have also been able to hear in the meantime, moving us on back into some major news from earlier today and major successes that we have been able to hear, the Israelis did announce that air superiority had been achieved over the Iranian capital of Tehran, which largely gives us the understanding that the entirety of Iran has now been largely defeated, at least in terms of its air defense and air force capabilities, and either its air defenses pose no significant threat to U.S. and Israeli air forces at this point, and also the Iranian Air Force must pose no major threat to the Israeli or U.S. air forces currently operating at this moment. This means that we are seeing that the air superiority has been achieved over the entirety of the country, as the major population centers, excluding Mashhad, are all within the central and western areas of the country. This also means that as far as operationally we are concerned, that means that the United States and the Israelis will be seeing that things become far easier, most likely over the next coming week, as we will see that the Iranians on the ground, at least those in the ballistic missile forces, and also those in other forces like the Navy and the IRGC and their command headquarters, will no longer have any form of air defense overhead. That also means that they'll be taking significant hits from above from U.S. airstrikes, and we'll start to see that their combat effectiveness begins to deteriorate as they continue to take significant strikes and significant hits from the combined air power of the U.S. Air Forces and the U.S. Armed Forces. So we will be waiting to see those developments as they continue to happen. But still, incredibly good news.
Indeed. Also, by the way, as you can tell, we are currently under a bot attack. As you can tell, they're currently coming into our chat and putting a whole bunch of stuff in here to like clog the chat up. Look at that. That is insane right there. You're seeing literally an active Iranian bot attack as we speak right now. I'm trying to currently get them out of the chat. But in addition to that, though, Enforcer, let's return back to... Actually, hold on a second. Let me actually break some other breaking news right now. We have just gotten word that the UK, France, and Germany say that they are ready to take defensive action against Iran, and that just came out. So the UK, France, and Germany, NATO partners, are actually apparently about to get involved in the situation. We have heard already that the UK fighter jets have been shooting down aerial threats already, so they've been involved. France is currently dispatching the Charles de Gaulle aircraft carrier down to the region to help out as well, and apparently Germany is also going to be getting involved. So we're seeing a pretty good response here from NATO states that generally weren't involved in the first place, are now getting involved heavily from what we're hearing. So that's a very big story as well. We're also getting word as well, in addition to that, that apparently that video that we saw earlier likely was footage of a cluster warhead that was equipped on an Iranian ballistic missile fired at Israel. So I reposted a clearer view of the video, by the way, just so that way you can see it one more time. Apparently that is being shown as some type of ballistic missile cluster warhead, apparently. So let's take a second look at it and see what happened.
And let's take a look at that really quickly. Now you see the group coming in. And we see one larger missile and then a whole bunch of smaller, what appears to possibly be warheads coming in. I'll be honest with you, Matthew, I still think that those are missiles. Or smaller missiles of some sort, and not a cluster, because how cluster warheads work, I'll actually explain it to y'all really quickly, because this is something that, you know, a lot of people don't talk about. So let me go and show y'all a cluster bomb here really quickly and explain generally how any cluster warhead works. So this is actually a cutaway of a cluster warhead, and how these things generally work, because the way that this is being proposed right now would generally be unconventional and highly illogical as far as a weapons platform and how it's operating. Generally, how a cluster warhead works is that it's a larger bomb or an artillery shell that is fired into a general area, and once it's several hundred feet over the target, a proximity fuse goes off at the head of the bomb or the shell, and then that starts to propel out all of these little clusters over a wider area within a centralized location. These are only deployed several hundred feet above a target and would not be seen being deployed at thousands of feet up. As a matter of fact, that would be about 30,000 feet up while they're flying over Jordan. The drag on these sorts of propellants, these sorts of explosives, would be so grand at that point that they would slow down significantly due to their smaller size, and then the spread would be unpredictable. They could end up landing quite truly anywhere and everywhere, which would make them highly inefficient, and it would also make the spread of damage wildly low over a wide area. So I think that these are more so missiles than a cluster, because a cluster deploying at that height, at that altitude, would be almost completely unheard of, at least in terms of weapons history.
Yeah, it could be as well. Also, by the way, I'm seeing some people say in the live chat that maybe it's a MIRV warhead, meaning a multiple reentry vehicle warhead, which is, we've seen that being used by Russia, by the way, on their Oreshnik IRBM missile. We have seen that before, but I don't think this is a MIRV. I don't think so. Enforcer, would you say this is probably not one as well? I'm personally thinking probably not.
Highly unlikely. We've never seen a MIRV with this many independent reentry vehicles.
Yeah, and also usually those warheads are very fast. Like those are moving at very fast speeds. This is not moving that fast, so this does not seem to line up. Of course, at one point, some mainstream media outlets thought I was a missile expert. I'm not a missile expert, but I do have a little bit of working knowledge about it, and I don't think this is a MIRV. Some people are still claiming it's a cluster warhead, but this one's gonna have to remain up for speculation and debate because I'm not totally convinced either that this is a cluster warhead. So we'll just have to wait and see. Like you mentioned, it could just be an interception, and it could have, fragmented perhaps, and this could be what we're looking at.
It could be smaller missiles, but a cluster round or a cluster warhead of some sort. I'm just saying, folks, that based off of the conventional uses of cluster warheads, this is highly unlikely. This would be either an entirely unorthodox cluster warhead or a cluster warhead that deployed far too early, or it's just not one of them. And I would say that it's highly likely probably not one of them. Because even folks are saying it's a likely cluster warhead, but no cluster warheads have ever been used like this in any sort of a capacity and been deployed at that altitude. I mean, we
Oh.
like just to mention this, we have covered thousands of cluster warhead deployments on this channel from the war in Ukraine. None of them ever did that.
Also, by the way, let me take a second here. I'm trying to get confirmation of this. Let's hop into another hotspot. Can y'all believe that? Another possible hotspot. We are currently hearing possible jet activity over Amritsar, India, right now. Not sure what this is about, but of course, Pakistan's currently in a war with Afghanistan with the Taliban. That's an ongoing war that we're seeing still break out right now. They're currently exchanging massive missile fire, drone fire, and things like that. But for some reason, we're hearing jet activity in India, if this is true, but I'm trying to double check this real quick because I'm only seeing it from one source right now. Let's see here. Let's see. It's close to the border with Pakistan. So that location there is close to Pakistan. I don't know if we're about to see possibly the India-Pakistan thing start back up. That would be insane right now in the midst of all this other stuff. I don't jump to that conclusion yet. But Enforcer, what do you make of the video? Can you hear a fighter jet, or is it? What is it? What do you make of it?
Let's take a listen, folks, and let's see what we got going on in India right now.
I'm hearing a roar of a fighter jet.
I hear a siren, but I don't hear a jet.
I'm hearing a roar in the background, which sounds like it could be a fighter jet, but I mean, still though, we don't have any visual on it, and also it's only a vague sound in the background that I'm hearing, a little bit slight of a roar. So too early to say anything about that, but we will keep an eye on it though. That could be an indicator of things to come possibly, but I would say right now it appears to be a nothing burger, but we'll keep an eye on it.
We'll keep an eye on it. I think the Indians are just looking for some attention at the moment right now. Poor fellas, they haven't gotten the whole not one drop of water mention thing in like a week. But anyways, moving on from that, we are going to be getting back on into our situation inside of the Middle East, as we have also been able to confirm that it does appear that air defense was active prior over Shiraz today, as it appeared that Iranian gun-based air defenses on the ground were attempting to shoot down an MQ-9 Reaper of the United States Air Force, which was conducting aerial surveillance and pre-designating targets for future airstrikes that were coming into the area. We were actually able to see this air defense fire on film. We hear the fire of the air defense guns. We also see the proximity fused rounds exploding at a certain altitude in air. We were never able to confirm, from what I know, a direct hit on the Reaper in the entirety of this clip, generally because these anti-air defense guns aren't actually able to reach up to the altitude at which the MQ-9 Reapers operate at.
Also, by the way, Enforcer, while we're watching this right here, I'm getting a report from a viewer, and we'll of course refrain from any location information for OPSEC reasons. But we are hearing that some U.S. viewers are reporting a couple of B-2 bombers flying over their house, apparently returning back to base. So apparently the B-2s hadn't returned to base yet. They must be on their way back as we speak right now. So I would assume, I'm not really sure where the location is, and we wouldn't say that anyway. But they're apparently on the way back to base, and they're over the continental United States.
Interesting, and that would also give us an idea that they're most likely returning back to Whiteman Air Force Base, their home base of operations, to be able to have the crews replenish, the aircraft rearm, also have some flight inspections and checks done on the aircraft to make sure that they're still airworthy and operational, and then we'll probably see that they might consider, after a couple of days, another round of heavy strikes by the B-2s onto targets inside of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Moving on from that information, we've also been able to hear some very good news today about the Iranian Navy, as we have been able to hear and note that the United States president has announced that 9 ships of the Islamic Republic of Iran's Navy have been directly destroyed by fire from the United States Armed Forces, including heavy anti-ship fire by the United States Navy and also significant targeting and destruction at the hands of the United States Navy's Air Arm or Fleet Air Arm and also the United States Air Force. We have been able to see more satellite photography coming out today of the Conrad Naval Base near to the area of the Chabahar Gulf, or more so the Chabahar Bay, and we were able to note that multiple vessels that we saw on fire yesterday appear to have capsized at port at their moorings. We can see that one of the smaller minesweepers here has actually rolled over onto its side and appears to have taken significant burn damage, and we can also see that the largest vessel, which was a corvette, which was right over here to the right side of the pier, appears to have actually burned down to the waterline and may have even fractured its hull, as we can see the bow up here as one part, as one unified piece. The rest of the midship is completely missing, and then we can also see a small part of the bow further back here. So it does appear that vessel actually broke up in the midst of the roaring flames on board the vessel, and that may also indicate that there was some sort of a munitions cache that detonated on board that may have split the hull even further in the midst of that ongoing fire. Largely every vessel of the Islamic Republic of Iran's Navy that was based out of the Conrad Naval Base appears to have been outright destroyed so far in the overwhelming strike that the United States was able to pose against this naval facility. We've also been able to see further than that just north of the Conrad Naval Facility near to Chabahar at the Conrad International Airport, where there is a significant amount of hardened shelters for the Islamic Republic of Iran's aircraft, there appears to have been some incredibly significant strikes, precision strikes that is, that were conducted by the United States Air Forces on these targets overnight. Satellite footage has emerged showing that these all of these hardened shelters have been directly hit, each one of them with a pinpoint slamming basically right on the very center of the hangar, which then passed right through the hardened shelter above into the hangar below, exploding and destroying any aircraft inside. From what we know, we are now assuming that basically all aircraft at the Conrad International Airport that were operational and a part of the Islamic Republic of Iran's Air Force have been destroyed and knocked out of action, along with a large portion of the Islamic Republic of Iran's aircraft that were based and operational within the area of Tabriz. This is also following on to the significant losses that the Iranian Air Force took during the 12-day war, meaning that the Iranian Air Force most likely exists as a force on paper only at this point, and has very little to no existence in operational airframes with a low enough amount of flight hours where they can actually send them into the air to be able to conduct air interdiction or air defense operations against the United States Air Force. Now meaning that the Iranian airspace largely has been cleared out at this moment for future air operations by the United States Air Forces, at least in terms of the threats in the air that they'll be facing.
Also, by the way, I have some crazy news to report to you right now. Right now, we are seeing that the Iranian state TV has been completely hacked. They were broadcasting a whole bunch of anti-Israel and anti-U.S. propaganda. They just got hacked, and guess what popped on the TV? A video of Netanyahu and also Western officials calling on the people to overthrow whatever is left of the Iranian regime. So we are seeing this right now. All TVs across Iran are blasting Netanyahu's message right now. So that is crazy work right there. A major cyber attack on Iran ongoing as we speak, and the Iranians are apparently not able to fend it off. They still have control of the airwaves as we speak. So take a look at this one for us. This is crazy.
And let's take a look, folks. We see the message playing, and this is on Iranian state television.
And there's BB.
I think we can get an idea that he's saying something like, "Do you like Burger King? Do you like, do you like Whoppers? You want to overthrow your government?"
Oh, man, I'll tell you what. It's crazy, though. It's crazy, though, just looking at this right here. And also, we can't understand what BB's saying because he's saying it in Persian, I think. But it's crazy, though. The internet may have been shut off by the Iranian regime, but the TV is not off. So the Israelis were able to get their hands on the TV signal and also subvert it with their own. So that's quite interesting right there. Sorry to interrupt the propaganda on the TV, by the way, but we have a little bit of a difference different programming for you all right now.
And we're going to be moving to that immediately. What do we got, Matthew?
Oh, no, I was talking about the TV. I was talking about the programming on the TV.
Oh, I mean, does that sound like you're transferring us on into another major story? But moving on out of that information and getting us on up to further to date with the strategic situation happening on the ground within the Islamic Republic of Iran, we have also been able to hear that the Islamic Republic of Iran's Navy, which is still appears to be moderately operational out of the port facility of Bandar Abbas, does appear to be attacking ships that are attempting to transit the strait. Oddly enough, this vessel right here actually wasn't attempting to transit the strait. It was one of their very own shadow tankers, but due to the fact that it just dared to even move in the strait, they attacked their own shadow tanker and sank it. I'm not even kidding. This vessel is on the U.S. sanctions list as an Iranian shadow tanker, and this video footage was published by the Iranians as a warning that any other vessels that attempt to transit the Strait of Hormuz will be fired upon and sunk. I guess this now includes all Iranian vessels that are attempting to transit the strait as well. You see the fire enveloping the larger superstructure of the vessel near to the stern.
2% inside have.
We do understand the crew members of this vessel were injured. Largely, most of them were able to evacuate generally unharmed. And we've also been able to see that similar attacks like these have been continuing. Right now, I believe, Matthew, if my count is correct, that around 6 tankers and vessels within the Strait of Hormuz have been directly attacked and damaged by the Islamic Republic of Iran's direct attacks on commercial shipping of all governments, of all nations within the international waters of the Strait of Hormuz. This is showing that while the Iranians have not been able to lay a minefield, the Iranian Navy is controlling the strait, at least at the moment, and is conducting a complete blockade of the Strait of Hormuz against any passage by commercial vessels. For this reason, Maersk has stated that they will no longer be allowing their ships to transit out of the Persian Gulf and into the Gulf of Oman, and from the Gulf of Oman and into the Persian Gulf, due to the significant threat that is posed to international shipping within the international strait of the Strait of Hormuz. So it does appear that at the moment the Iranians are largely enforcing a blockade.
Yeah, and also, by the way, you know, even outside, what's interesting about the Strait of Hormuz situation is generally just the fear of going through the strait is keeping people out of it. So we had wondered if maybe the Iranians were going to mine the strait, if they were going to actually physically mine it with bombs, but we're not even sure if they've done that. There hasn't really been any evidence of that yet. But also, insurance companies are starting to cancel or drastically reduce the policies of these commercial vessels that are going through the strait, which is kind of a bit sketchy to me, but they're doing that anyway. So the vessels are staying out. They don't want to take a direct hit and have a vessel sink and then lose their entire investment in the vessel. So effectively, Iran is enforcing a blockade through fear, primarily as the main method, which is actually kind of less than I was expecting to actually force a blockade. So now they're attacking their own ship. They're threatening to attack others, and they have attacked some other ships as well that we're hearing about. So the strait, I mean, this is going to cause a situation. It's going to cause a financial situation. It's also going to cause some logistics problems as well, because as far as I'm aware, the main way China gets oil is through the strait. So, I mean, if vessels are scared to go through there, then China might be having themselves a bit of a problem. Unfortunately, though, it's actually going to help Russia. That's the unfortunate part, because it's going to drive the price of oil up, and it's going to actually help Russia in that respect, because that kind of counteracts the sanctions that we're trying to do on Russia to a certain degree or another. So it's about to get interesting in the strait.
And it certainly does appear that it's going to be getting quite interesting in the strait as time continues to pass. Meanwhile, we were able to report that satellite photography did come out today of the port of Jebel Ali, which is right next to one of the larger palms that the UAE has been trying to construct for a while now. And we can see that a large part of the port facility is enveloped in smoke. We can actually see some oil slicks out here on the open sea, which appear to have been created from oil tanks that have been busted or ruptured open by the attack so far. And it does seem that the port of Jebel Ali has largely ground to a complete halt, as Iranian attacks have been able to cause fairly significant damage to the port infrastructure around that area. Additionally, we've also been able to hear that further down than that, the French have actually directly been attacked today as well. You know, what says you're getting your ass kicked like one nuclear power and Israel bombing you? Well, attacking France and then getting the French, which are also a nuclear armed power, to start bombing you as well. We're going to get into that here in a second. We were able to see that the French naval facility of Camp de la Paix in Abu Dhabi was directly hit by the drone attacks by the Islamic Republic of Iran in this clip right here.
Wow.
When you see the explosion on the facility.
Another one. Wow, shit.
This guy sounds British.
Wow.
It kind of does.
So I believe I guess this is one of the Westerners that the Iranians are trying to target, and maybe that's why they're targeting the UAE so much. There is quite a lot of Westerners that live and travel to the UAE quite often these days. The French, as a result of this, because I'll tell you all this, I mean, a lot of people, interesting enough, don't know this, but the French don't play. And while they have this whole little joke that goes on about them about how, a French gun is, shot once, dropped twice, and all that stuff, the French don't, play around when it comes to messing with them. The French have now diverted their nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, the Charles de Gaulle, from the Baltic Sea, and it is now racing down to the Mediterranean to probably join in on bombing the Iranians because of the fact that their base inside of Abu Dhabi has now been directly attacked by the Iranians. We've also been able to hear that Saudi Arabia has joined in, and the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman has authorized strikes against Iran if necessary, calling the attempted attacks on Riyadh cowardly. So it now appears that the Saudi Arabians, which have a significant air force, may also be joining in here incredibly soon on the strikes against the Islamic Republic of Iran. Also meaning that it's highly likely that we're about to see the French and Saudis join in directly on aerial activities against the Islamic Republic of Iran, farther increasing our air power, at least combat air power, by the hundreds. Additionally, the British Royal Air Force has also announced that they've been conducting air interdiction operations over the Kingdom of Jordan and other key point locations within the Middle East, where the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland has significant diplomatic relations with a few of the following countries: the Kingdom of Jordan, the Kingdom of Kuwait, the Emirate of Qatar, and the United Arab Emirates as well. So we have been hearing that the Royal Air Force has also been in the air along with Israel and the United States, Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, and Jordan, also conducting air defense over the skies of the Middle East as well. So far, the United Kingdom has not conducted offensive actions, but they are conducting defensive aerial actions.
So get this. This might explain why all of a sudden you're seeing France, the UK, and Germany offer to jump in. Because, I was wondering, I was like, why are they all wanting to jump in all of a sudden? Because, the UK was originally saying, this is a travesty, what's happening here. Now they're wanting to jump in. So we've just heard why that might be the case, actually. The EU is now warning of an escalation that could threaten the entire region, Europe, and beyond. That's what the EU is currently warning about. That's a brand new warning out of the EU. So they are apparently not very hopeful that this situation is going to be gotten under control quickly. And from what we're seeing, it looks like it's escalating quite rapidly, actually. This is turning into a very nasty situation right now. So I think Europe might be getting worried that they're going to get struck, and they want to be the first ones to be doing the striking, basically. Instead of being on the defensive, they want to go on the offensive. That's what it sounds like.
Oh, it does. It certainly does appear so. I would have to tell you all that right now the French are about to bomb someone. I mean, that's without a doubt. Because the French have a tendency of, whenever they get attacked at all, they just go and kill a whole bunch of people in response to it, and they'll probably end up joining us in some fairly significant strikes against the IRGC, the Iranian government, and the Iranian military as well. That's why they're sending the Charles de Gaulle down there at the moment. And we might also see that elements of the French Air Force begin to divert on down and into the area of the Middle East as well, to be able to conduct strikes against the Islamic Republic of Iran. We do know that the French have a couple of friends down in the Middle East. They don't have a lot of them. The British actually have the second largest group of friends next to the United States. Basically, everyone in the Middle East is a friend of the United States except for Iran, and also Lebanon and Syria, and also the Houthis. But outside of that, it does appear that we are going to see that everybody's about to join in to jump on the Iranians and basically start beating them down altogether. So we'll see how the Islamic regime fares once the French, the British, the Germans, and everybody else in the world, along with Saudi Arabia, all start conducting offensive operations against their country.
Yeah, and also, by the way, Iran is reissuing their threats yet again. They're saying that tonight they're going to try to wipe Israel off the map. Remember, they issued the quote-unquote doomsday order last night. We didn't really see much of a doomsday situation break out last night. And Iran's specialty is harassment, bot attacks, and propaganda. That's their specialty. So they're a lot more bark than they are bite. They, of course, can cause trouble because, of course, they've now declared apparently a jihad, which will be a bit troublesome, and that's going to probably put a strain on Western security forces to deal with that domestically. But outside of that, though, I'm not really convinced that we're going to be seeing any type of wiping Israel off the map tonight. I think Israel will tend to that just fine. And also, that's why we have the aircraft carriers in the regions to deal with that stuff right there. So that's what they're claiming. I wouldn't put much hope in. I see some people, getting worried in the chat. I wouldn't get too worried about it. There could be some possible, increased impacts in Israel, but we're not looking at anything like Iran's describing. They say that junk all the time. They've been saying that for years, and Israel still exists, and Iran's falling apart right now. So who's winning? That's pretty clear at this point. Also, we are hearing, by the way, that apparently more alerts are being sent out inside of Dubai and Abu Dhabi. Unfortunately, they are getting apparently hit once again by Iranian missiles and drones at the moment. So that's an ongoing situation there in those two countries, or those two areas, excuse me. We're also seeing here as well that in Iraq, jumping back to the security situation at the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad, we are hearing that the Iraqi military is finally cracking down on the situation. They've arrested 3 pro-Iran rioters in Baghdad, accusing them of attacking security forces. The U.S. Embassy is still under attack as far as we know, but it sounds like they're trying to get a grip on it as we're speaking right now about that whole security situation. So it's still going down, by the way. I'm currently waiting to see if there's any more incoming attacks, because we do know that Iran launched their 9th round of attacks just a moment ago, and we're expecting some more right now. Also, hold on a second. So I'm getting some breaking news. This is from the president of the United States. He's allegedly telling the Daily Mail that he estimates the campaign against Iran will last about 4 weeks, so an entire month. That has changed quite a lot. We initially heard that it was going to be over shortly. Now we're hearing 4 weeks. So that's double the usual 2 weeks. So this could be lasting months, perhaps. So it's turning into less than weeks. It's turning into possible months. And now that we're hearing of the assessments out of the United States, if that is indeed a true quote that we're hearing about right now. So Enforcer, what do you make of that new time frame?
It does appear that this was, Matthew, that's crazy. Didn't I say, I was like, this is going to be done quick, probably in about a couple of weeks, maybe a month, maybe 2 months. This is exactly the time frame. I mean, if y'all are trying to get analysis, y'all ought to subscribe, because, we're giving out pretty decent analysis at this point. I was literally saying yesterday, and many of y'all, I'm sure, were on air yesterday to hear this. I was saying this is going to be done quickly, but quick in this sort of a time frame is going to be a couple of weeks at a minimum, and this appears to be well within that parameter. So we know that it's going to be at least 4 weeks at a minimum at this point. But I'll be entirely honest with y'all, if that sort of a timetable is coming out at this point, usually how a democratic government goes about war is that it's always going to be over by Christmas, and then, we just need a little bit longer to do it, and then it'll probably end up becoming a couple of months in reality. So I'd assume at this point it's probably going to be about 2 months long.
Yeah, it could be. I'm feeling like this is going to turn into a bigger situation than they were bargaining for, which, it can't be avoided. I'm still not taking a position that they should not have attacked Iran, because Iran was posing a very major threat. They obviously have about 800 kilograms of highly enriched uranium that can be turned into weapons grade within just a matter of 2 weeks. So that's a major threat. Hey, can you imagine, by the way, what's happening right now with Iran is proof. This whole jihad thing they're declaring and stuff like that, this is proof that nation could have never been allowed to get a nuclear weapon. If they had it, could you imagine the leverage they would have over the West at that point? It would have been horrific. So the war going into it, it was a correct decision to go into it, but I think we're going to get a little bit more than we bargained for, unfortunately. But we had to deal with it at some point. We finally stopped kicking the can, and we're finally dealing with Iran. It's going to be a little nasty, but sometimes it's necessary to make sure that we prevent a larger problem from happening later. So I still say it was a good decision to go into it, but we'll probably end up seeing a little bit more trouble coming out of the situation. Also, by the way, we are seeing in Tabriz, Iran right now, a major explosion currently happening in Tabriz right this second. So Enforcer, take a look at that. I just reposted some information about it, a picture. It looks like the U.S. forces are back at it again.
That appears to be some sort of ammunition that was hit. That may have actually been another air defense system around Tabriz that has just been hit, because based off of the large globs of roaring inferno that are flying through the air, it looks like that's some sort of solid propellant that has been ignited from the explosion, which would once again give us an idea that the Islamic Republic of Iran's air defense systems are being pummeled by Israeli and American airstrikes at the moment. So that does appear to be a situation. We'll put that down as an air defense hit around the area to Tabriz, and let me go ahead and do that really quickly. Air defense hit. We're going to put that down, and there we go. That appears to be largely be the situation. And also, if y'all are trying to get an idea of how wild a card the Iranians are, at least as the Islamic regime, I believe it was Abbas Arachi came out today and stated that they're kind of telling their forces to have restraint, but they do whatever they want. So the Iranian government is actually now saying that they don't even really have control over their own military, and they kind of just do what they want. So they'll bomb whoever they decide to, whether it's civilians, the military, or what. So kind of imagine a government like that's that little in control of the military, and then that military having a nuclear weapon. It's like, doesn't really sound like that would have been a good outcome to me. And I gotta be kind of straight up, folks. The whole reason why, and this is the stupidity of modern politics. The whole reason why the war in Iran is looked at as a bad thing right now is because a Republican did it. Just kind of like how the war in Ukraine started under a Democrat, so the Republicans say it's not a right war when both of them are well within American interests and are supporting our general well-being around the world. It's just that a lot of people get the political blinders put on them, and then they act like they don't have any damn sense. So when Iran is sitting here conducting domestic terror attacks in America, they want to act like this is Avatar or some shit, like they're the Na'vi, and they're like, oh, this is terrible, and then they get killed as well. It's like, well, that's really stupid. It's like when you're laying down dead in the street right next to the person who supported the war. I mean, the Iranian domestic terrorists and the Iranians in general, at least from the Islamic regime, they don't really care if you like them or not. They view you as an American and they want you dead. So that's kind of the fact of it.
Yeah. Yeah. Also, by the way, we're getting another piece of breaking news right now. Apparently, in addition to the other statements that were made from the United States officials, we are hearing that Saudi Arabia could launch attacks on Iran as well. A U.S. official claimed that Saudi Arabia is fighting. They're fighting too. That's what they're saying. So it could be that Saudi Arabia has already begun to attack Iran and counterattack. As we did hear, by the way, in Riyadh, there was an Iranian missile strike in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. They were striking apparently a U.S. aligned base there, or trying to strike it at least. And we did see that attack on Saudi Arabia. So it sounds like they could be jumping in here shortly. We're also hearing as well that a general who made a statement on a mainstream news outlet has claimed that coordination is underway regarding counterattacks by Arab states. And as some officials in Norway are saying that some Gulf states are already starting to fire back. We have not seen proof of that, by the way, but apparently officials are claiming that these countries in the Gulf could be firing back, perhaps. So we'll have to see if that's an actual situation or not, but that could be the start of possibly a pretty widespread coalition against Iran attacking back.
And it certainly could. We'll definitely have to wait and see. But nevertheless, I do also have to point out that at the moment, it does appear that there is going to be some significant attacks that might be coming against the state of Israel here within the very near future, which is a fairly of course, a little bit concerning, but the air defenses are holding up quite well. And I also have to say that there's kind of been a little bit of a funny thing going on here, that according to some people, every few hours we're about to run out of air defenses. Let's see, what has it been, Matthew? It's been about 12 hours since the last time that we were on air, and back then they were saying America's about to run out of air defenses in 2 hours, and it's 12 hours later, and we still haven't run out of air defense interceptors. So I guess those tentative timetables just keep getting put out by people with very vivid imaginations.
Yeah, well, the funny part is this. The funny part is this. We saw that massive, you remember that massive conga line that was coming in last night that we were watching on Flight Radar 24? They could have been replenishments of the air defense interceptors on those flights. That could have been what that was. We had speculated that maybe it was the B-2s being towed in, which it could have been because the B-2 struck last night. We just now heard about it this morning. So it could have been a combination of ferrying in the B-2 bombers and also bringing in more air defense. That could have been it as well. But nobody's run out. Nobody's run out of air defense. It may happen in the future, though. I'm not delusional. If Iran keeps trying to overwhelm the air defenses, we could be seeing possibly some type of situation. But also, by the way, hold on. Let me stop talking here for a second. Let me check something. Let's see here. So I'm currently hearing of something going on. Some alerts are breaking out. I'm trying to check my sources here. So yeah, we're getting some brand new alerts over Jerusalem and the Negev Desert. A lot of alerts over the Negev Desert. It looks like Iran is once again firing another salvo as we speak. So Enforcer, can you show the people the alerts on TZFR real quick and show them exactly where these are breaking out at?
Let me see if I can go get that really quickly. So
looks like a hell of a lot of alerts in the Negev Desert. Looks like that's the main target this time.
Right now I'm only seeing in the Judea area around Sided Bar, or Sided Bar. There's some air alerts. I'm not seeing any others at the moment on this.
So it might take a second to upload or update here, or possibly it looks like maybe the alerts might have been canceled. Maybe I'm not sure. They just disappeared from my map right now. So not totally sure. Stay alert though if you're in that area of Israel. By the way, we don't know exactly what the situation is right now, but there were alerts. There appears to be more alerts popping back up again. So something's happening, but I'm not entirely sure what we're looking at here. So we'll keep an eye on it and see what's happening. But we're seeing some alerts pop up around the area. Also saw a bunch of them a minute ago that seemed to have just disappeared. We are seeing, by the way, another piece of breaking news that's coming out right this minute. Apparently, we are seeing the IDF is confirming they've detected those missile launches, by the way. So the alerts were real that I was just mentioning. I don't know why they disappeared from the map, but they are real. I just reposted it right now on Twitter. And we are seeing as well that it could be quite a few missiles coming in from Iran. So we're currently waiting an imminent attack right this second. We're currently going to be watching those to see what happens. And in the meantime, oh, wait a second. Also, by the way, X has just suspended the account of the new Supreme Leader Ali Reza Arafi on X. Let's see here. Actually, take that back. Apparently, he has not been banned. Apparently, that was a fake report. So take that back. Actually, he's apparently still on here. Apparently, for the most part, posting those AI videos that he was posting earlier. Interesting with that. But right now, basically, the breaking news is we're waiting for this attack to break out, and we're currently watching that right now.
And we'll be waiting to see if we get further air alerts. Right now, we just have air alerts within the West Bank at this moment. Y'all are watching this map live along with me, and we're waiting for this to populate with the larger air alerts across the state of Israel. So it does appear that there is another ongoing missile attack against Israel. We're just waiting for the air alerts to pop up at this point. But outside of that, we've also been able to see that there is... Oh, actually, we have some information coming out from flight radar at the moment. And let's take a look at what we have going on here as far as military flights are concerned. And we have, geez, 3 C-40 Clippers, all of them flying generally from Italy. Actually, all of them are from Italy. What?
Check Spain real quick. I'm hearing about some Spanish Air Force activity.
There's some tankers that took off from Morone, but there's no Spanish Air Force activity.
Okay, so I think somebody might have misquoted that. I was going off a viewer report there for a second. Looks like the U.S. Air Force is leaving Spain, not the Spanish Air Force. So that's a pretty big line of guys there moving out. So they're moving to RAF base. I'm not sure which base that would be, but they're currently moving what appears to be to the United Kingdom. Why would they be doing that?
I don't know. I guess they just made it to... Europe. Maybe they made it there through Spain, and now they're going up to RAF Air Base to then start coordinating or stage out of there and to start conducting actions against, in support of U.S. operations in the Middle East. That might be the reasoning why. In the meantime, though, we can see an endless amount. It's basically conveyor flights at this point that are just feeding ammo into the war machine at this point that we have down there in the Middle East. I mean, there's truly, at this point, an unlimited number of C-17s. Actually, there's an unbelievable number of C-17s from Kuwait, the United States, most countries that are flying in and out of the Middle East on a literal near continuous basis. I mean, as soon as one's taking off out of the Middle East, another one is already flying in. So it does appear that ammunition replenishment, or as it would generally be called, sustainment operations, are ongoing by the U.S. Air Force through our strategic airlifts to make sure the munitions continue to be readily available for the forces on the ground. And this will blow away the minds, Matthew, of everyone who said, we don't have enough ammunition there. There's this crazy thing called picking something up and bringing it there. And the U.S. Air Force is picking up the ammunition and they're bringing it to the guys down there. That's crazy, right? And then there's this other crazy thing, folks, like a lot of military analysts out there that call themselves that. They all forget about this, but there's this crazy thing called weapons production and ammunition factories, and they produce these cool things called air defense missiles and bullets and bombs. And that means that in reality, in a realistic sense, we never run out of them, and they never run out of them in the Middle East. It's a crazy thing, logistics. I mean, a lot of people out there who claim that they're analysts, like these people who say, oh, I was in the Army, so I know. They actually don't, because it's always crazy to me how they never consider logistics. And also the fact that the United States is truly, historically, the master of modern-day logistics. Like, we are the best country that has ever done that on the face of the planet. That's why we usually do good in bombing things like Iran in the middle of the Middle East, 8,000 miles from us, is because we have such a good grasp of logistics. It's an incredible thing. But beyond that, though, Let's take a look at the other military flights. We can see that an Omani A320 Prestige, this is actually a VIP transport for the Omanis, is heading back to Muscat. We can also see another A320 Prestige that has been flying through Oman. Also, by the way, folks, I do have to point out that Duqm, a port in Oman, was actually hit earlier this morning by an Iranian attack, now confirming for the first time ever that the Islamic Republic of Iran has been directly attacked by the Islamic Republic of Iran. Funnily enough, well, the Omanis were attacked by the Islamic Republic of Iran. I think I had a misstatement there. Funnily enough, they were the ones who were the middlemen in between the United States and Iran in the last round of talks, and even they got bombed as well. So I think this is kind of teaching everyone in the Middle East that trying to play middle ground with the Iranians and just kind of treat them like this weird relative, it didn't really work out. I mean, they're bombing literally everybody.
Yeah, let me give you an idea, by the way, of exactly how bad Iran has acted up. They have attacked Israel, the United States bases in the region. They've attacked the United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Kuwait, Jordan, Iraq, Bahrain, Oman, Syria, Cyprus, French bases, Italy bases, United Kingdom bases. I mean, it's a laundry list. I mean, there's Flytex Network posting the laundry list right there. Over 15 different countries and or their military forces that Iran's attacked. They've attacked their buddies in the Middle Eastern region. How can anybody supporting Iran be like, oh yeah, Iran's in the right? Well, then how come they're bombing you guys then? They're bombing their friends. That's not a friend. This is what you call holding someone hostage. Basically, Iran's holding the region hostage. That's what they're doing. So it's Iran is a terrorist. I think to any reasonable person out there, they know that. There's of course people out there that are clowns that want to say, oh, the United States is trying to hurt Iran. It's like Iran's trying to hurt everybody else. They wouldn't have a problem if they weren't trying to develop nukes and also trying to hurt people. So I mean, look, that laundry list speaks volumes. Half of those countries on that list are their buddies.
Let me see here really quickly, folks. I was wanting to do something interesting. I'm going to cut the United States out of it and also any countries that aren't directly in the area. Let's put down on the map, folks, every single country that has found itself directly or indirectly attacked by the Iranians. Let's find out how many people in the Middle East have a bone to pick with Iran right now. So we're starting with Israel. Then we have the UAE, which is the United Arab Emirates. So there we go. We've got them on the map now. So how about that we then add Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and Kuwait. So Saudi Arabia, and then we're going to add Qatar, and then we're going to add Kuwait. There we go. And now let's go and add a couple of the others. Jordan, Iraq, and Bahrain. So let's see. Jordan, Iraq, and then Bahrain. Okay, so this is most of the Middle East at this point. I mean, we're getting on up there. And then let's see here. Oman, Syria, and Cyprus. So then we need to add Oman, and then we need to add Syria, and then we need to even add Cyprus as well. And then let's see here. What else? That's basically everybody, at least in the Middle East. So this is everybody in the Middle East that has been attacked by Iran since the opening of the war 36 hours ago. That's literally everybody but Iran. I mean, they've literally attacked everybody in the Middle East but the Iranians. There it is on the map. Every country that is colored in some way has been attacked by the Iranians within the past 36 hours. That's everybody.
Yeah. That's crazy work. That is insane right there, by the way. Also, I do have a little bit more news coming out in addition to that laundry list we were just looking at. We are expecting the U.S. president to make a speech today. He is currently preparing a speech, or probably having his aides prepare a speech, I'd imagine, about the attacks on Iran. So far, we've not seen a live address from the president, like, for example, an Oval Office address. We haven't seen that so far. The president did make a statement from, I believe, Mar-a-Lago, and he posted it on Truth Social yesterday, but we're currently waiting for an address to the nation because we haven't seen that just yet. And usually, of course, remember George Bush doing that from the Oval Office. We're expecting Trump to do that as well. So currently waiting to see when that is. I think the president is currently en route back to the White House today, I believe, if that's still an accurate story. So we could be seeing that by the end of the day. If we do see that, by the way, we will bring that to you live here on the channel, at least the relevant portions of it, to show you what he's saying. Also, by the way, apparently Dubai's Palm Jumeirah, you know that little cool like palm tree thing in Dubai? You know what I'm talking about, the thing we just saw on the satellite? Apparently a projectile has just fallen onto that area or fallen into the sea near that area. Now, also very cool little thing they did here with that little palm tree on the ground. It's pretty cool. But apparently an intercepted object fell just north of the palm tree right here and almost hit it a moment ago.
Interesting. That's unfortunate to hear, and we'll be keeping an eye on that. We do understand the UAE has found itself under significant attacks, at least for the entirety of the conflict so far, actually, and it does appear that a large amount of missiles and drones have been fired, at least at the point, towards the UAE and specifically towards Dubai once again, which is finding itself in another air defense scenario. So that is currently ongoing, developing news at this moment. We've also been able to see as well some other interesting developments that have been going on within the area of Baghdad, as we have seen that the riots around the U.S. embassy there are continuing, and we actually were able to hear that apparently gunfire is now broken out by the Iraqi forces that are defending the embassy. We don't believe that the rioters or the protesters, whatever you want to call them, have made it to the actual perimeter of the embassy. They're actually running into an Iraqi armored, actually a mechanized brigade that's outside protecting the embassy. And we can see here that apparently they started to fire towards the crowd or into the crowd. We're not really sure which at the moment, but the situation is getting rapidly out of control within Baghdad right now. We see here fire being erupting, and now you see the crowds making a run for it. So it appears that the Iraqi military got tired of playing patience and started to just get down to dispersing the crowd by any means. We do understand that some of the Iraqi personnel involved in the riot control had been wounded. At least at that point, a decent amount of them had been. So we're not really sure if they were firing at the crowd or above the crowd, because we hear that it may have actually been warning shots, but it appears that the situation has gotten out of control. We did get to hear, on the other hand, though, that down in Karachi, U.S. consulate security, which we believe would be the United States Marines, actually did fire into the crowd, killing several after they were able to actually penetrate the gates around the U.S. consulate, and they began to storm it. Apparently, we would assume usually security personnel for consulates and embassies is the United States Marines. Apparently, the Marines that were on the embassy and consulate detail fired live rounds into the crowd and struck and killed 4 people and wounded a large deal of others to be able to disperse the crowd. The crowd disbursement at that point did work, and I also have to say, folks, that the use of lethal force is authorized on consulates and embassies whenever there is a threat of the embassy being overrun and the safety and security of the consular staff or the embassy staff being in jeopardy. Lethal force is almost always authorized, and that's the reason why that sort of an action was taken within Karachi, from what we would understand. And if y'all watched the video, it was fairly clear that if they had made it into the consulate, things would have gone much worse from there. Moving on from that, however, we have also been able to see the United States Navy, through Central Command's publishings today, continuing to fire larger amounts of TLAM Tomahawk cruise missiles into the Islamic Republic of Iran in footage that we were able to see right here. And we see the impacts of those Tomahawks down the way. I gotta say, Tomahawks do have a lot of explosive firepower behind them. I mean, look at that.
Yeah.
I mean, that
you can
is,
see why Ukraine wants them.
we would like to have them. It's like, I think we are understating the amount of explosives in these, because that looks a good bit larger than 1,000 pounds. If you ask me, that's like 2,000 maybe.
Yeah, it's a big one. I can definitely understand why Ukraine would want it. Also, these things are highly accurate. Like, I don't know what the exact parameters are for the accuracy of that missile, but it is very accurate.
I believe it has a margin of error of about 20 feet, so it's hitting the target. Whatever it is, nothing is usually ever, wider than 20 feet that would be a target of a Tomahawk, so it is going to hit its target no matter what. Very pinpoint. But moving on from that, we have also been able to see that within Qatar, it does appear that there was a large fire at this U.S. base, and it does seem as though the Iranians have been able to land some significant hits on this facility. We do understand that most, if not all, U.S. military facilities within Qatar were evacuated prior to the attacks on Iran. So there isn't an incredibly large threat of U.S. personnel being at high risk here, or a high casualty event unfolding inside of Qatar. And I believe, I don't know what the hell that is.
That's a crazy siren on that. That sounds like it's almost added or something. It's too loud.
I think it might be, so we're going to mute that, but we can actually see the footage here of the facility burning in the distance, so we do hope that we'll be not hearing of any casualties that have been sustained by U.S. forces at this facility in the midst of the counterstrikes by the Iranians. But the fire is quite large and appears to be enveloping a significant part of the facility. Moving us on from that footage there, we're also going to be moving on into some other news and developments that we've also been able to hear out of the rest of the region, as we've also heard at this point that within the area at Tabriz, we were able to confirm that air defenses were hit within that area just a little while ago while we were live on air, and we've also been able to see that further damage has been caused within Tehran due to significant strikes by the United States Air Forces. We were able to confirm that the IRIB headquarters was hit directly within Tehran. We can see in this airstrike here a direct impact onto the building, which does appear to be knocking out more significant capabilities of the Iranian central government. We've also been able to see more strikes that were happening a little bit of a while later, and we also were able to confirm, due to satellite photography gathered by the Institute for the Study of War, that the Terala HQ in Tehran, responsible for security in Tehran, has largely been destroyed by airstrikes as well. Apparently, this is the first line of protest, the first line of defense against protests, meaning that law enforcement activities within Tehran may be greatly stymied due to the actions that were developing around the area, which now led to the destruction of the Terala HQ. Additionally, we also were able to see video footage in the day of more significant strikes that were being conducted by U.S. and Israeli forces against the Islamic Republic of Iran's capital. You see all of the hits in the distance. It appears to be about a dozen or so across the wider area. And we see them here continuing to observe the smoke rising from these explosions after it does appear that the missiles were able to land on their marks. We can hear another missile coming in at this point. And we can also see the smoke continuing to rise from the prior explosions. And we can still hear even further missiles coming in and slamming into their targets. But we actually have breaking news coming out of this moment. Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so let's jump into some breaking news right now. First of all, I have two different stories. The two we're going to go over is we did get a video showing the attack by Iran against Jerusalem. Apparently, there might have been an impact in Jerusalem as well. We'll get to that in just a second, though. The big deal is, though, we are currently hearing that we've gotten a statement from the foreign ministers of the Gulf Cooperation Council, which is basically the organization that's been getting slammed hard by Iran for the past day or so. Bahrain, Kuwait, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE. They say they reserve the right to respond under Article 51 of the UN Charter. That's a good sign. Of course, you know, a really good sign would be that they simply start attacking Iran and defend themselves. That would be the best sign. But they're a little bit slow to warm up to the idea of defending their country, so fair enough. They're currently saying they're going to reserve the right to respond, meaning that they are leaning toward probably responding, but they got to find the courage in them to actually turn on their friend in the region, which is Iran. So they're citing the UN Charter, so that is interesting. But that is a signal that they could be about to change their position shortly. But Enforcer, what do you think about that before we move into our Jerusalem news?
This appears to be giving us an idea that everybody in the Middle East is about to start jumping Iran, because saying that you have a right to respond generally means that you're about to bomb them. Like, that doesn't mean that, like, they're just saying, we could bomb them if we want to. They make these sorts of statements deliberately in the UN to say, we're about to bomb someone, and we reserve the right to bomb them. That's why. So we're probably going to be seeing that there's going to be significant elements of the Kuwaiti, Omani, Qatari, Saudi Arabian, and UAE Air Force that will now be joining in the bombing campaigns against the Islamic Republic of Iran. Man, I got to tell you, man, the bots are going to be seething. Now this is no longer the war of the wicked Israelis and those morally degenerate Americans. Now it's literally the entirety of the Islamic world, basically, versus Iran as well. Literally, it's the whole world at this point against Iran. I mean, I find it funny that the bots are coming here. It's like, it's the wicked actions of Israel and America. Because it's like, hell, Iran's about to get turns taken on them by everyone else in the Middle East here in a minute. It's like they're going to, these Middle Eastern countries are going to be asking for seconds. They're going to be going around to get them again. Like, this isn't going to be going all too well for Iran. You know, right. Iran through this action, man, they just made it from an impossible scenario to an even more impossible scenario for themselves, at least.
Yeah, I want to ask the people that aren't bots, but the people that are like legit people that actually support Iran or say that somehow Iran's getting wronged. How can they possibly explain the fact that Iran has attacked, like, for example, the Gulf Cooperation Council? All those countries have been attacked. Every single one I just mentioned has been attacked by Iran. In fact, Oman was even the ones trying to advocate for Iran, like the Enforcer mentioned earlier, to try to get some leverage in U.S. negotiations for Iran. How do the people that actually support Iran explain that? I mean, so if Iran doesn't get their way, they start killing people in their friend countries? I mean, how does that work? I mean, there's literally, it's a rhetorical question. There is no way to defend that, and that's why that blows the whole argument apart that Iran's somehow just a misunderstood nation. Misunderstood nations, even troubled ones, don't start attacking their friends. Do you see Russia attacking North Korea because North Korea didn't provide enough support in the Ukraine war? No, and Russia's pretty bad. They're hurting civilians daily in Ukraine, and not even they're doing that to their allies. Iran's crazy. That's insane that they're even attacking their friends like that.
So someone said because they're emotional. Oh, boo-hoo.
Emotional?
Oh, wah. Their leader died. Oh, wah. They need to cry about it. Like that. So because they're emotional, they get a right to attack everyone. So let's say that tomorrow, the Prime Minister of the UK just drops dead. So does that mean that Britain gets to nuke everyone in Europe because they're emotional? Like, come on. I mean, that's absolutely stupid. I mean, like, you got to have no common sense to say something that dumb. I mean, they literally even bombed the people who were literally helping them to try and negotiate, which were the Omanis. I mean, like, that's like going to a business negotiation and someone says, yeah, I see you want 50% of my company. I'll only give you 30. So you get up and you like shoot the arbitrator and the guy you're trying to make the deal with. It's like, that's just absolutely insano. That's literally psychopathic. I know that a lot of people want to say that the Iranians are fighting the war and it's like mostly peaceful, but that's straight up bullshit. These people are killing everyone in the Middle East right now, or at least trying to. And this is not a country that is at all to be understood. They're a terrorist regime. It's literally like Osama bin Laden got a government. That's what this nation is like. We can even see that, right? Like, yeah, it is worse.
Yeah, it's worse, but I mean, hell, Iran was wiping their own people out. How do you explain the 30,000+ dead Iranian innocent civilians that were killed at the hands of the Ayatollah? It's like, what is that, emotional? I mean, what, we're going to write everything off? It's like, that was straight up mass murder. I mean, the government literally just conducted mass murder within the last month. And they're also now trying to take out their friends in the region too. So, I mean, self-imploding. I mean, this is self-imploding to the extreme. But Enforcer, let's move on from that and move into our other breaking news real quick out of Jerusalem. We have seen apparently confirmed impacts in Jerusalem as well. We do have one video coming out showing the missiles flying in and also possibly some interceptions. But once again, there were confirmed impacts as well. So let's take a look at that video when you get the chance here in a second.
Got you. And let's put that down. There has been confirmed reports of hits in Jerusalem. And let's take a look at the footage. I don't see the footage showing up at the moment. Oh, here we go. So here's the footage of the impacts in Jerusalem. And we see the impacts right there in the distance, and also an explosion basically right outside of the cameraman's location. So it does appear that that is quite a significant incident that's happening right now, at least within that area. A little bit shocking that they are attacking Jerusalem, considering that there are significant Islamic holy sites within Jerusalem, and usually they've generally avoided hitting it in the past, and now it appears that they are slamming it about as much as they can at the moment.
Yeah, it looks like it's the case. Also, by the way, we've just gotten word from an Israeli official. And I will say, take this one with a grain of salt, but this is what they're saying right now. They're saying that Iran has lost about half of their ballistic missile launchers right now. You know, we're still seeing Iran launch devastating attacks, by the way. Like we just saw the one on Jerusalem right there in that video. So if Iran truly lost half of its ballistic missile launchers, which was already drastically reduced because of the 12-day war losses, then I'm not sure if they could really be mounting attacks of this scale that we're currently seeing right now over Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. I would be a little bit doubtful about that. So that's why I'm a little skeptical about the Israeli statement. So Enforcer, what do you make of that?
I would say that that's probably pushing it a little because we haven't seen that many TELs get destroyed in video evidence. We've seen maybe 24 of them to get destroyed, but that's not half of them because they're able to fire off, at least from what we can tell right now, volleys of about 140 missiles each. So destroying about 20 of them wouldn't be close to half. That would be maybe an eighth or a seventh of them. And you know, and then saying that they could destroy half of them, I mean, that might be a bit of a pretty significant stretch at the moment until we get more proof on it.
Yeah, I would say so. I'm not really buying that statement right off the bat. So we'll have to wait and see on that one. I think Israel might be trying to boost morale or something, perhaps. So we'll have to wait and see what's going on with that. But in the meantime, though, we are generally waiting on more information to come out outside of that. Jerusalem right now is currently reeling from the attack. We're also seeing a massive emergency response as well in Jerusalem, indicating there are probably casualties as well. Oh my God. Let's see here. Show this video, by the way. There's apparently a massive ambulance response right now on the highway. This is apparently a mass casualty situation, perhaps. This is a lot of response.
This is quite a significant one. It appears that there's a large number of police and ambulances that are beginning to arrive near to the scene of one of the explosions, which may suggest a significant number of civilian casualties has just occurred.
Yeah, that's bad news right there, actually. That's very bad. Hopefully the casualties aren't too bad, but we did see that confirmed impact in Jerusalem, so it's very possible that they could have some significant casualties right now. But that's a hell of a response right there, so hoping for the best, but not really sure right now. But also, we are waiting on more information to come out right this second. We are not really seeing anything else right this second, so we're kind of in a bit of a lull. So unfortunately, if you'd like to bring us through any of the other events that have happened that you might have left, now might be a good time to do it.
Generally, getting us back into Tehran to cover ongoing developments there, we were also able to see even more footage of the strikes within Tehran. This was published by the IDF. And we could see these direct impacts on the capital of the Islamic Republic of Iran, Tehran, and we believe that these were laser-guided bombs that were dropped directly overhead from Israeli aircraft flying over Tehran. That's going to be really incensing the Iranian bots. Moving on from that, we also were able to see, moving us on up and into the area north of Tehran, our larger government statements out of Iran. We were able to see a large amount of Iranians in the streets. These are apparently ones who support the regime, just screaming Allahu Akbar over and over on an endless loop, standing outside in a large crowd in the middle of an ongoing aerial attack by the United States as their air defense fires air defense guns, which can't reach anyone, anywhere, or any of the bombs. So I gotta say, I think there's a lot of pro-Iranian regime people out there in Tehran who are trying to win a Darwin Award, because I gotta say that while the U.S., I can't speak for Israel, Israel basically doesn't avoid collateral at all, which is something I think needs to be fixed. But with the U.S. trying to avoid collateral as much as we can, large groups like this in the hundreds that are just literally standing around, probably next to a major target, I mean, you know, that's going to become impossible to start avoiding collateral if this is the case. But here's the clip. You see them all chanting as the air defense continues to fire. So, you know, they're... Also, we can see a poster of their now dead leader, Khamenei, who's currently ventilating somewhere in some destroyed building. They haven't even announced that they're going to have a funeral for that guy yet, by the way. I just want to put that out there. We don't know if he, like... When they say that they have pictures of his remains, we don't know if that means that there's just like little pieces or if there's a larger body, because we haven't heard the Iranian government announce that they're going to have a funeral or a burial for him, which they generally would have for significant figures of the state. So that's a little bit interesting. Meanwhile, we also got to hear that the Iranians did get a new interim leader today. It's going to be this guy. His name is Alireza Arafi. He is now the interim supreme leader. He was picked by the mullahs, actually, so the IRGC didn't pick him.
So also, by the way, I've gotten some rumors right now. I'm going to make that clear up front. They're rumors, so don't take it to the bank. This is what I'm hearing on the streets. And when I say on the streets, I mean from various different sources, which may or may not be super credible, but I'm already hearing this guy might be in significant danger right now, by the way. I think it's common sense as well. You really don't need a source to know that. But this guy is in some danger because, of course, they just got done literally striking with one missile per target all the top leadership in Iran in the opening 30 seconds of this war. So this guy's basically put himself in significant danger from U.S. forces striking yet again. So, you know, we don't know a whole bunch about this guy right here. He's apparently a top pick, but we don't know if he's even going to get most of the power because the IRGC generally is doing its own thing right now. So I'm not sure if this guy really has the confidence of the military, at least for right now.
Yeah, it certainly does appear so, and he's known for one, being a longtime insider in Iran's political hierarchy, meaning that he might just be, you know, promoted because he's been around for so long. Two, spending decades with Iran's theological and political institutions, aka he's a religious brainwashed nut. Three, being appointed by Khamenei to several roles, aka he was Khamenei's favorite guy. And four, being considered for years as a possible successor to Khamenei, aka he's been around so long, they kind of have to give him the job. So he's the guy who looks to be the guy who's going to be, at least in theory, kind of leading the country, although that isn't happening. They did declare a jihad, by the way. This is a fun one. They're putting out fat ones on Americans at the moment. So, and if y'all want to know, I kid around and call the fatwa a fat one because it's an absolutely stupid sounding word, but the fatwas are basically like this this like bounty order. No one gets paid to follow it. You just have to follow it because you're a member of their specific faith or follow the religious teachings of the Iranians. But basically, what they're saying, the senior clerics, are that anyone who considers themselves to be a member of Iran's version of the Islamic faith, which is completely different than everyone else's in the region, has to kill some Americans. That's basically what they're saying. So if they can get there, if any followers of the Islamic Republic of Iran can get their hands on an American, they're going to try and kill them, or at least that would be the intention behind the claim. They did state that vengeance is a religious duty for all Muslims, which once again makes it incredibly clear that the years and years of the Iranians saying we actually have nothing against Americans themselves isn't true. They're going to be trying to wipe anyone out, which generally means that public gatherings, like for example gathering in a bar or going to a concert or anything along those lines, like maybe even gathering in an anti-Iran war protest, could be of significant danger to the U.S. public currently because, ne'er-do-wells that will generally follow this call for violence may try and take out their frustrations on angers and on literally anybody. It's fairly likely. We're already seeing that that's somewhat happening within the United States right now as reports are coming out today. So we'll be hopefully seeing that the U.S.'s law enforcement can stay on top of it and generally stop any of these unfortunate tragedies before they happen. But the reality of it is, folks, is that unfortunately we will see that there will be a decent amount of unfortunate incidents that may start to develop within the area. Nevertheless, within the United States.
Also, by the way, we're getting our first photo of apparently the Iranian government has found themselves in the same room again. We're seeing the new guy who is, let's see here, Arafi, the cleric who's been put in charge. We're seeing the President Pezeshkian, as well as the Judiciary Chief, Mohseni. They're all in the same room again. There's a photo showing it right here. As you can see in the background, back there, you can see Khomeini and Khamenei back there on the pictures on the wall, and there are the three right here. So I'll be honest, that guy on the left looks like he is completely somewhere else in his mind. I think he's a little bit scared. He looks like he's looking off into the abyss, this guy on the left.
That's because he's dead.
Oh, this guy is deceased on the left?
Yeah, the guy on the left, he was the, what was his position again? I need to make sure that he is the guy.
I don't think this is the guy, but this is a fresh photo. This is the Judiciary Chief, Mohseni.
Yeah, Mohseni's dead. He was killed in an airstrike a couple of days back at the start. The Israelis confirmed it.
I'm not sure about that because that is Arafi on the right over there, and that is the president. So I mean, they couldn't have had this photo if he was deceased. I think this has to be recent. Are you sure that's the guy that was deceased?
Can you spell his name out for me really quickly so I can go check?
It's Mohseni -EJE, I.
Let me hear.
Right there in the post, by the way.
Well, I'm just trying to make sure I didn't see that myself. But let's see here. Follow. So I guess the Israelis put that out because they put out to this guy. I mean, it was this guy right here that he had been killed. I mean, we could go find that on our Twitter because I was the one who reposted it on our Twitter. They said that he had been killed in an airstrike. Apparently, that was completely false. He's still alive, and this is a new picture. So sorry for. I had to make sure though, Matthew, because if we had news and information prior, I had to make sure that this guy was not in fact dead because I had heard he was dead.
So I see a whole bunch of people saying it's AI, and also some people are saying he is dead, it's AI. I mean, Iran is known for heavily using AI quite a bit. So, I mean, it's possible, but I mean, I'm no AI expert or anything like that, but I would say, for example, look at the photos on the wall in the background. The reflections you're seeing in the light, that's a little too accurate for AI to really pull off unless it's gotten significantly better than the last time I'm familiar with it. Also, the table, I mean, to me, it doesn't look like AI, but I mean, it could be possibly. So we can leave this up to judgment. In fact, I'll run a poll on it. While we're moving on to our next topics here, I'll run a poll on it and see what the people think.
We will see. I have a feeling that this probably is a legitimate picture. And I'd have to say this isn't a smart idea to do something like this, having all of the top three guys in one room again. They don't have, in Iran, they have no concept of what's called a designated survivor. Basically, everybody is designated for the chopping block every time they go to a meeting because nobody has a designated survivor of any sort in the Iranian government. But moving on from that, we are going to be moving on from that little development at the moment, and we are going to be continuing to talk about the ongoing situation within the region. I do also have to let people know, I have seen some people asking about this. I do have to say that with a great deal of misfortune in this statement. 3 U.S. service members were killed in Kuwait, apparently last night, in the midst of Iranian strikes on Kuwaiti bases. So we have been able to confirm that there is, at a minimum, U.S. soldiers, 3 of them that have been killed, and we do not know how many U.S. soldiers have been wounded. The amount of wounded has not been released yet by the U.S. government, but 3 U.S. soldiers have been killed, and we have not had their names disclosed to the public yet. Currently, the U.S. military is having to reach out to the families and contact them and let them know that their family members have been killed in the line of service in the United States for the United States of America. And then after all 3 of those families are notified of the death of kin, then they will notify the public as to the names of those individuals and soldiers that have died in the line of service. So a fairly unfortunate sort of a situation to hear, and hopefully we'll be able to see that their bodies will be returned soon for a proper burial here within the United States of America. So we can confirm that there have been casualties at this moment, at least wounded and killed by U.S. forces. It is a smaller number. I mean, 3 is not a large number, especially when we've looked at wars that have happened prior, like, for example, the war in Ukraine, where about 300 Russian soldiers die a day. So far, we can only confirm that 3 U.S. soldiers have been killed in the conflict so far, which, as far as casualties and fatalities are concerned, is not incredibly bad. I mean, it's not great. It's not great to have any U.S. soldier die, but it's not terrible to where we're losing hundreds per day, but it's still unfortunate to hear nonetheless. And we do have to say that while it's an incredibly unfortunate thing to hear, they did die with a great deal of purpose, continuing to fight the Islamic Republic of Iran, which poses a serious threat to the United States of America's strategic security concerns, and not only that, the safety of the U.S. citizenry here on the home front. So with that in mind, I hope that does address that the best I can, at least in my own words, myself. And we've also been able to hear that there has been significant hits on the U.S. base in Erbil as well. There's been about 5 direct hits, and it appears that one of the Patriot missile defense launchers may have also been hit and have caught on fire and generally burned at this moment as well. We also have a ongoing poll at the moment, and a lot of people are wondering, is that picture of the Iranian government, is it real? And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that right now as well?
Okay, so it looks like about 32% believe that photo of the Iranian government sitting in the same room are real, and 26% said it's fake. So people are largely split on this one right here. I'm about to run an AI analysis. It's a bit funny, by the way, because apparently if people are alleging it's an AI photo, I'm about to have AI prove it wrong or right. So we'll see what an AI model says about this. It looks real to me, I'll be honest. I'm with the 33%. I believe this photo is real, but I'll let you know in about a minute or two what AI says about this photo and whether or not it is a fake photo or not.
Also, Mandy, are we getting a statement from the president currently?
Let me see. So yeah, we are hearing a textual statement from the president. The president's saying that we have hit, meaning the United States, has hit hundreds of targets, including the IRGC guard facilities, air defense systems, 9 ships, and naval buildings. So that's really nothing new. Also, by the way, Britain is threatening to join the war on Iran directly right now. And also, apparently, they're already involved in defensive operations. So they're threatening to get offensive with Iran as well. We had heard that as well, in addition to the other statements. So, yeah, we're hearing a statement. The president is issuing a statement. I'm not sure where he's really making it, but he's issuing statements. I'm getting the text of it right now.
And so we are getting the text of the statements at the moment. It's not anything that's absolutely crazy, folks, by the way. It's not like we kind of just only mention statements from the president if they actually change anything that we know or they're adding to it. I mean, this we already heard this from CENTCOM prior. It's just basically him repeating the statement, so it doesn't really require a whole lot of attention at the moment. If he says something important here in a minute, like, we're gonna nuke him, I mean, we'll cover that. Go ahead.
So he made the statement on Truth Social. That's where it came from. Also, thank you to the chat for pointing that out, by the way. I didn't see that. Sadly, I still don't have a Truth Social account. I need to make one so that way I get notifications of that. But in the meantime, though, we do have a 6-minute long statement. It's not an Oval Office address. He's still in the same spot. It looks like probably at Mar-a-Lago making the statement with a podium. So we can take a listen to it. I'll send you the link to it right now. See what he says. It's probably too wordy to listen to the whole thing, but he might be saying something maybe pertinent at the beginning if you want to take a look at it.
Got you. And we're going to be taking a listen to this here really quickly. And let me get to this here, folks. Give me just a second so that way we can try and get all of this set up. And it looks like the video on Truth Social is buffering at the moment, so I'm going to wait for that to generally sort itself out here on the side screen.
While we're waiting for that to load, because I'm sure tons and tons of people are trying to watch the video right now, it's probably why it's having a problem. I did run an AI analysis on that government video, by the way, and we're being told here that the photo does not appear to be AI generated. It appears to be a real photo, and that's according to several different AIs that have looked at it. So I would say it's real. It looks like AI says it's real too on an analysis. So I believe those guys actually did get in the same room, and they are indeed, in fact, alive. And we don't know if they're well, but they're alive. So they're in the same room
They're
right
clearly
now. So
unwell, mentally unwell.
yeah, I think,
like,
the guy, the judiciary supreme chief over there on the left, he is definitely not well. He looks like he's like already given up, and that look on his face. So that's apparently real.
And so we're trying to see if we can get the video to load on Truth Social, and either Truth Social servers really aren't working too good, or there's so many people trying to access this video that it's just not playing at the moment. Let me go see if I can find this. Maybe it's been published on the White House's website. That might be a place where this is. So let me see if I can find that over there at the moment, folks. And let me see, gallery. Well, we don't want the gallery. What about live stream? Oh, they don't have anything there. They have a wire.
It's probably exclusive on Truth Social because I think they're trying to drive trapfic over there, which, fair enough.
Exclusive on Truth Social, a statement
Yeah.
to the whole of the United States.
Yeah. Yeah. Also, by the way, apparently in the statement, thanks to FlyTex News, they're apparently listening to it and transcribing it as we speak. So I can bring you some of the textual statements that he's making. The entire military command is gone and many want to surrender. That's according to the president. So that's what we're hearing as well. Trump also claims there will likely be more U.S. casualties as well in these statements. So that's a couple of the big ones.
So they're likely to surrender, but they're still going to bomb U.S. forces to where there's going to be casualties, and we're also planning on this going for another 4 weeks, but they're wanting to surrender right now. That doesn't really seem to be aligned. Like, I gotta say, folks, like, I don't mean to, like, sit here in the middle of an active war and say something, but the president has this way of, like, basically saying, no one was wanting to surrender so bad. Like, this is going to go on for a while. I mean, we have really not seen any indication that they want to give up yet. This is going to go on for a while, so I wouldn't take those statements at face value at all. We're currently in the middle of an active war.
So the statement is now posted to Twitter, by the way. So I just reposted it right now if you want to take a listen to it and stuff.
Got you. So we're gonna go take a listen to that really quickly, folks. And let me go get that here. All right. So a humongous shout out to FlyTex Network and FlyTex News, who both posted this and then reposted. And we're gonna be taking a look at the statement right here, folks. So without further ado, here's the current statement from the President of the United States.
Over the past 36 hours, the United States and its partners have launched Operation Epic Fury, one of the largest, most complex, most overwhelming military offensives the world has ever seen. Nobody's seen anything like it. We have hit hundreds of targets in Iran, including Revolutionary Guard facilities, Iranian air defense systems. Just now it was announced that we knocked out 9 ships plus their naval building, all in a matter of literally minutes. Iran's formerly supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. This wretched and vile man had the blood of hundreds and even thousands of Americans on his hands and was responsible for the slaughter of countless thousands of innocent people all across many countries. Last night, all over Iran, the voices of the Iranian people could be heard cheering and celebrating in the streets when his death was announced. The entire military command is gone as well, and many of them want to surrender into saving their lives. They want immunity. They're calling by the thousands. Combat operations continue at this time in full force, and they will continue until all of our objectives are achieved. We have very strong objectives. They could have done something 2 weeks ago, but they just couldn't get there. Earlier today,
if we could pause the video for a second. I don't think there's much being said in the video, to be honest. I think the most pertinent statements were the ones that FlyTex was reposting textually. Also, I do want to say this real quick. The president sounds like that because he has been awake for a long time. I'm not trying to, if you have your own political feelings about the president, so be it. We don't usually get into all that on the stream, where we try to stay apolitical as much as possible. But he's been awake for a long time. He's been awake with the General Kane and all the others watching these attacks. That's probably why he sounds like that. He's kind of slurring his words and sounding a little bit off. It's probably because of that. So generally speaking, not much in that little snippet that we just watched, but apparently, though, from the most pertinent parts of what he said is he's claiming the entire military command of Iran is gone and they want to surrender. But he's also, I think he just said in that statement there that thousands are calling, wanting to surrender. But the problem is there's not thousands of commanders in the military. So I'm not sure how that's possible. But that's pretty much it. So really, honestly, nothing really much new in that statement right there. It's pretty much status quo if I take what he's saying at face value.
I also have to add, I mean, if thousands of them were calling up, that would be about the large majority of the Iranian military, and we wouldn't be seeing any active resistance by the Iranian military of any large note. Yet, currently, still up till this point, it appears that most, if not all, of the remaining operational TELs are still firing, along with the drone forces, which are also firing as well, which generally gives us an understanding that the Iranian military is not close to wanting to surrender. Otherwise, we would have already seen that most resistance would have crumbled, and the Iranian military would have disintegrated at this point. So while the war is going incredibly well for well for the United States, that's one thing that we can say at the moment. That does not mean that the Iranians are wanting to call up by the hundreds of thousands and they're saying to us how great of an operation we conducted on them and everything. The war is going to be going on for a while here. I can tell you all that this is definitely going to be going on for weeks because Iranian resistance is going to take a bit of time to crumble. It's probably going to take a couple of weeks of sustained air operations to see that most Iranian resistance begins to crumble away, especially conventional resistance, and then we'll start to see that this more so shifts into a ground development where we'll have to watch the Iranian protesters and the rebels, for the larger part, try and overthrow their government or whatever's left of it at that point. There really won't be any resistance by then, I would think. But anyways, we have more breaking news coming out at this moment. Matthew, what do we got?
So I have a remarkable sight. We have seen a video of the top secret RA-01 Israeli drone apparently flying over the skies of Tehran. And what this is, basically, by the way, if you don't know what this thing is, this is what I believe to be most analogous to the RQ-170 drone that the U.S. has in their arsenal. It's a stealth recon drone that's generally not really seen by the public. We have seen some photos of it that I think the military ended up posting a short while back. It was used in Venezuela, but this is the Israeli version of that drone. It's currently circling over Tehran, and they can't even detect this thing, by the way. Like, it's not detectable by the Iranians. So this thing's probably been airborne for a very long time. I'd imagine the U.S. probably has RQ-170s airborne as well over the spot because it's free recon data. The Iranians can't shoot it down because they can't see it. This person got very lucky by visually spotting the thing, which they must have some pretty dang good eyesight to be able to spot that thing. But unfortunately, let's take a look at this very rare footage.
And we're going to be taking a look at that right now.
How the hell did that person spot this? I'm blown away.
Wow. Look at that.
Majestic. As far as we know, that drone right there is equipped with very, very high quality optical sensors to take images of the ground. And also, I'm not sure of its other capabilities. We wouldn't know that because it's not really publicly known, but it's apparently a very stealth, very high-end recon drone that's keeping an eye on the Tehran situation right now.
And actually, this appears at the moment to really be the only good picture that we have of this thing. I tried to pull it up to show you all another example of it. They don't have another example of it. This is basically the only one. So, how interesting and how neat. We actually did get to see a little Israeli top secret drone for the larger part that appears to be getting used in reconnaissance over Tehran. Apparently, the Iranian air defense isn't even noticing this thing because it's down at kind of a lower altitude. It's pretty easily visible if you can spot it, and nobody's shooting at it.
Yeah, it's crazy work right there, really. Also, people will say all the time, they'll say, well, how does Israel keep tabs on like what's happening in Tehran and where people are going? It's my very good guess that this is probably one of the main ways that they were keeping tabs on where Khomeini was at. They probably had these things flying constantly, I'd imagine. And this thing can keep track of the locations where Khomeini was at and also the vehicle movement. So, I mean, it's simple. If you can have 24/7 reconnaissance, like with a drone like that can't be detected, it's simply a matter of waiting for Khomeini Khamenei's convoy to leave his house or his location that he's residing at, and then tracking where the vehicles go, and it's a dead giveaway. That's where he went. So that's probably how they were keeping track of him to a pretty large degree, and probably supplementing it with human intelligence, probably from the ground as well.
You know, interestingly enough, they actually said that they had known that Khamenei was going to be in that spot at that meeting that he was blown up at for months, and they were actually waiting generally to see when they could conduct the strikes, and they decided to start the entire war when he was at that meeting, so they could knock him out and then immediately start the broader campaign as a result of that.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive, actually. In fact, they knew where every single top Iranian government official was. It wasn't just Khamenei; it was all of them. I mean, they literally had one missile for each top official, and in the opening 30 seconds, each of those one missiles for each top official was launched and also hit their target for the most part. So, I mean, that was pretty crazy. The unfortunate part is for the West is it did not prevent a response. They had assumed and thought that maybe it might prevent a complete response, but it did not. So it ended up where we're at right now. So they did a pretty clean sweep of the top officials, but it didn't bring an end to the whole regime like they thought it might.
And that does appear to be the case at the moment. Also, by the way, folks, since we've been on air at this point for about 2 hours today, and we've been covering this news so far, if y'all have been enjoying it, and I do have to thank the 47,000 of y'all who are here right now at the moment. If y'all have been enjoying this, please do make sure to subscribe. We have been working around the clock over the past 36 hours to be able to cover every single available moment of news that we've been getting, that we've generally been awake for, and we are entirely honored to know that so many of y'all are continuing to choose this channel to be your primary source of news. And so, if you have enjoyed our coverage so far, please do make sure to subscribe. We are going live as often and as long as we can to be able to make sure that we can cover all of these major developments as they are actively happening. So, humongous thanks to everyone so much once again for watching this show, and we hope that y'all have been enjoying our version of the coverage so far. And so with that in mind, it is going to be time for us to move on into a couple of questions, at least at the moment, because I do know that a lot of people have been talking in the chat about all of the ongoing developments that have been happening within the area, and I also understand that we have a lot of people who have been throwing in support and also asking general live chat questions. I want to make sure that we can get to at least a couple of them here while we're waiting for more major news to break out at the moment. So Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so this one here, our first one goes to Joppy, who put in a $100 support. And thank you very much, Joppy, for that support, and we appreciate that. They said, I hope this show of unity won't backfire with some of the largest NATO allies joining the invasion. And it's good to defeat Iran, but NATO itself is supposed to be limited to only defense, but Russia and the ones always saying it's an offensive alliance instead.
Well, the thing about that is that it's not actually NATO joining, it's just NATO countries joining, and that's always misunderstood a lot when a lot of people publish articles about this. Like, if a NATO country goes and does something offensively, that doesn't mean that the whole of NATO is joining in an offensive operation. And I found that that's been kind of like the statements recently is, oh, NATO's coming down there. No, it's Germany, Britain, and France, and the United States, which are all NATO countries, but they don't represent the NATO alliance conducting, say, an Article 5 invocation down there. And also, we haven't heard anything about Britain, France, or Germany convening an Article 4 meeting in Brussels to then invoke Article 5. So NATO is not actually conducting offensive operations. It's just NATO countries that are a part of NATO that are going to war, but that doesn't mean that the whole of NATO is declaring Article 5 and going to war with Iran. So I do thank you incredibly for that support and helping this channel to keep it running, and I hope that does address that the best I can. And a humongous thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. And also, I have to say, it's a good question because it actually helps us to be able to clear up a lot of misunderstandings that are out there, because a lot of people put out articles about NATO and they do not at all understand the structure of NATO. Like, you can be in NATO and you can also, like, Poland can be in NATO and they can go to war with Russia today, but that doesn't mean that NATO went to war with Russia. That means Poland went to war with Russia. They happen to be a part of NATO, but NATO doesn't cover offensive actions. It's entirely out of the confines of the charter. And NATO, being a member of the NATO alliance, doesn't stop you from conducting offensive wars outside of NATO while being in NATO. That's also another thing that a lot of people don't really know, or they misunderstand about NATO quite a great deal as well. So I hope that does help to clear up those misunderstandings, because a lot of people write articles like that and it makes it sound like the whole of NATO is about to go down there and jump Iran when it's really just a couple of countries that are a part of NATO. But a huge thanks to you for the support. And I think generally this is more so an extension of kind of their own interest. The French got bombed today, so they're about to bomb Iran just because they got bombed. Germany's going to go down there because Germany's got a historical thing, as many of y'all would know, about particularly a certain group of people who live in Israel and something that they did to them 80 years ago. And so for that reason, whenever anyone's pretty much going on, say, like, a humongous bout of anti-Semitism, which is what the Iranians are doing right now, because if you actually heard some of the propaganda claims they're making against Israel, I mean, there's no bones about it, it's just straight up anti-Semitic. Then usually the Germans try and get involved and help out a little bit. And then the British are trying to get involved because they have a huge amount of diplomatic interests in Jordan, Qatar, Kuwait, and the UAE, which they have very close relations with. And also on top of that, those countries have come under attack, and Britain kind of has a bit of a defensive alliance with those countries. So that's really why those three countries are joining. It's not really that they want to help the United States. It's more so that they're going down there because of their own interests and their own reasons. And then that's kind of why we're seeing that at the moment. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, I'm going to read off this second super chat here, and then I'm going to go take a quick break to go grab some water real quick, because I actually forgot to bring water with me, by the way. So I'll have to go grab some here in just a second. But in the meantime, though, let me go ahead and read off our next super chat. This one goes to A. Martel. And thank you very much, Mr. Martel, for that support.
Hey.
We appreciate that. That's a massive $200 support, and we appreciate it very, very much. It's massive support. He said, keep up the great work delivering all the news.
And thank you so much, A. Martel, for enjoying our delivery of the news. We try our best to make sure that our delivery of the news is about as high quality as it can be. And I've got to say that we're entirely honored and massively appreciative of support from folks like you, because you help us to be able to keep this coverage possible each and every single day. And we've said this basically over every single stream, but I do have to make it incredibly clear. We have a lot of new people watching with us, at least here recently. This channel does not run ads or sponsors on our live streams, and generally we monetize the channel as little as we possibly can, even to the point we don't have channel members. The reason why we do that is because, to be entirely honest with y'all, I don't really like going on to every single internet application these days and seeing people begging me for money, so I know that a lot of y'all probably don't like that either. So we minimize the amount of monetization efforts that we make on the channel. Nevertheless, though, we do have to make a living doing this. This is our full-time job. And the folks who support the channel through their super chats, they actually make this thing possible each and every single day. And I got to thank you so much once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, A. Martel, we wouldn't be able to keep doing our work of delivering this news and making sure to parse through it and get about as accurate of information as we can out of the area. So a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Vicky Ramirez, who does not leave a comment. But thank you very much, Vicky, for that $100 support and also helping to keep the channel running. And Enforcer, what say you?
I gotta thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, Vicky. You didn't throw in a comment, but we're massively appreciative nonetheless. And thank you incredibly for your support and helping to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 50 from Yanara Sorkafor, who put in a 50. And thank you very much, Yanara, as well. He said, live again. And could you give a shout out to my kids who are fed up with mom only wanting to watch the news from with Enforcer for the last 2 years? And they don't believe you read every single super chat. And thank you for the great work and love from Canada and LSA.
And Yanara, we do read every single super chat. We read every single one of them. We got through, like, I think 300 something of them last night. And I got to thank you incredibly for the support and helping this channel to keep it running, because we read every single one of them. And I do have to give a shout out to your kids who have a tremendous amount of patience. And I do have to say, I appreciate that greatly. And I thank you so much for watching the channel for 2 straight years. We're entirely honored to know that a lot of people change their entire news consumption to where it's mostly mainstream to now it's basically only the Enforcer show. And I gotta thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible, keep this thing rolling, and make this thing a reality. So humongous thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 50 from Invictus Media Prime. And thank you very much, Invictus, for that $50 support. They said, your reporting is superior to the other channels. It's not even close. And thank you for that. They said, thanks for the accurate, unbiased, and tireless work. And P.S., you got a shout out from another favorite channel, Cappy Army.
Really?
And also keep an eye out for the Orbit Justice. And also a shout out to Cappy, by the way, and also congratulations on his new channel that he started. It seems to be having massive success, and a huge shout out to Cappy as well. I do watch his videos from time to time. But Enforcer, what say you?
We really did get a shout out from Cappy Army?
Yeah, I mean, he's saying that.
Wow, that's incredibly kind of him, and we'll give him a big shout out back. I've always respected Cappy. He always has done great work, both on the old channel and on the current one that he's on, that he started himself. So I have to say, very honored to hear that, and it's great to know that a lot of people are appreciating the work that we're doing out there. We actually highly appreciate his work. It's very informative, and I do have to say that he makes very good topical videos on topics that involve defense, military technology, tactics, and strategies. He's actually really good at what he does. And so it's a high honor to hear of someone who's we consider to be a very respectable YouTuber giving some accreditation our way. That's very kind of him. And I also have to say a humongous thanks to you for enjoying our coverage of this news. We try our best to make sure that it's well informed and that we have a decent amount of analysis and news coming out on a continuous basis. And I hope that that was definitely the case today once again. I got to thank you massively for your support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this thing possible. We wouldn't be able to keep it running. And so a humongous thanks to you once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, a big shout out to Randy Schmidt, who put in a 50. And thank you very much, Randy, for also helping to keep the channel going with that support. And we also have a super chat from none other than Medieval Mace, LSA. And thank you very much, Medieval Mace, for that support. He said, prayers for our troops in Israel, and God bless and long live the Leaf Spring Army, from Mace.
And I would have to definitely agree. If you find yourself of the cloth of the of any real religion, I would say that I would hope that you would pray for our armed forces overseas. They are currently in the midst of an actual war, and with war always comes the certainty that someone will get wounded and killed, which is a great tragedy of war. But nevertheless, at least in this conflict, I can assure you that they are definitely not dying in vain. This is a significant national security risk that the Iranians pose to the safety of the U.S. citizenry here on the home front, and also U.S. strategic interests that keep the United States a fairly prosperous place to be. And so I do have to say it's quite unfortunate to hear of the death of the 3 U.S. soldiers in Kuwait. Once we are able to get their names, we will actually be mentioning their names on air to make sure that we can notify the general rest of the public, the exact members of the armed forces who were killed, their ranks and their branch that they were serving in when they were killed. And if there are any wounded that we hear about, we'll be notifying all of you all about that as well. It's a very unfortunate reality of a war that casualties do happen. But nevertheless, they are dying with a significant cause and purpose, and we do have to say that we honor them quite significantly for the sacrifice that they have made for the Republic. So a big thanks to you for the support and help with this channel to keep on running, and long live the Leaf Spring Army, and long live the Republic. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Sutton Edmondson. He puts in a 50, and thank you, Sutton, for that support. He said, I have family in Saudi Arabia, and y'all have any word on what's happening there? For the most part, Sutton, they should be fine for the most part. Saudi Arabia does have a very potent air defense system and air force as well. Generally, we've only seen attacks on the U.S. air base near Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. That's generally the main spot that's been attacked. And we are hearing rumors that Saudi Arabia might try to retaliate against Iran, possibly, but that's not fully determined yet. But generally speaking, Saudi Arabia, out of all the countries that they could be in, is probably one of the better ones that your family could be in. If they're in a Gulf state, my opinion might be a little bit different. Meaning a Gulf state like the UAE, Qatar, Bahrain, I would be a little bit more concerned, a lot more concerned if they were there. But Saudi Arabia, they're kind of all right. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that anyone who's in Saudi Arabia right now has kind of won, I guess, the air defense lottery is probably the best way to put it. The Saudis have great air defense, and they also have a fairly significant air force to conduct point air defense as well. Well, actually, point air defense is a ground-based thing. Air defense in the air is non-point. It's really can happen anywhere. Aircraft can move generally wherever in a very short amount of time compared to an air defense system on the ground. But they are in pretty good standing at the moment right now as far as their safety. There shouldn't be any significant issues. We do know that the Prince Sultan Air Base did come under an attack. We haven't been able to hear of any damage that was conducted to the Prince Sultan Air Base, at least from what I've seen. Matthew might have seen different because after we went off air last night, I went out like a light. I was exhausted. And also my voice is getting kind of a little worn out too, which is probably why a lot of y'all are hearing that it sounds a lot more slow, and also it doesn't sound as high-pitched or energetic. It's not that I'm out of energy, it's just that I need to kind of like try and manage my voice here because it's wearing out over all of the talking that we've done over the past day and a half. But if they were in a Gulf state, that would be a little bit concerning depending on which one. If they're in the UAE, they would actually be in a little bit of risk because the UAE has been working heavily on the air defense, but there's still so many attacks coming at them that there's just a larger amount of ordnance making it through. If you're in Bahrain, I mean, Bahrain is a really tough place to be right now. It just absolutely is. They don't really have a lot of air defense in Bahrain, and also they're getting overwhelmed. Qatar is a fairly safe place to be. We've seen some explosions in Doha, but not a great deal of them, and it appears that the air defense is working quite competently in Qatar. In Kuwait, there's been a lot of attacks on Kuwait, and just due to how close Kuwait is to the launching points, the air defense response window is incredibly short, meaning that there's a high chance that stuff's going to make it through just because they have very little time to respond. So generally, Saudi Arabia is a very safe place to be. I would actually say that Jordan is quite a safe place to be as well. But the closer you get to the Islamic Republic of Iran, like any of the other Gulf states, it starts to get a lot more dangerous. So they should be safe. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Okay, so let's jump out of our super chats here for just a second, and we're going to move back into the news because we have more news to cover and more information coming out right now. Also, by the way, folks, I hate to do this because we're currently on Iran, but I do have a little bit more news from two other countries right now, two other war zones. In Russia right now, Russia is experiencing a massive attack on Novorossiysk port, which is a critical port for Russia, a military location. We are seeing that right now, and it looks like it's currently ongoing as we speak. That's a huge explosion right there, happening literally on the port itself. So not to like pull everybody's brains every which direction, but Russia right now is getting slammed hard by Ukraine. But we're going to save all the details about that for a little while later. In the meantime, though, we are getting more disturbing word about the Pakistan-India situation that could be breaking out right now. We are hearing some allegations that hospitals in Punjab, Sindh, and AJK might have been placed on high alert, in addition to the earlier alleged fighter jet activity that we heard on the Indian-Pakistan border. So we don't know what's up with that. We had speculated before that maybe India might feel compelled to act against Pakistan because, of course, they hate the hell out of each other. They might see this as an opportunity to deal with Pakistan possibly, but we don't know any of that for a fact. Right now, we're still trying to ascertain what's happening between Pakistan and India, but it sounds like something is going on, but it's still not really clear. Also, we gotten one more piece of breaking news, moving back to the Iranian news for a second, that the UK has authorized the United States to launch strikes on Iran from British bases. That is a major change, by the way, because previously the UK had restricted the United States from using Diego Garcia or RAF Mildenhall. What was it again?
It was RAF Fairford.
RAF Fairford, not Mildenhall, excuse me. They had banned the United States from using those to launch attacks on Iran. Apparently, they have now changed their mind. Mr. Starmer has had a common sense reckoning moment, apparently, and decided to play ball. So that has changed. Also, we are seeing a little bit more detail here about the tanker movement, the massive movement we're seeing from Spain to the United Kingdom. We don't know really why that's happening, but some new speculation is coming out from a pretty decent source, Defense Geek, that says that multiple U.S. tanker aircraft are departing Spain and apparently moving to withdraw from Spain. So that's the current speculation right now. We don't know exactly why they're moving, but we have seen that sort of odd movement from Spain to the UK. Still not sure about that. But Enforcer, what say you?
Really interesting. I do have to say that the whole Starmer address, I'm guessing that the Starmer address is probably something along the lines of, "Hello, America. I'm sorry. I didn't know the Iranians would crush out like that on goal. Well, you can use their bases now," and it just opens up two of them. But one of them is incredibly important. One of them is Diego Garcia. The other one is RAF Fairford, which is in the United Kingdom. So it's really not doing a lot to change the situation. I'll go show y'all RAF Fairford, however. I'll show it to y'all. Because this is the one that was denied. We were denied access to for military operations. And this one's actually somewhat significant, because there's actually a U.S. Air Force Support and Sustainment Brigade that is actually based at this RAF Air Base. So this one's actually important for sustainment operations, which we were generally denied access to. Now we are being allowed access to the base. So that will now be the developing situation there. You can also see all of these cars that are parked here, because when the satellite picture was made, there was actually an air show going on RAF Fairford. You can see that right here. But anyways, now we know that we can use RAF Fairford up north of Swindon, and we can also use Diego Garcia as well. So that's interesting to see. And it also does appear that this might be the beginning of Operation Sindoor 2.0 between India and Pakistan. So we might get another war breaking out in the middle of the cartel war, which then was interrupted by the breaking out of the Middle Eastern war. So now we're going now there's going to be a literal endless war. So let me show you all this, folks. from Israel all the way over to the very border of India over here with Burma, and also even including actually, you know what, the thing about it, there's a conga line of wars that might be happening here because there's still the ongoing tensions in Thailand and Cambodia. War could break out at any minute there. There's a civil war in Myanmar, also called Burma. I call it Burma. And then there might be a war between India and Pakistan. Pakistan is at war with Afghanistan, and Iran's at war with everyone else in the Middle East. So there's literally an endless line of war, basically just north of the equator, from the Middle East all the way down to Southeast Asia.
You know the crazy part about that. If that war breaks out between India and Pakistan, and all of a sudden Thailand and Cambodia breaks back out, the only country that will effectively not be at war will be China at that point. That's at least when it comes to major countries. Obviously, Australia won't be at war. China won't be at war. Europe will generally be at war with Iran in an indirect sense because they will be, I would assume, like we're hearing, launching attacks on Iran shortly. So it seems like, World War III sounds dramatic, but it seems like we're in a global conflict stage at this point if these wars actually break out.
Actually, Matthew, I have to break for a significant announcement that just came out from the Chinese Foreign Ministry. They've actually announced that they're going to be launching a snap military exercise around Taiwan. They are calling this Operation True Justice. I'm just kidding, by the way. Thank God.
Oh my God, man, don't do that. You give me a heart attack.
I'm just kidding, folks. The Chinese haven't announced any military exercises right now around Taiwan. But I will tell you all this: we haven't seen one announced. We haven't seen the Chinese announce one yet. One's coming around here soon. It actually might be announced within days or within the month, because usually they conduct a joint sword or they conduct a similar operation like that somewhere within the kind of like in the springtime a little bit. Don't worry, they're not going to war yet. We're waiting for them to build up some specific amphibious capabilities within the Navy. It's still in the shipyard at the moment, and then they have to go through sea trials and fitting out and everything. So it's going to be a little ways away, sometime probably around 2027 or 2028, because we've actually seen that shipbuilding capacity is still the same as it has been, which is high, but it isn't going, if we don't want to call it fast any longer due to some internal situations in China, an economic slowdown, a whole bunch of other stuff. So we generally believe that it's still going to be 2027 or 2028 right now. And so with that, I hope that does address that.
I'm not gonna lie, man, you legit almost gave me a heart attack. That actually freaked me out for a minute because I was thinking, if that actually happens, it is World War. If that starts happening, like no doubt about it. That's the one thing there that would instantly, I would say, if that happened, if they announce an emergency drill like you're talking about, I'd be like, okay, folks, you better like go stock up at the store or something, because I think World War is actually breaking out if that were to happen. So shoot, I tell you, got to try to get my nerves under control after that, man. That's a hell of a joke.
Man, I was sitting there thinking, I was like, you would know that that's not happening. I mean, the Chinese Foreign Ministry, the last statement that they put out, folks, the Foreign Ministry,
I don't put nothing past nobody these days, man. I don't put nothing past anybody anymore.
Well, like the thing I was thinking that you know this, man. I mean, the thing that would give it away is that it usually wouldn't be the Chinese Foreign Ministry announcing it. At least first, it would be the PLA Eastern Theater Command that would announce that, and then the Foreign Ministry would give an official announcement. Because the Eastern Theater Command would make the exclusionary zones, and then the Foreign Ministry would announce it. It's kind of like a little bit of a step-by-step process. So I was thinking you would pick up on that. That's why I said the Foreign Ministry said. I was like, maybe you'll pick up on that, like, that jumped kind of the chain that we've seen before, but very, very unfortunately, it didn't. I think we're both tired, honestly. And also, by the way, Matthew, if you would like to talk to the folks, I'm just going to step away really quickly for a moment. Tend to some. I'm going to the restroom. If you could filibuster for a minute, I would be very appreciative.
Okay, so in the meantime, while the enforcer takes a quick break to get some water and refreshment and things like that, we do have some more breaking news right this second. I'll be honest, I'm still trying to get my nerves under control, so hopefully I'm not jittery here for a second. But we are hearing from an Israeli media outlet that the ministerial council members in Israel were advised that Iran's preparing to substantially accelerate missile launch activities. So you might notice that conflicts with the official Israeli military report that they had allegedly taken out at least half of Iran's TEL ballistic missile launchers. Apparently, I expressed skepticism about that earlier, and it sounds to me like that was indeed a skeptical statement indeed. They're saying that Iran's going to accelerate missile launches very, very soon. Also, by the way, we have just seen the U.S. president. He just got on board Air Force One. He's currently leaving Palm Beach and heading back to the White House. He's expected to arrive at 6:45 p.m. local time. We might get to see possibly an Oval Office address, maybe. Not entirely sure about that, though. We'll have to wait and see. Meanwhile, though, let's see here. we are hearing some more information about the India-Pakistan situation that might be breaking out. Pakistan has noticed the increased activity on the border with India, and they are actively raising threat levels right now, and they're fully prepared in case of any quote-unquote misadventure from India. So they're fully alert and prepared for action as we speak right this second. So that is what we're hearing. Also, by the way, I'm trying to check and see if we had any more breaking news coming out right this second here. Let's see here. So we are hearing once again that the Punjab governments are putting all hospitals on preemptive high alert in Pakistan and also apparently India as well that we're hearing about. So that's very disturbing to hear. And once again, we did get the idea that the permission is being granted for Diego Garcia and Aria Fairford to be used by U.S. To strike Iran. So very big news with that as well, by the way. So we are seeing that. So right now, that appears to be most of our breaking news that's happening right this minute. So we are keeping an eye out. Meanwhile, I am seeing some alerts popping up in Israel, by the way. We are seeing some alerts popping up in what appears to be the most northern part of the country near Haifa. In fact, it's just north of Haifa that we're seing red alerts popping up in right now. So I believe Enforcer has just gotten back. I need to grab a couple of things from the live chat. So I'm going to let him take it back from here. Were you able to hear any of that overview, by the way?
Yes, I was. And we actually do have an air alert that's now emerging right now within the northern area of Israel. This is near to the Galilee area. And it does appear that we are starting to see the air raid alerts are sounding generally over the entirety of the northern area. We're believing that this will expand into Haifa here incredibly soon. And so we will be waiting to see further developments and such situations as that. But with that in mind, it is time for us to see if we are going to be getting any other significant developments in between India and Pakistan, as it does appear that we may be seeing the beginning of Operation Sindoor 2 by the Republic of India, a continuation of the border war that appears to have been unsettled. And we do know that the 1960 Indus Water Treaty was never reinstated, meaning that war is generally going to be coming around the corner at some point between these two countries, and it might be coming here somewhat soon. We also understand at the moment Pakistan is still conducting a larger conflict against Afghanistan at this moment, and is conducting significant airstrikes within Afghanistan even still. Bagram did take hits yesterday while we were on air, along with a couple of other military facilities near the Kandahar area, and we do know that the Pakistani army generally has the upper hand against the Taliban and is advancing along the entirety of the front over the course of the day. But we are still keeping an eye on the situation that's now evolving over Israel, at least for now, and it does appear that there are larger amounts of air alerts that have been stated with hostile aircraft intrusions being mentioned over the specifically northeastern area of Israel. And so...
Oh, wait a minute. Get this. This just came out. The French military is saying that no aircraft carrier is being deployed to the Middle East. That's what the French military just said. That is contradicting the report that we got earlier, and also that was being widely reported that the Charles de Gaulle was apparently moving to redeploy to the Eastern Mediterranean. Apparently, the French military is saying that's not true. I'm not sure if maybe they're trying to confuse the situation so that way it's not violating their operational security. I'm not sure if that's maybe an intentional statement that may be false. We're not sure about that, but they're saying there's not one being sent, at least for right now.
Huh, that's a little interesting. We'll have to see if that ends up remaining true. And we'll have to see where the Charles de Gaulle ends up, if we can find that out at some point in the future. They might be lying about that right now, because the fact that a French naval facility was hit in Abu Dhabi, it's pretty likely to me that they're about to go down there and start hauling ass on someone, because the French don't let stuff like that go by. I don't know if anyone knows this. After the Second World War, the French went around on this endless campaign of war basically through the whole of the world. In West Africa, endless war. Southeast Asia, well, they fought until Dien Bien Phu of 1954. But they generally go around kind of hauling down on people if they make them a little angry. So I think that the French might be going down there to go take care of business, but right now they're just trying to throw people off of the scent.
Yeah, it seems like it. Certainly, indeed. Also, by the way, folks, I'm about to run a poll here in just a second. I just got to get a chance to write it here in just a moment. Let's see here. Wait a minute. Hold on. Before I say that, let me get you some more news about the French situation. I think the French might be lying, actually. The EU just confirmed that it's deploying 2 French vessels to the Red Sea, but did not specify what those vessels are. Let me repost that, by the way. I forgot to click the button. There we go. Refresh, and it should be there. But the EU is saying that 2 French vessels are heading down there. So the French are saying that Charles de Gaulle is not going. Meanwhile, the EU is saying that 2 French vessels are going. So somebody's lying. I have a feeling it might be the French Navy that's lying about the situation. So I guess they're doing that for OPSEC reasons, possibly. So don't count it out yet that they might be going down there. So, Enforcer, what do you think about that?
That is quite interesting to hear. I believe that this is going to be the beginning of a French preparation to begin their own bombings of the Islamic Republic of Iran. And also saw someone say, France has an aircraft carrier? Since when? Well, since forever. I know that in America, there's like this whole story that Europe has no military, but the French have their own inbuilt military. They build everything in-house, and they also have the only other nuclear-powered aircraft carrier in the world that is an American build. So the French are quite one hell of a force to be reckoned with. They actually also have the largest land army in Europe right now, as well. So, it's not like they're weak, and the French have generally gone around and messed with people when they wanted to. They're pretty cool like that, honestly. I really respect the French. The French have a very nice military. But outside of that, they're sending their aircraft carrier down into the Eastern Mediterranean, most likely at the moment, and they're going to be getting ready to go bomb Iran. Now, they have some really cool aircraft on board the Charles de Gaulle, which is the Rafale. And let me see if I can get the Rafale of the French Navy, because they are incredibly unique. Here we are. This is the Rafale. Or the Rafale. It's very hard to actually pronounce it in French. I call it the Rafale. Some people call it the Rafale. And there's a whole bunch of different ways that people try and pronounce it in English. But if you ever listen to the actual French, the French word, Rafale, it's something along those lines. I still can't get it right. But this is the aircraft that is primarily used on board the Charles de Gaulle. And these are quite capable of multi-role aircraft. They can conduct air-to-ground operations. The French also have this special thing called the AASM-250 Hammer. And the Hammer is wondrous. I mean, it's a truly incredible weapon. It's a rocket-assisted bomb. It's a rocket-assisted guided bomb. So what it does is that they can carry a decent number of these on a Rafale. You can actually see some of them right there. And when they release one off the cradle, it has a rocket. The rocket doesn't propel it like a missile, but it allows it to loiter in air for a little bit longer and make sure to guide itself pinpoint. And once the bomb is able to see that it is right over target and it has the right trajectory it's looking for, the rocket will enter this boost phase to where it actually accelerates the bomb into where it's basically slamming down quite truly like a hammer. That's why the bomb is called a hammer. So it's an incredibly interesting sort of a bomb. I have to say, folks, I don't know why so many people don't know a lot about the French military, because everybody just jokes about their history in World War II. But the French military is actually probably one of the most threatening and significant militaries that exists in the modern world today, outside of the United States of America. They have a very good armed force. I can't speak the praises of the French military enough. They have amazing technology, amazing equipment. They have incredibly good training. They have a very strict chain of command. They have very good rules of engagement. Well, they have rules of engagement that are so good they might even be a little too good. But the French are an amazing armed force. If they're going down to Europe, if they're going down to the Middle East right now, we're about to have a great ally down there helping us out with Iran. But beyond that, we have further news and breaking footage coming out at this moment. So, Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so we have a wild clip right here. Pause it for just a second. We have a wild clip, apparently, of an Israeli citizen, literally within, I think, like maybe less than a mile of a missile impact in an Israeli city. I'm not really sure which city this is. It could be possibly Jerusalem, I think. I'm not entirely sure about that, but this was a close one right here. And also a rare glimpse of how it looks for one of these Iranian ballistic missiles to hit on the ground. So let's take a look at this. Holy cow.
I can't tell you where that is.
Damn, man.
That might be Tel Aviv.
Yeah, it could be. That's a close call right there. I know on camera it doesn't look that close, but I mean, that's for a missile impact, that's pretty close, especially for people to be standing outside completely unarmored or unprotected. That's wild.
And that is pretty wild, I'd have to say. Really something else right there, but it does appear that the Iranians were able to see another missile of theirs impact into Israel. Well, the Iranians were able to see another missile of theirs impact into Israel. Very unfortunate to see. We are hearing, it's almost an endless slew at this point, folks, of attacks that are launched against everyone in the Middle East, and we're basically getting, like, it's really hard for us to even cover it as a large breaking event, but it's an endless ongoing breaking event, because the Iranians probably have more missiles and drones outbound towards the UAE right now as well, again. So we're waiting to get any information that we can from anywhere within the region right now, but it does appear that there are some more significant strikes that have been conducted. We even have further breaking information coming out at this moment.
So right now we have two different stories. First of all, let's jump into our first one here. We are hearing reports indicating that the Al-Shadadi military base, which is formerly a U.S. base that was later vacated and taken over by the Syrian army. You might recall us reporting on this about a few weeks back when we were covering the full withdrawal of the U.S. military from Syria to hand it over to the Gilani regime to take command of that base. It has been targeted, actually. The Al-Shadadi base, which is now in full control of Gilani's regime, it's now been struck. The attack is believed to have been carried out by the Iraqi Popular Mobilization Forces. Not really sure why they did that, really, because the U.S. forces are no longer there. Maybe they're a little bit behind on their intel, possibly, but it seems to be obviously no U.S. forces were hurt. They're not there. So we are hearing about that. But in bigger news, though, we're seeing some satellite images showing the Tabriz missile base. I'm not sure if we saw this earlier or not, but we have a wild clip here of Tabriz. Also, Enforcer, are you showing that, or is the stream lagging?
I'm actually about to be showing that right now. Oh boy, I just had to get to it. Oh wait, we've already shown this way early on. This is the underground missile facility. We actually covered this towards the start of the show, actually.
Okay, well, we've already covered this before, but just to go over this one more time, by the way, we are seeing that Tabriz, which is a missile base in Iran, has been absolutely hammered by U.S. strikes. Was this hit by the B-2s? Was this one of those sites?
Yes, this is one of the hard sites hit by the B-2s.
So that explains the entry points right there at the very top. That looks very similar to what was used, the GBU-57?
No, these were normal JDAMs, like 2,000-pounders and stuff.
Oh, okay. Well, they had a pretty similar signature when they hit to almost like a GBU impacting the ground, actually. But that's what we're seeing right there. It's been hit heavily, so it looks like that facility is generally out of action for the most part.
Yes, and so from what we understand, folks, we haven't really been able to get the totality of the damage caused by the B-2 run last night, but the B-2s came in this time around with 2,000-pound JDAMs, and we believe that these may have been some armor-piercing variant of a JDAM, meaning that they were just, souped up with a little bit more steel on their frame instead of explosive filler. These were able to actually cave in the entrance to the missile facility and were able to generally level and completely destroy any of the supporting facilities outside of the tunnel. We've heard that this was apparently done multiple times, even over a dozen times or more throughout the entirety of the country. It's just that this is the only one that we have clear proof of its total destruction of at the moment. So this may also significantly reduce Iranian volume of fire over a sustained rate because the Iranians cannot even access the missiles that they have. They're now buried underground. So I hope that does address that situation well once again. And also, I see a lot of people talking about where in the world do you get the map that's shown on air. This one right here is actually accessible on our stream. It's in the link in the description below. And let me go and show that to y'all here really quickly so that way a lot of y'all can find it. If you are on the computer, this will be completely relevant to you. Let me mute that really quickly and go show y'all this right here. So let me put it in. Oh, theater mode doesn't change anything. Okay, well, you just go to the description. I mean, like, that's the best way I can explain it. It's the link at the bottom. It's the day 1467 Global War News Map. You click on that link right there, and it actually will bring you to this very map. And then you can go around and you can look at all the markers that we put down in the Middle East. We basically have nothing coming out from the rest of the world right now. We were covering our normal world news schedule up until the war with Iran started, and then we basically only been focusing on Iran right now. So I hope that does give you a little bit of information as to how to find this map and take a look around for yourself. And if you also want to use another source, you can go to our Twitter account. The link for that is also in the description below, and then you can go and look at the Twitter as well, where we repost a lot of stuff. Sometimes that stuff doesn't make it onto the main map right here.
Also, we're hearing some news right now, some preliminary reports that Iran might have attacked another oil tanker in the Strait of Hormuz. We don't know much about it yet, though, but it looks like there is some chatter about another oil tanker apparently getting hit by the Iranian forces. But we don't know anything yet about that, so take it with a grain of salt. We'll be on the lookout for that story, though. I'm currently trying to gather more information about that one.
And that is something interesting to hear. We may have heard, and we'll see if the UKMTO, which is the United Kingdom's Maritime Trade Organization, puts out any information on this soon. But it appears there may have been another attack that has happened within the area of the Strait of Hormuz at the moment. And so we'll be trying to see if we can get any information on that, at least right now. And we're also hearing that there is still ongoing hostilities in between Pakistan and Afghanistan at the moment as well. That sadly wouldn't really be a part of our our purview for the night tonight. And we're also now hearing that the United Kingdom is considering limited strikes on Iranian missile launchers and storage facilities at the moment right now as well. So it does appear that the United Kingdom is significantly considering armed involvement within the conflict. And we have also gotten this wildly interesting footage right here provided by none other than the United States Navy. This is actually showing another one of our early bergs conducting TLAM Tomahawk cruise missile attacks against the Islamic Republic of Iran. We're actually going to show you all that footage right now. Someone asked, how much is it per rocket? About like 2.5 million. It's nothing really. It's like a tank each. You know, weapons aren't cheap, especially a Tomahawk cruise missile like this. They have about a 1,300-mile range. They carry about a 1,000-pound warhead each, and they're also nuclear capable. Well, some of them are nuclear capable, not all of them. Most of them are not even nuclear capable, and all of them these days are equipped with conventional warheads. But they are about 2.5 million a pop. But it really depends on the batch. Like some of these, depending on their batch, may have only been about 1.5 million. But it is really nice to see the Arleigh Burke out here just casually bebopping around and then firing off nation-ending volume of Tomahawks. Pretty neat to see it. So that is a little bit of footage that we were able to see via the U.S. Navy. Really cool. But moving us on into some other news that I was able to sleuth out for all of y'all right now while Matthew's also on the prowl. We have also been able to see that the port of Novorossiysk is still burning heavily after a major Ukrainian attack hit it tonight, and we are still waiting for further developments and information on the Iranian oil tanker. Hopefully we'll be able to get some further details and developments on that here in the very near future. But Matthew, do we have anything coming out on your end right now?
So not seeing anything really new happening right this second. We are hearing about more hostilities between missile fire between Israel and Iran, obviously, but nothing too major right now. Also, by the way, let's see something here. So we're hearing, and we've known about this for a minute. We're hearing that GPS jamming and spoofing is apparently some of the serious we've ever seen in the Strait of Hormuz so far. Apparently, it's been confirmed by authorities as well that windward data and other maritime reports are completely messed up and skewed as well because of that jamming. And yeah, it's really bad. In fact, I'm watching a video right here of what appears to be a ship's clock going berserk, and also a bunch of other telemetry inside the vessel apparently having all kinds of issues. They're literally jumping around like their coordinates are jumping all over the place. So definitely very interesting. That's also explaining why a lot of companies don't even want to send their ships through the strait, because they can't even figure out where they're at because none of their systems are working properly due to all the electronic warfare. And we're not even sure which country is the one doing that, by the way. It could be the United States, Israel, Iran. It could be anybody. But somebody's jamming the hell out of the area.
And it certainly does appear that that's the case. It might be both sides, actually. And also, I've seen some people asking the age-old question, did Congress declare a war, and is this war illegal? And no. The answer is no to both of those. One, the War Powers Act allows for the President of the United States to conduct military actions for a period of 60 days without a congressional declaration of war. That can then be extended to 90 days, an extension of 30 days, at least in that total of 90 days, if a written letter is submitted to Congress by the President of the United States stating that 30 days would additional actions would be necessary to see the proper conclusion of the armed forces actions overseas. Congress has not declared an official state of war since the end of the Second World War in 1945, meaning that every single conflict that has happened since then has not had an official congressional declaration of war. So if people are saying, and I want to make it incredibly clear, that if people are saying Oh, well, it's illegal. That means every single president who has ever been involved in starting a war since 1945 has started all of them illegal wars. It's been 80 years. This has been challenged many times legally, and it's been shot down because there is no merit to say that the president starting a war via the War Powers Act without a congressional declaration of war is illegal, because a legal precedent has been laid out for 70 years or more that is not the case. So like I gotta say, if you don't like the war, that's one thing, but claiming illegality where there is none because of the War Powers Act, not making an action like this illegal, that's just brain dead. That's like a whole bunch of people saying that it's treason to support Ukraine. There's nothing inside of the U.S. Constitution that says that the Congress can authorize support, congressional drawdowns to provide weapons to Ukraine or another foreign country, and the president can't approve that either. And I see like I gotta have a little bit of an aside here for a moment, folks, because I see a lot of people like, yeah, these stupid liberal. I mean, I gotta say, I don't like Republicans or Democrats equally. I'll just kind of make that clear, because right now Republicans act like this war is just perfect, it's angelic, and the Democrats act like it's demonic. And then on the flip side, though, Republicans act like the war in Ukraine is demonic and horrendous, and then the Democrats look at it as angelic. If we were looking at it in reality, war is a nasty business. I mean, it's a horrific thing. We cover it for as our job and a living, and this doesn't mean that it's a great thing that we should see happening all over the course of the globe, but wars are necessary sometimes. And it's absolutely ridiculous to me how political people from the right and the left can't take their blinders off and realize that Russia is as big an enemy to us and would do the same thing Iran's doing right now to us if they could, and if they have to, they will. They're both enemies of the United States.
Yeah, also, by the way, we are getting some more news coming out right now, by the way. Well, we are hearing that apparently, according to reports, that over 2,000 targets, this is according to U.S. officials, by the way, over 2,000 targets in Iran have been struck so far between the United States and Israeli air forces. So that's apparently how many targets have been hit. That's according to the most recent report as of 5 minutes ago that we've received right now. Also, we are hearing that, let's see here, I don't want to really jump into the Russian news right now. We are seeing some massive attacks inside of Russia. Like, in fact, we see attacks in Russia all the time. These are pretty large attacks that are happening right now. It looks like Ukraine is absolutely blitzing. I think Ukraine might be trying to get back in the headlines again. So they're trying to do something crazy to get back in the headlines, because they're launching a huge attack. Novorossiysk is being hammered pretty bad. In fact, worse than I've seen it get hammered in a long time. We're also hearing as well, Novorossiysk, man, jeez, like I don't want to jump into that Russian news right now, but Novorossiysk is getting slammed. Also, we are hearing some more news here. I should scratch that. That's not a new piece of news right here on this one. So yeah, that's actually our breaking news for the moment right there. But I just wanted to bring the information about the 2,000 targets hit in just 2 days. That's a hell of a lot.
Man, down in the Middle East, Allah Akbar, and then Zelensky, hi, I'm Zelensky, and welcome to Jackass. And then like Novorossiysk just explodes. Like, it's like, I always got to give it to the Ukrainians. They know to put on a spectacle whenever things start getting a little heated out there in the world. Like back in the day when the India-Pakistan war started, we saw that the Ukrainians did something fairly similar back then. They started conducting absolutely massive attacks against the Russians, but we also know that the Ukrainians are putting a lot more pressure on the Russians these days, so the attacks are naturally getting larger. Like they're getting larger, longer range, and more impactful. So it is quite a significant attack, I have to say, folks. We're not really showing a lot of it on air at the moment, but Novorossiysk is getting pounded, and so it's good to see that, at least. The United States is directly defeating an enemy of our nation in the Middle East, and the Ukrainians are generally doing most of the heavy lifting for us against the Russians right now.
Honestly, folks, it feels like a world at war. Like when you really look at it, like all these major situations happening. It's unprecedented, by the way. At this level, this has not happened since the end of World War II. So it's not exaggerations to say that this is by far the highest amount of tensions globally, and not just tensions, active war zones that we've seen, in decades. It's really insane to see it. Speaking of that, though, by the way, we do have a poll that's currently running. It said, "Do you think the Iran war will spark further escalations in other countries to cause global war?" 38% said it'll only cause a Middle Eastern regional war only, and it will stay contained to the Middle East. 35% said yes, a global war does seem likely, and 18% said no, it won't cause that situation. So I personally believe that we're already in a light version of a global war, because let me lay it out for everybody. We are seeing a massive war in Europe between Ukraine and Russia that's going into its fourth plus year, which is insane on its own accord. We're now seeing the entire Middle East is falling into a regional war, and it will become one, rest assured. It's going to be a regional war. It's already one, in my opinion, but it'll become an official regional war very shortly once you see Europe and everybody else start attacking Iran. You also have the India-Pakistan situation, which is about to fire right back up. China also wants to take Taiwan. North Korea is involved with assisting Russia. Iran was also involved in assisting Russia as well. Meanwhile, in our hemisphere of the world, you have Venezuela that just got attacked by the United States, and also we had a war there as well, a very short one, but it was a bit of a war. We also have a major cartel Mexico war going on right now that's still active, not stopped yet. It's still going on, and right now the Mexican government is trying to get control of that. And we also have possibly terror attacks that are being activated globally by all these sickos that we're currently fighting right now. So it's a lot of stuff going on. You got to admit, that's a lot of stuff going on right now. And also a lot of political upheaval happening, even in the countries that are not at war, a lot of domestic political upheaval happening. So it's certainly not a time for peace. That's for damn sure. So I think I'm a little bit in the unsure camp here. I'm a little bit on the fence. But Enforcer, what say you?
I mean, it's I would have to say, man, I almost turned into that one guy. Wow, only because my voice is getting so shot. Honestly, I would say,
Cuba. I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt, but Cuba as well. I mean, you got that whole thing going on. I almost forgot about that. There's so much stuff going on. We're doing a blockade on Cuba, and also the United States government saying that Cuba's going to fall soon, which might mean we're going to do something to Cuba. So sorry to interrupt, but I forgot that one.
I would say this is most likely going to remain Middle Eastern only for now. The whole India-Pakistan thing kind of contains itself. Like, it's basically a microcosm in its own little world. So that ought to not be a big issue if that breaks out again, and they'll manage. And if anyone gets nuked, it's just themselves. So I mean, that's not great. I mean, it's not going to be world ending, at least with the Indians and the Pakistanis. But I mean, there's been a lot of conflicts going on. I mean, I'll definitely tell y'all, folks, we are in a very tense sort of a situation right now, at least, and it's very hard to see anything like this. And I saw someone say, "Oh, don't you know about the Cold War?" I mean, there was no amount of wars like this going on back then. Like, we actually checked that on air before. I was like, how many wars are going on in the 2020s? And the list is like a literal shopping list of wars. And then I was like, okay, well, how many were going on in the 60s, the 70s, and the 80s? And it's hardly anything compared to the amount of wars that are going on right now. I mean, the world is at war, but it's not a world war at the moment. All of these wars are separated from each other and contained kind of in their own region. But there's a lot of them going on. I mean, we were just listed off the wars that have happened quite recently. There's the U.S. war with Venezuela. There's the U.S. tensions with Cuba. There's the cartel war in Mexico. There's also another cartel war in Ecuador right now. There is, let me think of some others. Oh, let me see here. Let me think. Okay, yeah, it's moving us on into Europe. There's the war in Ukraine, which is a major one. There's also been the Middle Eastern War, or the Middle Eastern Wars, which have been going on, which literally encompass the entirety of the Middle East at this point. There's the Yemeni Civil War, which involves the Houthis. There's the Syrian Civil War, and the Second Syrian Civil War, which just ended recently, which was a smaller one, but still fairly significant. There's also the Sudanese Civil War. There's the ongoing wars against ISIS and insurgents in Chad, Niger, Nigeria, and Mali, along with the coup that happened in Burkina Faso, and also a whole bunch of other situations that are happening in sub-Saharan Africa. There's still a whole bunch of wars going on in Uganda and the Democratic Republic of the Congo amongst multiple different factions and groups, generally in the bush of the countries there. Let's see here. Where else? Oh yeah, there's a war with Afghanistan and Pakistan. There's also the war in between the multiple different Taliban factions against each other. There has been, let's see here. Oh yeah, there was the war between Armenia and Azerbaijan that kicked off kind of again recently. And then there was, let's see, the war with Pakistan and India. And then there was the civil war that's still going on in Burma and has been going on for a while. The Thailand-Cambodia war, the tensions in between China and Taiwan that are getting very close to a war. And then the endless, never-ending standoff going on between North and South Korea. Then there's also some instability in the Philippines to a degree, but it's not really a war. And then let's see here. That's about all of them, and that's all happened probably within about the past half year. All of that or it kind of concluded within the past half year. So I mean, there's a lot going on. I mean, if you look just a little north of the equator, Ukraine being one of the few outliers. Basically, everything north of the equator is in an almost endless state of war right now. And then Ukraine is a little bit farther north than the rest of that. But I mean, there's literally a war going on most everywhere.
Oh, so breaking news right this second right here. This is a crazy one. We've just heard an explosion being reported at a UK airbase in Cyprus.
Oh.
And show them the location of Cyprus, by the way, so that way everybody gets an idea of where this is at. There's Cyprus. So you see the location. That is far away from Iran. We've heard a explosion being reported here in an airbase. We don't have hardly any details. This is like it's a ticker tape right now. It's a news flash. So we're currently trying to get some details about this right here, but that's a big one. Apparently, the UK is being targeted. Also, by the way, in addition to that, apparently we have some more details. The initial report indicates a suspected UAV impact on the British RAF Akrotiri base. Akrotiri base in Limassol, Cyprus. So that is the air base that's apparently been struck by a drone. I'm not sure how that drone got through all that airspace like that. It must have gone through Iraq and then Syria and somehow got to Cyprus. But that'd be the only logical flight path for a drone like that from Iran. So that is crazy right there. I don't have any footage of it right this second, but that is a doozy here. So we're waiting on more information. Also, by the way, the U.S. forces are under attack in Iraq. We're hearing of CIWS activity, which is also known as a CRAM, basically, which is an air defense minigun, essentially. It's currently active in Baghdad right now. Apparently, the embassy is still under attack, the U.S. embassy there. And also, we're hearing explosions being reported at the Baghdad International Airport in the Iraqi capital. So it's going down right this second. This stuff started hitting the fan right now. And apparently, these are explosions from Iran, and they also targeted Cyprus at the same time. So, Enforcer, what say you?
Also, we have footage of the IRGC headquarters, or an Iranian regime headquarters in Sepah Square, being directly hit by missiles just moments ago within Tehran as well. This is all happening simultaneously right now, folks. Here's the footage of the incoming U.S. missiles slamming into the Islamic regime's headquarters within Tehran. We see 2 missiles have come in so far. Here comes a third and a fourth. We see the impacts are almost mired by the smoke and the dust rising from the last explosions. A massive hit on a Iranian governmental headquarters within the central area of Tehran at the moment. And we're seeing a 5th missile. A 6th. These may have just been fired only about 12 minutes ago by the U.S. Navy. A 7th and an 8th.
We have breaking news after this video.
Gotcha, and we're gonna round out this video really quickly, folks, before we get to that breaking news. We're starting to see that things are heating up again at the moment. And that's the end of that clip, but what do we have for breaking news, Matthew?
Okay, so right now we are hearing that we're once again getting more sources saying that they're saying a suspicion of a crash in Cyprus. They're saying that there's been aircraft scrambled. They're saying there's alarms going off with a strong explosion being heard in the area. There's other reports saying that it was certainly an Iranian drone, and there's some other sources saying they're not really sure about it. But Cyprus is apparently either under attack or they've had a massive explosion, one or the other. So we're currently monitoring that situation. Also, by the way, Europe is apparently getting so concerned with what's happening with the Middle East. They're worried about strikes that Iran might conduct on Europe, that apparently Zelensky, the Ukrainian President Zelensky, has offered to help Europe defend its skies, as they're worried that the Middle East situation will escalate and that they're going to start firing missiles at Europe, perhaps. So it's getting crazy tonight. It's really getting crazy. Like, this is some pretty big stuff coming out right now. So we're going to be monitoring this closely. But Enforcer, what's your analysis while I look for more breaking news?
It certainly does appear that there may have been some sort of an incident that's happened at RAF Akrotiri at the moment. We're going to see if we can get some further information on that. And it also appears that there's now significant concern, at least throughout Europe, that Iranian attacks could actually start to extend on towards Europe itself. Interestingly enough, we haven't heard of the Republic of Turkey coming under direct attack yet by Iranian missiles, and we will have to generally wait and see if Europe will be attacked, and the best way will be that we will be able to tell that is if Turkey gets attacked. We've interestingly noted, however, that Iran has gone without attacking Turkey, and we believe that the reason for that is because Turkey is actually a NATO member, and if Iran attacks Turkey on Turkish soil, unlike other countries within Europe, like for example the French base that got hit in Abu Dhabi and the British base at Akrotiri, I do not believe that the British base at Akrotiri or the French base inside of Abu Dhabi are provided any Article 5 protections, but the entirety of the territory of the Republic of Turkey is offered and is provided under the NATO Charter Article 5 protections, meaning that any Iranian attack on Turkish soil could lead to an Article 5 invocation where we could see the entirety of the NATO's armed forces brought to bear against the Islamic Republic of Iran. So that's quite interesting to note, but it does appear that the Ukrainians are actually offering to try and provide some form of air defense to the European Union to help them out if they come under attack.
So I think I've made a revelation here. These drones that just targeted Cyprus, if it is indeed a drone, right now there's still a little confusion about what it was. I'm seeing several sources still say it was an Iranian drone. It may not have come from Iran. It might have come from Lebanon because right now Israel appears to be having alerts triggered by launches from Lebanon right now. And it looks like they're saying there's a hostile drone incursion, which is also a drone that hit Cyprus allegedly. That might explain why it actually hit Cyprus. But I was like, that's 600 miles away, or at least from Iran. When you go to Cyprus to Iran, that's a long distance. I'll be surprised if something made it all the way through there without somebody shooting it down. So that might explain it. It might have come from Lebanon. It could have been fired by Hezbollah, perhaps, at Cyprus. So that might make a lot more sense if that is the case. But right now, that's my assumption. That's my speculation based on the analysis here. So we're waiting for more information. But unfortunately, what do you make of that?
It's a fairly interesting development, I would have to say, and it does seem that there may have been a drone attack on RAF Akrotiri at the moment by a possible drone that was fired from Lebanon, and this also may be indicating that Hezbollah has now joined in the conflict and is now participating on the behalf of the Islamic Republic of Iran to conduct short-range, overwhelming attacks against British and Israeli air defenses within the Eastern Mediterranean. I'm trying to see if I can really quickly get to the NATO Charter, because we need to find out if RAF Akrotiri has actually extended NATO Article 5 protections, because I see some people saying it's British territory, and that doesn't mean that it's extended Article 5 protections.
Wait, hold on. More breaking news right now. More breaking news. So we are hearing that there are allegations of a plane crash in Cyprus as well. I'm not sure if that's the same thing that caused the explosion or if that's maybe something separate. I'm not sure. There's a lot of different conflicting reports. So let me give this disclaimer up front. All we know for a fact right now is there was a major explosion near an air base in Cyprus, which hosts UK forces. That's what we know for a fact. The cause is not entirely known. The prevailing speculation is that we've been kind of running with for the moment is that it was an Iranian drone, perhaps launched from Lebanon or directly from Iranian territory. But there's also reports that it could have been possibly a plane crash or something of that nature, or possibly maybe a terror attack. We simply don't know the cause. So we're gonna let the cause sort of remain fluid for a minute and sort of see where this pans out. But there's been an explosion in Cyprus, and obviously that's not normal, very clearly. So we are watching that close. Let's see here. So they've scrambled. It's confirmed that they scrambled aircraft. So that indicates it's likely a drone of sorts, because they've activated sirens and also scrambled aircraft. So if it was a plane crash, why would they scramble aircraft? That seems a bit strange. So this is interesting. This is a fascinating situation. We don't have a whole bunch of details still, so I'm waiting on more details. Let me keep doing some looking. I'm going to toss it back to you.
Also, by the way, just to make sure that we can see if RAF Akrotiri is provided any NATO Article 5 protections, we're going to be looking at Article 6 of the NATO Charter. I'll read this for y'all out loud, and we'll see if this actually would apply. For the purposes of Article 5, an armed attack on one or more of the parties is deemed to include an armed attack on the territory of any of the parties in Europe or North America, on the territory of Turkey, or on the islands under the jurisdiction of any of the parties in the North Atlantic area, north of the Tropic of Cancer. Let me go see where I can find the Tropic of Cancer. That must be somewhere around Iran. Let's see, Tropic of Cancer. Let me go take a look.
Cyprus is an EU member, by the way. I don't think they're a NATO member.
Well, this isn't a part of Cyprus. This is actually British overseas territory.
Aha. I think you can interpret. You're talking about the NATO articles you're talking about.
Yeah, and I'm and to get through.
I think you can interpret the NATO articles generally to mean. I think they say when it's an armed attack on any of the parties. I think that also includes their bases possibly as well.
Well, and only in specific areas, though. Like it has a specific geographical area on the territory of parties in Europe or North America, on the territory of Turkey or on the islands, or under the jurisdiction of any of the parties in the North Atlantic area, north of the Tropic of Cancer. So it has to be an attack within those specific parameters. And if it isn't, then it won't be provided Article 5 protections. But the RAF Akrotiri, or the Akrotiri territory of the United Kingdom, is north of the Tropic of Cancer, and it is within the area of Europe and North America. So generally that would seem to provide Article 5 protections at the moment. And also, an armed attack can include, a purposes deemed for an attack could include on the forces, vessels, or aircraft of any of the parties when in or over these territories or any other area in Europe in which occupation forces of any of the parties were stationed on the date when the treaty entered into force, or the Mediterranean Sea, or the North Atlantic area north of the Tropic of Cancer. So, if the British were attacked at RAF Akrotiri just moments ago by some sort of a Hezbollah or Iranian attack, this actually could be a NATO Article 5 invocation, or at least an Article 4 invocation that would lead to an Article 5 invocation by the British. So we'll have to see what further information comes out at the moment. We actually have more breaking news at this time.
Okay, so we have more breaking news. I'm about to repost it, but before I repost it, I need to give you a disclaimer, though. We cannot show this video right here. It has watermarks all over it. So sadly, we're not gonna be able to show the video, but I can tell you, I can describe to y'all what I'm seeing here. It's not much to see, so you're really not missing very much. There is an impact that I can see on the location of the British air base in Cyprus and Limassol. I am seeing an impact that does appear to be likely an Iranian drone. It appears to be on the same glide slope to the ground of the attack vectors that the Iranian drones usually take to hit a target. So I think the theory that this is an Iranian drone or launched from Lebanon is probably the most prevailing theory at the moment, and the video seems to corroborate that to a large degree. So, I mean, I'm trying to look here for a second.
Can you post it for us so that way we can show it on air?
Well, I can't remember. I told you you can't show the video on the air.
Well, we can show the frames of it, can't we?
I don't know. I don't know about this.
Well, moving on from that.
So show just a picture, just a single frame of it, and be cautious here.
I mean, it doesn't really show particularly anything, really.
Well, yeah, but you can't watch the video on the stream. Just take my word for it. I already watched the video. I just saw the thing coming in a second ago, and they're showing what appears to be an impact on the side of the airbase.
Oh, wait a minute. I just played it off air. Yeah, it does appear to show that. It does appear that there's some sort of a flash over the hillside. It actually appears that the video was filmed from somewhere around this town right here that you could see on air. This would be Episcopi Cantonment, and it appears that they were looking towards the area of Akrotiri, and somewhere behind a hillside right here, it appears that the drone exploded, or some sort of an object exploded directly above the area of RAF Akrotiri. So it does seem as though we can confirm that some sort of an explosion did occur at the area of the airbase, and that may suggest that the British have just come under a direct attack from NATO forces. Iranian forces. If that is the case, this actually could lead to an Article 4 invocation, convening a Security Council within NATO, which could then lead to an Article 5 invocation, not by the United States, but actually from the British, now that they've come under a direct attack that actually does fall within NATO defensive protections.
Also, by the way, for everybody who wants to watch the video, I did go ahead and put the link in the description, or not the description, but the link in the live chat for it, by the way. So you can click on that link and go watch it. It is on Twitter. We also, by the way, to explain this to folks, we can show videos and provide commentary over them. That's considered fair use of footage. So we are okay doing that, but it's only for the purposes of news reporting and also commentary. But there's a strange thing with YouTube. Sometimes people put copyright strikes on people, wrongfully so, even if it is covered under fair use, and we try to avoid that as much as possible by being very careful of the videos that we're showing. So we have to sort of be careful with showing certain footage. We have a legal right under fair use to show it and provide commentary for news reporting, but even at that, sometimes people still don't adhere to that. It's a strange world when it comes to copyright. So we try to play it safe as much as possible. But moving on from that, though, trying to check for more breaking news here about Cyprus. we are hearing that apparently there is some more news coming out of Cyprus right now. A security threat was declared at British bases in Cyprus shortly before midnight on Sunday, which is tonight. The personnel at the base, the British personnel that are there, were instructed to return home immediately, stay indoors, move away from windows, and take cover until further notice, according to sources on the ground in Cyprus. So that is something right there. That appears to be indicating there is definitely something going on there to a large degree. So they're saying it appears to be that most people are confirming it's an Iranian drone attack, most likely launched from Lebanon, most likely, that we're hearing about right now. So that appears to be the prevailing idea.
And we'll be, of course, covering the developments from RAF Akrotiri. It does appear that they have come under a direct attack, and there's now a shelter-in-place warning, which would give us an idea that they are under a direct attack at the moment. And we may see that the United Kingdom's government, also called in an official capacity, His Majesty's government, may announce that there was an attack on a British overseas territorial holding, which would be the area of RAF Akrotiri, which is a part of the British overseas territory of Cyprus. So we will be seeing if we can get any further information on that on the moment. And also, let me go show y'all this British overseas territory particularly, because it seems that a lot of people do not know that this territory exists. So let me go get it here really quickly. And let me go find this one in particular. So let's see. Akrotiri and Dikili. There we go. This is the British overseas territory of Akrotiri and Dikili, which you can see right here. This part of RAF Akrotiri, which is the air base, is actually down here on this little leg on Cyprus, on the territory. So this is actually a British territorial overseas holding. And so with that in mind, with this attack happening on British territory, on a British base, against British military aircraft, this could actually lead to an Article 4 invocation, and then lead to an Article 5 invocation, which, just to go get you all the NATO Charter again to make sure to lay this out, because everything works through a legal or written framework, Article 5 states, the parties agree that an armed attack against one or more of them in Europe or North America shall be considered an armed attack against them all. Consequently, they agree that if such an armed attack occurs, each of them, in exercise of the right of individual or collective self-defense recognized by Article 51 of the Charter of the United Nations, will assist the party or parties so attacked by taking forthwith, individually and in concert with other parties, such action as it deems necessary, including the use of armed force, to restore and maintain the security of the North Atlantic area. Any such armed attack, and all measures taken as a result thereof, shall immediately be reported to the Security Council. Such measures shall be terminated when the Security Council has taken the measures necessary to restore and maintain international peace and security. This means that NATO would be going to war with Iran if there was an Article 4 meeting, which is a meeting to talk about invoking Article 5 if Britain truly has been attacked by the Islamic Republic of Iran, which may have just happened. So right now we are seeing that we may see that NATO is now going to get officially drawn into this conflict in a defensive manner, which will involve them conducting offensive actions against Iran or counterattacks against Iran due to the fact that the British just came under a direct attack inside of Cyprus. We actually have more footage, well, actually the overseas territory of Akrotiri and Dikili, but we actually have more footage coming out at this moment. And so, Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so we do have some more news coming out right this minute. So it looks like, also, by the way, got to say it, thank you to the Department of War. We did ask yesterday that we could please get some footage of the Lucas being used, and it looks like they have delivered, and we've gotten some analysis from Army Recognition from the footage that the Department of War released showing the first uses of the Lucas drone. So they did deliver. Shout out to the Department of War for delivering the footage. We have the footage. So right here you can see this is a Lucas drone being fired from the back of a U.S. naval vessel. Sadly, what's the name of this vessel, by the way? I don't know it right off the hand.
Also, Matthew, I have to give a clarification. This is actually not current. This is actually from a U.S. Navy test of the Lucas drone that was conducted off of the coast of Florida about 3 weeks ago.
Oh, did we see this footage before?
Yeah, we actually showed this on air before.
Oh, man, I've totally forgotten about it. To be honest, I don't recall seeing this at all. But anyways, though, even if we have shown it before, we're going to go ahead and show this anyway, because it is showing still a Lucas drone being fired from the back. What's the name of the vessel, by the way, again? The
this
class
is an
of it?
Independence class LCS.
So Independence class, that's what we're looking at here. Sadly, I don't know the naval vessels that well, so forgive me for sort of being a little bit confused about the vessels. I don't know much about the Navy. That's not really my forte per se. So we do see here in the image that they fired it from the back deck of the ship, and it looks like it was on a stationary launch platform. I'm trying to make that out a little bit. The picture's a little bit blurry, really up close, but you can see the thing vertically launching off the back of it right there. So I'd presume that's the way they're launching them in this current conflict, which is quite interesting. I was wondering how they were doing that. So that appears to be the way they're doing it, and also the way they tested it as well during these tests.
And it does appear that it's very similar to a Shahed 136 in basically all regards. It very much copies the design of a Shahed. This generally is the design everyone's copying in the world right now. It also appears to have a rocket-assisted takeoff, which is provided by a booster, which is attached to the bottom and then detaches once the booster runs out of a charge. And it also appears to be fired off of a cradle at the aft section of the flight deck of the Independence class LCS. We haven't actually seen a large number of these being fired in a mass saturation tactic against the Iranians. We've only heard of fairly limited numbers of them. We still haven't even seen video evidence of that. But this is showing off at least a weapons test that was conducted about 3 weeks ago, actually, of the Lucas drones that were tested by the Independence class LCS seen right here. Sadly, I actually don't have the hull number of this one. It would be on the very bow of the vessel, and we can't see it, so I can't tell you which one of the Independence classes were conducting the test, but the tests were conducted successfully weeks ago. We are also, let me check something here really quickly, Matthew. Oh, wait a minute, hang on. We have a Eurofighter Typhoon that appears to have just scrambled from RAF Akatiri and is gaining vertical speed rapidly.
Yeah, that's one of the aircraft that were just scrambled a moment ago that are responding to a threat. Notice where it's heading. Is that active or is that predictive?
It appears that this is now probably, this is predictive at the point. Like, we could tell that it took off and it kind of spun towards Lebanon, but it's probably on some sort of an air patrol right now in close proximity to the airfield to be able to shoot down anything else that's coming in, because they probably haven't been given offensive orders this quickly.
Yeah, that is interesting. So apparently they turned off their transponder. We were told that multiple jets had scrambled, so that would indicate that they have their transponders off apparently, because there's not just one. There's apparently multiple in the sky right now. So that is interesting. Also, like I mentioned earlier, there is a warning being issued according to sources on the ground, telling people to go take shelter at that base. So it doesn't sound like a plane crash. It sounds to me like all the information that we have currently does support the idea this was an Iranian drone strike, and I'm personally leaning toward the idea it was launched from Lebanon, because I have a hard time believing that an Iranian drone made it all the way from Iranian territory, 600 plus miles away, across all the air defenses that the U.S. has in the region, and then made it somehow all the way to Cyprus to strike British forces. I find a hard time believing that. So that's what I think. I think this was probably launched from Lebanon.
And I think that this might have been launched from Lebanon. It may have also been launched from Iran itself. Either way, this may draw Britain into the conflict directly, whether they were even considering that or not right now. It seems as though they were already coming in. And then they might be able to bring the rest of NATO in with them due to an Article 5 invocation as a result of what's happened. So to kind of tell you all a little bit about that, because NATO is a bit of a mysterious being to many people. NATO is a defensive alliance, and it does not allow for offensive actions to be taken. NATO member states that are a member of NATO can go conduct wars of aggression against other countries, but that doesn't bring NATO along with them. NATO can never operate offensively because of the NATO Charter. The NATO Charter is actually the written legal body that constitutes and defines what NATO is and what it can do, and it can only operate defensively according to the Charter. But in the specific instance that they are attacked, which is the only sort of a situation that NATO can respond to, we need to most importantly look at Article 4, Article 5, and Article 6. Article 6 lays out what an armed attack, in the purposes of Article 5, could be on that would justify a NATO response. It gives specific geographical and item parameters that have to be met for an Article 5 invocation. If it appears to match the outline of Article 6, then they move on to an Article 4 invocation. Article 4 lays out that the parties, which are the member states of NATO, will consult together whenever, in the opinion of any of them, the territorial integrity, political independence, or security of any of the parties is threatened. The only time that this has ever been invoked, actually a lot of Article 4 consultations have been invoked, at least recently, on the Russian situation because of Russian aggression against European NATO members. But the only time that this this has moved to an Article 5 invocation was in the aftermath of the September 11th of 2001 attacks on the United States of America. The United States actually convened an Article 4 consultation with all of our allies in NATO, and then we moved on to Article 5. Article 5 largely lays out, to summarize the text for all of y'all, that an attack upon one of them is an attack upon all of them, and all of them will take collective and individual actions to see that this threat is dispatched by means laid out under Article 51 of the Charter of the United Nations and all that. But generally, it means that that would be able to draw NATO into the war. And considering that this does lay out that military equipment and also sovereign territory of NATO states within the Mediterranean, and specifically military assets as well, which this would meet the definitions of all three. It's a military base, it's British territory, and it's in the Mediterranean, so it meets three of the main criteria that would be laid out under Article 6. It appears to have been directly attacked, and that means that if the British want to, they actually can call an Article 4 consultation, which could lead to an invocation of Article 5 under the NATO Charter, which would then bring the entirety of the NATO alliance, if that was voted upon, into the war against Iran.
Yeah, it could be as well. Also, by the way, we are getting some more news out of Cyprus, by the way. That's currently the hottest story of the moment, is what's happening in Cyprus at the British Air Base. We are seeing here that there is a video that Fox News was able to find on the internet, if I can speak, that apparently shows, let's see here, it apparently shows an object. That appears to be an object right there. Let's see what it's about to do.
Let's see.
Did that come from the ground?
I'm not really sure.
What the hell's up with that? But back that up for a second. I think it looked like it came off the ground.
Actually, I think these are Eurofighters scrambling because it's gaining altitude. This isn't the thing that hit. This thing looks to be, yeah, so it's a Eurofighter leaving Akrotiri.
Interesting.
So it's nothing crazy, but it is something interesting to note, though. It does appear that what this is, by the way, folks, there are specific responses that would be given if this was a crash of a British jet, like a Eurofighter that was at Akrotiri. If that was the case, we wouldn't be hearing shelter-in-place orders for all of the personnel at the base to stay inside, don't go near windows, don't stay in open spaces. We would see that there was an emergency response that was happening at the base for a crash. So firefighting teams and other groups like that would be mobilized, and people would be out there on the runway. They wouldn't be told to run away from the runway and also the other facilities at the airbase. What we're seeing right now with the scrambling of all these Eurofighters that are just leaving the base as quickly as they can, and also the fact that everyone's being given shelter-in-place orders, is clearly noting to us right now that this is an attack that has happened on Akrotiri, and it's just that the British government has not confirmed this at the moment, because this was probably making it up the chain in the British military to the Prime Minister at Downing Street, and then they'll make the announcement out of Downing Street here soon that they have been told, and it's been reported to them, that there has been an attack on RAF Akrotiri, which will then probably see that there will be some discussions in the parliament about what to do with that, and then they'll probably move on to having an Article 4 conference or consultation with the NATO states.
Yeah, so apparently that video there was just showing the takeoff of the jet aircraft. So apparently, a correction, when I introduced that, I thought it was actually showing the object coming down. So apparently that is showing the takeoff of the jets. So apologies for that, by the way. We are seeing some more news right now that apparently Iranian drones have struck a Victoria base, which is a NATO facility in Baghdad, Iraq. We have gotten a picture showing that, and also a video as well. And it does appear it's taken a hit. Now, we have not gotten any casualty reports yet, but it does look like something has impacted at Victoria Base near Baghdad Airport. So Baghdad right now is having an issue. We're also hearing that other forces in Iraq are also mobilizing on behalf of Iran as well, but we're not sure of the exact number of forces that are mobilizing right now. So that's also happening. In addition to that happening as well, we are seeing a brand new wave of U.S. and Israeli airstrikes across Iran. Strikes have been confirmed at Tabriz Airport, Tehran, Erbil, and Urmia, and we have a photo showing major fires and also explosions breaking out right now in Urmia inside of Iran. So there's a major exchange of missile fire going on right now at the moment as we can speak.
And it does seem as though there are significant attacks that are once again ongoing by coalition forces against the Islamic Republic of Iran, and it does appear that significant damage is being caused within the following cities. Tabriz, Tehran, Erbil, and Urmia at the moment. That's a larger swath of the western side of the country, and of course Tehran, which is centrally located within the nation. So this is once again indicating to us that, at least for right now, the U.S. and the coalition are still conducting significant strikes in the midst of the British now coming under attack at RAF Akrotiri. theory. It also appears that I have to make a correction here. This is actually for current report. They might want to edit this and fix a little bit of a typo here. This is not the Victoria base. This is actually the Victory base, which is historically it was NATO, but it not really. It was more so a U.S. base, and there used to be U.S. bases forced here, but a little while ago, it was just about at the earlier part of this year, we actually completely left the Victory base. So there are no U.S. forces at Victory base that we know of that are there on a permanent basis. There might be some that are there on a temporary basis right now, but we'd have to see. But we believe that this entire facility now is operated by the Army of the Republic of Iraq. So this appears to have taken a direct hit, which is showing that maybe a group is now attacking the Iraqi military, or that they're attacking a place that they knew the U.S. military was at, but they aren't able to really know for sure if they're still there right now.
Yeah, that appears to be the case as of right now. So right now, we're simply waiting on more footage to come out, by the way, and also more details about the Cyprus situation. We do not have any more details about that. So we're currently in a bit of a news lull right now. So we're waiting on more information to come out. So we do have a minute, by the way. If you want to do some more analysis, Enforcer, if you want to possibly move back into some super chat questions, it does appear we have a bit of a lull.
I think we should move into some super chat questions because we have a lot of questions in super chats and live chats, and I want to make sure to try and get to as many, all of the super chats. We have to get to all of those. That's the policy, and then as many. Oh damn, we have about 110 super chats again. We're gonna try and get to some live chats. I'm gonna try and make that guaranteed to y'all. We're gonna have to get to a couple.
So let's take a look at Flight Radar 24 real quick. I'm being told that there's some activity on there we might want to take a look at. So is there a conga line? Wait a minute, what's this thing? That's a UK. Okay, so we're seeing the two Typhoons
and an aerial tanker.
And an aerial tanker. So that's just supporting the others, I would assume. So they're planning on staying in the air for a minute, it seems like. Also, is there a conga line apparently on the way to the area or something? Zoom out and see if there's any U.S. Air Force activity.
It's just the strategic airlift going on for munitions and spare parts and such. It's nothing.
What about the United States?
Well, yeah, I mean, all of these right here, these are the US C-17s. These are just sustainment
over in the
operations.
United States.
In the United States?
Is that one up there near Michigan?
These look like tankers. There's 3 tankers that are probably heading out towards the Azores at the moment, and then there's some more C-17s coming from the homeland, so they're heading over on the usual flight line.
Interesting. So nothing too crazy going on. So Cyprus is still just having a security response, and that's just about it.
And so at the moment, we are going to be keeping an eye on that situation. It does appear that the British are basically sending everyone up that's at Akrotiri right now to get them off of the ground. That is definitely suggesting that they're under attack at the moment. They don't do that unless you're under attack. If there was a crash, like if there was a jet that crashed, the runway would be closed, actually. They wouldn't be able to take off. So this is suggesting that they have come under attack, and the British are now scrambling all of their aircraft. The base commander's scrambling all of the aircraft and sending them up so that way they can't be on the ground to get hit in the strikes that might be coming to follow. So also, we can notice that the Clippers, like the giant fleet of Clippers, and I mean, we have 4 Clippers right now that are heading down and into the Middle East. I don't know why they're going there. So we have no clue. All of these are operated, by the way, by the United States Navy. All of the C-40 Clippers are. Let me see if I can get you all a picture of the C-40 Clipper to show you all what one of these things look like. So let's see. Not really a lot of good pictures of these, but here's what a C-40 Clipper looks like generally. That's what they are. We have 4 of those going down there right now. I don't know why. I mean, it might be a medical evacuation. It might be VIP transports for important personnel, stuff like that. We don't really know what they're doing, but there's a large amount of Clippers. There's, of course, the usual strategic airlift going on right now for munitions and such. And we can also see that some aircraft like this C-17 are actually appearing to be preparing to land in Kuwait and possibly drop off further munitions to U.S. forces present there at the moment. I also have to say, folks, I do have to clarify that this is not violating any operational security of U.S. forces. This stuff is publicly available on Flight Radar 24 due to these aircraft squawking ADS-B transponders, meaning that this is not anything that the Iranians aren't privy to. If the Iranians have Flight Radar 24, which they do, they can see this as well. So this isn't anything that's wildly secret, at least at the moment. This is openly public information. So with that in mind, it's time for us to get on into some questions. Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so jumping back into our super chat questions while we're waiting on more breaking news, we are getting one from B. Burns, and he puts in a $100 support. And thank you very much, Mr. Burns, for that support. He said, "I'm looking forward to you announcing the new Three Stooges are taken out."
Hey, and I bet they'll be happening here in a bit, I'm sure. Huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible and keep it running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, we have a $50 support from Adam Fellmeister, and thank you very much, Adam, for that 50. He said, "Thank you for being my first place for news for a few years now, and hope to be with you for many more. I know this nonstop coverage isn't easy for you two, but it's much appreciated by your listeners."
I gotta thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, Adam. And it is not easy, like not to complain, because we're always honored to do this. But my voice is actually getting really scratchy, feeling, because I've been talking so much nonstop over the past few days, and it's kind of tough because there really isn't an easy way to go get water. So I just have to kind of talk dry with no water, or rehydration, if you want to call it that. So it is a little tough, but we're always honored to do it, and I think that it's a high honor and a point of pride for both me and Matthew that we were able to be on air covering this news nonstop for y'all right now, considering that it is a major war that has broken out that does directly involve the United States this time. So a huge thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, an Iranian state media outlet has don't do not show this. By the way, let me actually unpost that real quick. I'm going to put that under the likes tab. Do not show this on the stream. The Iranian state media has shared an image of Khamenei sitting in a. I'm actually.
Oh
I don't even
God.
really want to describe. I don't even really want to describe this, to be honest with you. I don't know what this sickness is that they put out here. Apparently, they think this is good. We can't even describe it on YouTube. By the way, I'm not even really sure what the connotation behind this image is that they put out, and I can't repost it in case we accidentally hop to our timeline or something on Twitter. We can't actually show this on on YouTube.
I think the best way we can describe it, folks, is that it's some real Epstein, like it's some real island type stuff going on in that picture. Like, it's got a very creepy vibe to it. It's pretty messed up. We can't even sadly we won't be able to repost that directly for all of y'all to see the just wacko depravity of the Iranian government. I don't even understand. Like, they're acting like that's a good thing. I don't know what it's supposed, but we can't show it to y'all. So unfortunately, I just have to say it's pretty wild and whack, and y'all just have to take our word for it on that one. So with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, it's been posted by an Iranian state media, and it's also been reposted by OSINT channels. Open Source Intel reposted it, showing what it is. They're also apparently weirded out by this photo as well. I think this is a very rare look into the sick minds of the Iranian leadership, possibly, and many people never buy it. Like when they say, "Oh, these people are sick," I think this might be the closest thing to prove that, actually. But jumping into our next support here, this one goes to Marshall Stokes, and thank you very much, Marshall, for that $50 support, and we appreciate that very much. He did not leave a comment though, but thank you very much for helping to keep the channel running. We also have a 30 from David Johnson, who said, "Keep up the great work." And we shall. And Enforcer, what say you?
And thank you so much for the support, and we will. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Ludus Veritas, who puts in a 28, actually. They said, "Thanks for the amazing news coverage marathon."
And thank you so much for the support, and thank you for enjoying our news coverage marathon. We are putting a lot of work and effort into it, and so big thanks to you once again. And also, I saw some people coming in here saying that others are saying that nothing's happening in Akrotiri. I don't mean like, I'm not.
We don't know if he said that, by the way. I wouldn't address that. He might not have said that. It could be a troll.
Maybe. But with that, we are on to the next one.
Our next one goes to Kralix, who puts in a 25, and thank you for that support as well. He said LSA, and long live the LSA.
And long live the Lee Spring Army, and a humongous thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to say that and keep that going right now. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from ABCD, who put in a 20. And they said, "Thank you, Enforcers, for the amazing job and the dedication."
And thank you so much for the support, and thank you for enjoying our dedication. We truly do try our best, and I gotta say that it's a wonderful and incredible thing to know that folks like you are helping our channel to keep on running. And so a big thanks to you so much once again, and we are on and into the next one.
We also have a $20 support from Steve Otten, who said, "Oi" to the hardest working team in news.
And thank you so much for the support. I would like to think that we are doing fairly good reporting on this at the moment. And I got to thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible and keep it running. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. And we are on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from none other than Joppy, who said, is there any estimation of how long this doomsday attack can last? Now, I hope they run out of munitions quick.
I think that what they're doing definitely probably is what they're calling the doomsday attack. I don't think it's going to last that much longer, maybe a week or a week and a half, but the TELs are probably all going to be destroyed, and most of their access to munitions are probably going to be knocked out by then, I would think. So I hope that does address it the best I can, and a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one is going to go to Super Ricky. And Ricky put in a 20. And thank you very much, Ricky, for that support. He said, I've been watching your streams religiously for months now, and your coverage of these events is top tier and detailed and over mainstream news any day. And thank you both for the dedication.
Hey, and thank you so much for enjoying our dedication, Super Ricky. And we try our best to make it as high quality a coverage as we can. And I thank you so much for really noticing that and appreciating it. So a huge thanks to you once again. And we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, for everybody talking about that C-17 that was allegedly over Kuwait, the transponder is off, so it's predicting where it's at. It's not flying toward Iran. It's going somewhere else. So it's simply it's a display error basically. So it's nothing to worry about. But jumping into our next one here, this one goes to Wubba, who puts in a 20. Who said, "Thanks for the hard work, bros." And coincidentally, Google Maps is a nice picture of Charles de Gaulle transiting the Suez Canal.
And I thank you so much for the support. And that is really interesting, actually, very interesting. And I thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have here a super chat from none other than Duncan VR, who said, "I love it whenever I look at YouTube and you two are live and order a pizza." And baba, been here since day 4.
Hey, well, thank you for being here for an incredibly long time. We appreciate you greatly. And we thank you so much for supporting the channel and helping it to keep on running. And we will make sure to get a pizza. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 30 that just came in from, I think it's I Knew, and we appreciate that support. They said, "Thanks, legends, and I appreciate your continued efforts to bring us reliable and trustworthy journalism you both do, and I'm a longtime supporter and always will be, and much love from Australia."
And much love to Australia, and thank you so much for enjoying the show and supporting it to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And give me just a minute here. I got to get a couple things out of the chat before we move on to our next one. There we go. Put that there. All right, so our next one here goes to none other than Gary Bott, who puts in a 20. And thank you, Gary, as well. He said, "Do you think this is the start of simply something bigger?"
The start of something bigger. We're going big. We're going bold. Introducing the brand new Enforcer rotisserie chicken. I would say no, not really. As far as bigger as in everyone hopping in to beat them, beat them down. I mean, that might be, but World War, no. Russia and China cannot come to the aid of Iran. It's physically impossible for them. But NATO can come on down and beat Iran's ass with everyone else. Because I think right now the Iranians have stacked the cards against themselves. They've gotten everyone in the Middle East wanting to bomb them. Now they're going to get NATO to come down and bomb them. So it's going to, what this is turning into, folks, funnily enough, is basically just the Gulf War of 1991 against Iran. That's basically everyone who's going to be involved here in a little bit is everyone who was in the Gulf War, but this time instead of it being Iraq, it's Iran. And they did it to themselves. They could have kept this thing to where it was just the U.S. and Israel versus Iran. Now it's going to be Israel, Jordan, Iraq, possibly Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Qatar, the UAE, Oman, the United States, Britain, Germany, France, Spain, Portugal, Italy, Germany, I believe already included, the Netherlands, Belgium, Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, Norway, Sweden, Finland, the Czech Republic, Slovakia, Hungary, Romania, Bulgaria, Greece, and I believe Albania, and Turkey. So it's going to be everybody. It's literally everybody that's in the Western world and the Middle East against them. So, I mean, they really kind of screwed themselves. So big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Yenya Tolls, who put in that 20. I said, "We're going to be all over the history books for this one, with this whole situation. I'll tell you what."
Oh, yeah. Basically, the past few years, we're going to be all over the history books. I mean, we really will be. And I thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Monsieur Gaston, who put in that 20 and said, "Keep up the good work, fellas."
And thank you so much for the support. And we will try. We truly will. And if y'all been enjoying so far, folks, please make sure to subscribe. We've been running the show here for, about 4 hours now. 4 hours now. That's a long news show right there. Well, we usually do them for only 3.5, and that's everything included. And the news has just been 4 hours on its own. If y'all have been enjoying and you really do like the dedication of our show when it comes to breaking news like this, please make sure to subscribe. We run shows normally when normal stuff's going on, like the largest war in Europe since World War II. Normally when that stuff is the only thing going on, we run shows 6 days a week, every night at 10 p.m. Eastern Time. But right now, during times like these where major wars have just broken out, we run streams as often as we can for as long as we can at any time of the day. So you're probably going to be seeing, all of y'all are probably going to be seeing coverage like this for days to come, maybe even weeks to come, as the war with Iran continues on. So I hope y'all do subscribe. For those of y'all who subscribed before this war happened, I'm sure many of y'all could speak the praises of subscribing and hitting the bell button. It paid off dividends because y'all got the notification as soon as the war went live that we went live. And if you want to see any of the major developments and events to follow in the Middle East, please make sure to subscribe because we will be here covering it basically every single day. So humongous thanks to all of y'all so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, I think we ought to go back to our 20 and 20 strategy, possibly. So if you want to be the first to take it over, I'll keep scanning for breaking news.
Man, my voice can't take anymore. I'm tired. But beyond that, we will be getting to it. Also, Matthew, if you can, please don't delete any super chats because when you do that, I completely lose the count. I'm starting on 25, so I know that at 45 I'm done. But if you delete them and move them, I won't know anymore. I'll lose the count. But moving on from that, we have a 20 from Carl who said, "What is the likelihood that this is the start of World War III?" Very unlikely, in my opinion, Carl. And also, what would depleting Western forces now be an ideal time for China to invade Taiwan? Not really, because with China invading Taiwan, they really have to have some larger amphibious landing capabilities, which they have to build. So while we are kind of busy elsewhere in the world, them not having amphibious capabilities generally knocks them out of invading Taiwan anytime soon, like right now, because they don't have a way to actually land a large amount of forces on the island and then support them. But I do thank you for the support, Carl, and helping this channel to keep on running. And we also have a 20 from OK State who said, "You brothers are warriors. Kudos for all your extra hours. Really enjoy your coverage. It's been a few days without a snack bar call, and it's always a laugh. Aloha snack bar and LSA." And a big thanks to you for the support, OK State. And I got to thank you so much for the high praise. We try our best to keep this channel running and keep high quality news rolling. And even in the midst of tough times like right now, try and give people a little bit of a less stressful time hearing about it and maybe even a little bit of a laugh. I also know personally, I have a friend that's over there right now in the middle of all this, and he watches the show, and most of the folks in his unit watch the show. So I hope I'm able to give them all the information, what's going on, and maybe give them a little laugh as well, because the only thing that we can do, folks, is we can laugh or cry through all this stuff that goes on in the world. And to be honest, I'd rather laugh through it, because if you cried through all of it, you're going to be crying your whole life at this point. So a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. And long live the Lee Spring Army, and the Lee Spring Army will never die. We also have a 20 from Leesburg Paranormal who said, "I heard Costco engineered 3-legged chickens so we can get an extra drumstick, but they haven't been able to catch any yet." That's a good one. That's a good one, Leesburg. And I thank you so much for the support. And I want this channel to keep running. I like the punchline there. That was a good one. We also have a 20 from Jimbo Deluxe who said, "Does an Iranian launcher become vulnerable, revealing its position when it launches a missile?" Yes, it does. Whenever Iranian launcher launches a missile, we can generally actually see that via a satellite system called FIRMS, which we operate out of the Patriot Space Force Base up there in the Arctic. It's actually able to pick up, I believe, missile launches from just about anywhere and everywhere around the world, also including from the Russians, which are generally the reason why the FIRMS satellite exists, is to catch the launches of Russian ICBMs if that ever happens. So I hope that does address that well. And also, folks, while I'm getting these super chats, we have had more super chats come in than I have been able to address. And right now we have about 125 of these super chats. That's a lot of them. And so at this moment, we are going to have to enact a super chat cutoff. We do thank everyone massively for y'all's support, and we cannot thank everyone enough for helping this channel to keep on running. But I do want to make it fairly clear that because we have a policy that we have to answer every single super chat, we can only physically answer so many of them a day before we run out of time to be able to answer them. And so for that reason, we're going to be instilling a super chat cutoff right now to where we will no longer be taking any more super chats that we can address tonight. You can still throw them in, and before someone starts whining and complaining about us letting people throw super chats in, we literally cannot turn it off. Like, if we turn it off, it turns off for everything, so it has to stay on. People can throw in super chats, but just beware from this point on, if you throw in a super chat right now, we will not be able to address it, unfortunately. I do thank everyone massively for the support, however, and helping this channel to keep on running, but we just won't be able to address any super chats if y'all throw it in from this point. So do beware, that is going to be the case from this point onwards for the rest of the show. We'll be addressing the ones that we have in the spreadsheet, but any other new super chats cannot be addressed, just to make that incredibly clear. And so with that, we are now going to be moving on and into the next super chat, which is a 20 from Juppy. And he said, I know it's not NATO itself, but Russia doesn't differentiate that, hence the way it can backfire. Well, I mean, not really. I mean, Russia can differentiate that, and they'll have to, because there's really not anything they can do in the Middle East. I mean, what are they going to do? Starve on us to death? Go broke on us to death? They can't get a Navy down there. They can't get an Air Force down there. They can't get the Army down there. So, and on top of that, they're being chewed alive in Ukraine, basically. So, at the moment, it's pretty clear to me they're not going to be able to do anything to us. I do thank you for the support, though. Meanwhile, we also get a 20 from Detroit Adam, who said, all weekend with the Enforcers. Spot on news analysis, best winner, stuck inside, weekend ever. Thank you so much, guys, for being the best show on air, all truth and no politics, no BS, and long live the Lee Spring Army. And a big thanks to you for the support, Detroit Adam, and we pride ourselves in those core tenets. A humongous thanks to you so much once again, and helping this channel to keep on rolling. And with that, we're on to the next one, which is a 20 from Angela Sparks, who said, thank you for all you do. I appreciate the lack of political bashing. New subscriber. And I thank you so much for enjoying that, Angela. Isn't that nice to get news without the politics? You don't hear us talking about the Democrats or the MAGA on here, because I'll be honest with you, I get physically sick talking about that stuff because it's so stupid and childish and immature, and the people like I just gotta kind of be honest. Like, I'm sorry if I offend anyone here, but I find very political people who get into like this stupid name calling shit these days, like the Democrats and the MAGA people and all. I just find that stuff to be so childish and immature. It's like coming from adults that never grew out of being kids. And it's like there's a lot more going on. Like right now, there's U.S. soldiers that are in the line of fire and can be wounded and have been killed. And people are going to sit there and use the dead bodies of American citizens, our fellow countrymen actually, to try and make a political pedestal to stand on and ran on for whoever's political aims it is. I find that stuff kind of sick, really. But I do thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we also have a 20 from Snooze a Kid, who said, would you ever hire a journalist to be your ears and eyes on the ground? If so, where could I send the application? I thank you so much for the offer, Snooze a Kid. Sadly, though, while we get a humongous amount of super chats right now during these sorts of shows, we generally don't get, like, we make a living, but we don't have like enough money to where we have like actual budget to work with, and that's actually kind of a bit of a limiting factor of the show normally. So unfortunately, we actually cannot really hire a lot of additional staff, and that's also why it's basically just the two of us that run everything on air and off air, even on the business side of things, on administrative stuff. It's just the two of us that do it because we really don't have a budget to put someone on a payroll, like even one person. But I do thank you massively for the kind words and the support and helping this channel to keep on running, and I hope that does address that well. And we also have a 20 from Dewey Kendrick, who said, will Iran sabotage its oil infrastructure like Iraq did? And how long will the oil and gas industry be affected? Is this still a weeks-long campaign? We don't know if they're going to damage the oil industry. We have a feeling that they may not, because generally that's kind of their only lifeblood at the moment, and the Iraqis only did that in Kuwait when they knew that they were going to lose Kuwait after they had been encircled. So we don't think that the Iranians will do that because they're not in a similar situation. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And also, this is going to be a multi-week long campaign. That we can definitely be sure of at this point. And so big thanks to you once again. And we also have a 20 from Nathan Ringerwall, who said, overtime pay, long live the Lee Spring Army, and all praise to the orb. And a big thanks to you for the support. Long live the Lee Spring Army, and long live that orb. And so a big thanks to you once again. And we also have a 20 from Bob Long, and Bob Long said, a bright light in the fog of war. And I gotta thank you massively for the support, and I'd have to agree, a bright light in the fog of war. I thank you for the kind words and helping this channel to keep on running. We also have a 20 from Airsoft, who said, thanks for the always ongoing coverage. I'm in Alaska, and some streams you guys have are running late even for me. Thanks for the dedication to good, current, and accurate coverage. And I thank you so much for the support, Airsoft. And I thank you for enjoying our coverage. We do truly try our best. So humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And we also have a 20 from Shrimps B. Rugs. And he said, LSA, let's set the example that mainstream media continuously falls short of: informative, apolitical, and concise. And I thank you so much for the support. And we try to be concise, apolitical, which I know you already heard me talk about just a second ago, and try and keep things well informed. And so big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And we also have a 20 from Elefante, who said, as a cord cutter, I cannot begin to tell you how valuable channels like yours are to people like me when it comes to world events. You guys are absolutely invaluable. And to quote Elon Musk, you are the media now. And a big thanks to you for the support, Elefante, and thank you so much for helping this channel to keep on running, because folks like you help to make this thing possible and help us to keep our show on air. So humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And we also have a 20 from Jabi, who said, the le at the end of rafale means that it's pronunciated something like rafale, with both a's pronunciated as ah. Look at that rafale looking at. Also, how about the non-NATO thing can backfire? It's just that Russia can use it as propaganda again, and possibly so. They could, but I mean, propaganda only goes so far, and they really can't work off of it. And that's kind of what I'm saying. It's like, what could they do with that information? Like, if they wanted to view it that way, there's not really a lot that they can do. So I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And let me go pull up. Let's see, the French pronunciation of rafale. Let's see here. So,
Rafale.
huh?
Rafale.
And that means a gust. Man, they say, whip out that gust. Man, they about to be, man, the Iranians going to be saying, damn, is there a draft in here? It'd be feeling a little gusty as the hammer's coming through the roof. If the French get involved, folks, y'all are about to see some really wonky and really neat looking munitions get used here in a bit. Like, it's going to be something interesting. But beyond that, a big thanks to you for the support, job. And actually, it appears to be Urfal. But the last time I heard it on another video, the guy was like Urfal. And I was like, huh, okay, I guess I pronounce it like that. And then I pulled it up on air and I played it and it sounded like that. And then they went Urfal. I'll just call it Urfal. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one, which is a 20 from R3DN, who said, greetings from Canada. Been watching the show daily for about a year. Keep up your outstanding coverage. You're the #1 source of factual geopolitical news worldwide. Take this modest contribution for the Costco Fund and LSA. And a big thanks to you for the support. And a big hello to you up there in Canada. Thank you so much for enjoying the show. And thank you for the kind words. And of course, long live the Lee Spring Army. And we're going to get a Costco chicken. And with that, we also have a 20 from Peter Burrow, who said, hey, Enforcers, it's been a while watching live. Great reporting as always. Hope you're both getting plenty of rest when you can. Well, we're getting enough rest to keep this thing running. Not plenty, but enough. And that's what counts. In situations like these, we are toughing it out and keeping this thing running the best we can. And I hope that it is still a high-quality show nonetheless. A huge thanks to you for the support. And we also have a 20 from Sean Kendrick, who's a first-time watcher. You guys have pioneered a new way of news coverage. Keep it up. And thank you so much for the kind words, Sean. We like to think that we are generally giving everyone in the mainstream a run for their money. And it actually does show, especially on the YouTube side of things, especially as far as viewership for live streams goes. Yesterday in America, we were actually number 16 in the country. So that was very impressive to see. We actually beat folks like ABC News, live now from Fox. I mean, we beat basically every single mainstream news channel, which we're always really proud to kind of get to lay the claim to, that we're beating them. But although other YouTube news channels do give us a run for our money, because generally it's changing the news landscape these days and really giving people a lot more of a picky palate. They're looking for higher quality news, and we generally provide, especially compared to mainstream. So big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And we are on to the next one, which is a 10 from Cohotis, who said, best war coverage. Thanks, brothers. And thank you so much for the support. And a big thanks on the behalf of both of us for your support. And we also have a 10 from Eric Brown, who said, special capabilities we can't list here. The orb. Maybe, you know, that would be funny if they put that thing down on that list, the orb. That would have been pretty funny. Because we did say yesterday that if any of them were watching, you know, mention the orb somewhere, and we kind of know, like the orb of judgment specifically, and we kind of know that they're watching, which would be kind of cool. But they didn't mention it yet, or they're not going to mention it ever because they don't watch. Maybe. But still, a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And it's now time for us to hand it on over to Enforcer Matt so he can get the next 20.
All right, so we have breaking news in the meantime. We'll have to take a break from our super chats here for just a second and move back into our news because we're hearing something wild. Right now, the oil prices are surging. Brent crude oil is surging over 13% and expected to surge well beyond that. So we're already seeing the impact of the Strait of Hormuz blockade that we're currently seeing right now, and also the attacks on oil ships in that region. So oil is surging. We're expecting tomorrow could be interesting on the stock market as well, and possibly on the oil situation that we're already seeing right now. In addition to that, Hezbollah has officially joined the war against Israel. The Israeli Defense Forces announced that 6 rockets were launched by Hezbollah against Haifa in the last few minutes in the latest barrage directed at northern Israel. So as a result of that, we will be seeing most likely brand new fresh strikes by Israel against Lebanon, because it looks like Lebanon still has not gotten their Hezbollah threat under control. And in fact, many people believe that Hezbollah is generally allowed to exist by the Lebanese government. So that's a thing as well. We're also seeing as well that there's a possibility that the $1 billion Qatar early warning radar, which is obviously a damn expensive system, might have been damaged. And Iran claimed they damaged it. And it looks like the satellite imagery might back that up possibly. So Enforcer, can you walk us through the analysis of this $1 billion system and examine the satellite imagery?
So these sorts of radar systems, usually the incredibly expensive fixed ones that are fixed in place, these are early warning radars that are meant to be able to try and find incoming air targets and warn it pretty much at the point of launch where they are and where they're heading. These radars are, of course, wildly expensive, fine-tuned systems. That's how they're able to be so sensitive and pick up such actions and incidents like that. And it does appear that this one has been damaged. As far as it was only damage to the external radome, this won't be too expensive to repair, but we would of course assume that there has been some damage to the actual radar that is inside of the radome. And if that is the case, this could end up costing tens of millions or hundreds of millions of dollars to be able to try and repair and replace. However, the fact that this thing was in Qatar generally gives us an idea that this was probably assessed within the financial cost assessment of this conflict to possibly be a loss if it was to be abandoned, which we generally do understand that it was largely left to be hit if it was going to be. So that would give us an idea that they had generally already factored into the equation that this thing was probably going to be lost or damaged in the midst of these strikes.
Indeed, probably so. Also, by the way, I just want to announce this one more time, folks. We do appreciate the support very much. We've gotten a lot of super chats since we announced the cutoff of the super chats. Just a reminder, we won't be addressing any more new ones coming in, by the way. I see people putting questions into the super chats. Once again, want to make it clear, we very much appreciate that support, but we will have to adhere to the cutoff of the super chats, or otherwise we won't be able to run a stream later, tomorrow. We'll be cooked if we keep this up. So we have to sort of moderate it here a little bit. So the reason why we cut the super chats off, like the Enforcer mentioned, is because we want to address every single one of them. So that's why we do that. So please, if you'd like to, save that for tomorrow and put it in on tomorrow's stream, or even maybe even later tonight's stream. If something happens, it could be later tonight as well. So thank you all once again for that support, but just a reminder about that. Also, back to this breaking news we're getting right now. It is interesting that Hezbollah has joined the war. I think that Hezbollah launched that drone at Cyprus. We still haven't gotten confirmation of that, but I think Hezbollah launched it. It literally happened at the exact same time that Hezbollah launched an attack on Israel. That's when the explosion happened in Cyprus.
And that is quite interesting. I think that may have been a Hezbollah drone, and we may see that the British invoke Article 5 against Iran, though, for their continued acts of terrorism. Basically a continuation of the war on terror that was initiated by the United States with its Article 5 invocation way back in 2001.
Yeah, it could be. Possibly so. But in the meantime, though, we'll keep an eye out for breaking news. But jumping back into our super chats, though, to keep moving along with those, we also have a $100 support from Henga. And thank you very much, Henga, for that 100. We appreciate it very much. There was no common address with it, but we do appreciate you for helping to keep the channel running. We also have a $10 support from Joppy. He said, so it's not a cluster warhead, but rather a cluster of warheads. And in my assessment, I don't think that was a cluster warhead. I think that was likely debris from a a fractured missile that was struck by an interceptor. That's my assessment, but that seems to be debated right now on Twitter. We also have a 10 from Steve Pat, and thank you, Steve. He said the Enforcer brothers moved to the land of UFOs and other stuff, and we see the orb of judgment everywhere. Coincidence or sus? Who knows? Who knows? The orb seems to have taken on its own life of its own. People were really infatuated by that thing for sure. We also have a 10 from Yarpin, who said, thanks for the coverage. I appreciate you guys. And we appreciate you too for that support and helping to keep us going. We also have a 10 from the Dirty Bubble, who said, will this conflict change how Iranian proxies fight and operate in the region? And did intelligence agencies underestimate how many TEL launchers were in Iran's possession? And thank you for the news coverage. And I would say if Iran falls, it will definitely change the proxy situation quite a bit, because a lot of the funding that the proxies get is straight from the Iranian government itself. They literally take the money from the people of Iran and they give it to these terrorist groups. That was how direct it was. So it will change that. But when it comes to intelligence underestimating the launchers, I think they knew the real number and it was already assessed that they could handle it. But Israel saying that they've destroyed half of them, I don't really buy that, in my personal opinion. Also, by the way, what the hell is going on in Pakistan? Give me just a second here. I'm hearing someone saying something's going on. Let's see here. Let's see. I'm trying to do a quick research. Do we have anything breaking on Pakistan? I'm hearing something might be happening over Lahore. But I'm not seeing anything about that yet. So if something's happening over Lahore, I haven't heard about it. I'll have to keep an eye out for that. But moving into our next one here, this one goes to Brandon Tolley, who puts in a 10. He said, Enforcers, how did you get so much knowledge on military equipment and geopolitics? How did you guys become so knowledgeable? And also, I love you guys, by the way, and LSA forever. And first of all, a huge shout out for the kind words, by the way. Generally, Andrew's a lot more knowledgeable about the equipment. That's why I usually defer to him whenever we come to something like that. I'll ask him about the ships and stuff. I don't really know all the equipment designations. I generally know the main equipment, but not all the designations. That's more of the Enforcer side. He studied all that stuff in detail. I'm more of on the political science side of things with the analysis and also how countries interact with each other. Because that's my specialty. That's what I studied. And that's what I have my degree in for the most part. So that's generally just been studying the stuff for years. Like over time, you just naturally become acquainted with all the conflicts because you cover them so often. So we cover them daily, and that's how I think we've gotten that way. But thank you for the kind words. We also have a 10 from Dan Brooks. He said, who else's favorite album from the Orb is The Orb's Adventures Beyond Ultra World? I'll be honest, I don't even know what that is, to be honest with you. I don't know a whole bunch about that, to be honest, but we appreciate the support. We also have a 10 from Mechtild. He said, this morning, San Diego City Police tweeted out to avoid large crowds, cultural events, etc. And they told everybody to stay alert and give a phone number to report suspicious activity. And I would say that sounds like a sensible precaution to me. I personally wouldn't get out in large crowds right now. I would generally be very careful about getting out anywhere. But, I'm naturally kind of minded like that. I also, personally, I conceal carry as well wherever I go for self-defense reasons. So I think it's a decent way to be naturally. It's sort of a dangerous world we live in these days, unfortunately. So you kind of have to think like that. But also, we have a 10 from Robert Krogan. He said, good afternoon, all, and just some time for hard work and no need to read it off. But we read it off anyway, Robert, and thank you very much for that support. We also have a 10 from Apollo James. He said, thank you too. And thank you, Apollo, for that support. We also have a 10 from Mr. Jenkins, who said, enjoy yourself some Costco chicken. And I haven't even had a chance to go to Costco, I'll be honest with you. I need to get to Costco. I need to get a chicken because I'm getting tired of eating this fast food junk that I'm having to eat right now. I need to get a little bit of chicken, a couple of them actually, and put them in the fridge. But thank you for that support. We also have a 10 from Yenya Tolls once again, who said anything but a Costco chicken. I've had too many of them now, and they taste like mush. Eat anything but a Costco chicken. But you see, if you put mayonnaise on it and you put it between two pieces of bread, it turns into a whole different thing. It turns into something magical. Then a sandwich. And we'll put a little hot sauce on it too. It'll fix it up. But we also have a 10 from Gruyere, who said, as a Swiss, I really like your unpolitical reports, Western aligned only, and keep up the good work, guys. And we shall keep up the good work, by the way, and we do appreciate that very much. We also have a 10 from Austin Edmondson, who said thank you, and thank you as well. Also, Paul Weekly put in a 10, and thank you, Paul, for that support. We also have a 10 from JK, who said thanks for the tireless coverage, and do you think there's any chance that Iran will attack Djibouti? Maybe. I mean, it's within their striking range, so I mean, it seems like it could be on the horizon. Also, by the way, I got a Hellraiser outside out here revving their motorcycle. I wish they would move on with that. That's not cute. But also, I think they might attack Djibouti eventually. It seems like it could be something that's inevitable at this point, so I wouldn't count it out. We also have a 10 from Bill Carswell. He said, do you think shelter in place, let's see here. Wait a minute, hold on, let's see. I'm not sure about that report right there. I'm not sure if that's the case. I'll do some research into it, though, and I'll see. But we also have a 10 from T Texas, who said, it's miles in Fahrenheit around here, son. USA #1, thank you, enforcers, LSA. And thank you as well, by the way. And I would agree. For me, at least, it's miles in Fahrenheit. But for everybody else, it's Celsius and kilometers. What the hell even is a kilometer? We also have a 10 from Aaron Eustace. He said, I owe you, but it's what I got. I know I got. And I'm not the only one that owes you. Thank you very much, Aaron, by the way. Nobody owes us for anything, but we do appreciate that consideration. We also have a 10 from Third Deviation, who said, thank you for everything you do following the news, and more so for being very careful on sticky topics and allowing us all to enjoy bias-free news. And we hope we are delivering, by the way, and it sounds like you're very happy with it, and that makes us very happy to hear as well. Also, by the way, I don't mean to interrupt the super chats again here, but I need to do a quick scan for breaking news because I think there might be something happening. Let's see here. So there is a little bit of something happening. Okay, well, let's hold on. Okay, Enforcer, are you still there? You still
yes,
with us?
I'm still here. I was surveying the news the whole time myself.
Okay, so let's take a break from the breaking news from the super chat. Sorry, folks, my brain's getting scrambled here. We are hearing of missiles between Cyprus and Beirut right now. We're hearing a air traffic control warning right now saying that. Enforcer, jump us to that real quick, and let's hear that air traffic control recording right now of the missiles flying between Cyprus and Beirut. That seems to back up my assumption that it was Hezbollah that fired that drone at Cyprus. We're hearing of missiles right now. It could be that Cyprus is attacking Lebanon, for all we know. Let's take a listen.
And they said that there are a lot of missiles between Cyprus and Beirut.
So a lot of missiles between Cyprus and Beirut, Lebanon. So there appears to be some sort of an ongoing rocket or missile attack from Lebanon towards Cyprus at the moment.
Also, we're hearing of sirens being heard across the island of Cyprus right now. We're getting a video of that as well. You can hear sirens in the distance. Let's hear this. Yep, air raid sirens. What in the hell? So, oh wow. Hezbollah has jumped into this thing heavy. We're hearing of more rocket launches from Lebanon from Hezbollah. Iran has activated Hezbollah completely. We're currently seeing in the northern part of Israel, they are under heavy attack as we speak right now, and there's currently more red alerts coming out. So we have a massive situation breaking out right now. Hezbollah has joined the war, and they are firing a lot of rockets, and apparently they're firing stuff at Cyprus too, from the sounds of it. So that seems to line up with what we assumed and analyzed earlier as well. This is a hell of a situation breaking out here.
And it certainly is. Let me make sure to put down this footage. We can see that there are launches from Lebanon, and so we can see that right here. Let me put this down, folks, because I want to make sure to put these on the map. These are incredibly important developments, to say the least. We can hear of an air traffic controller confirming that there are missiles flying between the two countries at the moment. Let me put that down. Missiles inbound. And we can see that right there. And then we can also hear the air raid sirens at RAF Akrotiri. And I'll actually show you why those are specifically from the airfield here in a moment. Let's see. Air raid sirens. So we can actually geolocate that video somewhat easily. It's very identifiable here. So if y'all see right here, if y'all take a listen, you hear the sirens going off over that berm, but right near to that berm, you can see these T-shaped light posts, and you can see these red lights flashing on top of them. What that is actually the approach lights for the runway at RAF Akrotiri, which are about right here. You can actually see those same T-shaped light bars right through this area, and it appears that someone is filming from the town of Akrotiri, which is right here, right over on the other side of this berm near the Royal Air Force Base. So it does appear that air alert, air raid sirens are going off at RAF Akrotiri right now, and there's been some sort of a larger missile attack that has been launched at the British now from the Hezbollah forces within Lebanon.
That's concerning, to say the least, right now. So Hezbollah being fully activated, from the sounds of it, that's something we were waiting for as well. We have not seen the Houthis. That's another proxy force that we're hearing about as well. It's obviously down there in Yemen. They're notorious for attacking commercial ships going toward the Strait of Hormuz. We have not heard of them doing anything yet, but they did vow to attack more vessels in the area, but we haven't seen that yet. So it looks like it could be a singular activation of Hezbollah by itself for right now, but they are launching launching rockets. It sounds like they were waiting for the right moment to get activated, and it sounds like that moment has arrived right now. I was not expecting them to attack Cyprus. That's interesting. We obviously knew they were going to attack Israel. That's a no-brainer. They were going to do that definitely. But Cyprus getting hit, the British, that seems stupid that Hezbollah would attack the British like that, because I would imagine that Hezbollah is going to be probably having a lot of hellfire from the U.S., Israel, pretty much everybody's going to be attacking them.
And it's about to be that meme of like, I wish I could find that meme, but it's like that meme of that guy who's like sad, and then like this big burly dude like emotion thing shows up, is gonna like mess him up with a whole gang. Like I wish I could find that meme, but that's what's about to happen to Iran. I mean, they're about to get the whole of NATO on them. They've got the whole of the Middle East on them here soon, and then they've got us and Israel on them right now. So I think it's pretty clear the Iranians are literally getting themselves jumped. They're literally tagging people in to come and jump them.
Yeah, it's a really stupid strategy, by the way. Stupidity, extremism, however you want to describe it. We're also hearing as well that apparently the Israelis are still intercepting stuff over their airspace right now. We're expecting an imminent IDF activity over Lebanon. That's imminent. The Israelis will be the first to respond to this, clearly, because of course they're very familiar with dealing with Lebanon. They strike it all the time. We saw those strikes also, softening strikes, right before this whole war kicked off. We saw them striking Hezbollah to get ready for the situation right here. So it looks like we were asking the question. We said, how disabled is Hezbollah now that there's been softening strikes before the war started? Turns out they're not that disabled because they're doing some pretty good damage right now. From the looks of it. So the softening strikes were not as potent as I thought they were, and it appears they're currently dealing with that right now.
Also, to get you some footage from inside of Iran, the IDF did release footage of them destroying a Khorramshahr 4 that was being prepared for launch. We could see the destruction of the Khorramshahr there. And we also got footage from the ground of a U.S. MQ-9 Reaper firing a Hellfire at a transport erector launcher as well, which we can see in this clip. There is the MQ-9 Reaper. Somebody's getting a laugh.
So they lit off the Hellfire from the drone?
Yeah, right there. And there it goes. Go get him, boy. I mean, I hear the launch of it. Wow. That's
Look at that. Somebody's sitting in a Connex box somewhere, like who knows where, sitting there flying this thing around like an Xbox game or something like that. Just bing, 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 Hellfire here, Hellfire there.
Man, man, I wonder also, man, I'm really starting to think, Matthew, about these whole propaganda initiatives that like all of our enemies have, like Russia, Iran, and China. They always talk about how our military is like weak and it's feeble because, it's so soft and they can't march in step and everything. It's like, we can't march in step, sure, but we can sit in an air-conditioned container box somewhere 5,000 miles away and fire off a Hellfire at your multi-million-dollar transport erector launcher. So, I guess the whole marching in step thing really didn't work out for them.
Yeah, it didn't work out too well, pretty much at all. Also, by the way, we have gotten some footage coming out of Lebanon of Hezbollah launching their rockets. I think they're more best described as rockets. Some people are describing them as missiles, by the way. We're seeing multiple different angles of footage here.
We see the launch of them in this clip. These are most likely fired at Israel. That's the end of that clip, but appears to be showing us, at least at the moment, 41s that were fired at Israel. We've also been able to hear that apparently to the United Kingdom's Akrotiri Air Force Base in Cyprus has been hit by a drone. The Cyprus Mail learned in the early hours of the Monday morning. Personnel on the bases were informed that a small drone had impacted the airfield and that the base's authorities were responding. It was also confirmed there were no casualties as a result of the strike, but that minor damage has been caused. The base's authorities also instructed personnel to remain in place and await further instruction, warning that there may be additional impact with the explosion and siren sounds having been heard near Limassol. Unconfirmed reports suggest that the drone which struck Cyprus may have been a Shahed 136, a one-way drone which has been previously used both in Iranian strikes in Israel and by the Russian military during its war with Ukraine. It's also been used on everyone else in the Middle East right now. They forgot to mention that, according to the Cyprus Mail. You would think they mentioned it's also been used against the United Arab Emirates, Qatar, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, Oman. Like, just start the Animaniac song at this point and just go through the whole thing. You'd get most of the countries at that point. But it does appear that the British have come under a direct attack from the Iranians at this point.
Also, by the way, it looks like, if this is accurate, go to Flight Radar 24, by the way. I'm currently seeing a U.S. Air Force Globemaster that appears to have swung a quick U-turn, if this is accurate. Check it out. That one right there. It looks like it might have swung a U-turn after it heard about the attacks taking place between Hezbollah and Israel. I think it might be heading back.
Man, they were coming on down, and then they said, "Oh no!" Like, they turned around like
they did that little meme, like the little, about face meme, and started heading right back to where they came from.
This one seems to have Well, this one seems like it's on its normal flight path. It's probably trying to get further on down there. And we can also see the British's Voyager conducting orbits, which is suggesting that either the Eurofighters are loitering at the moment and waiting for the strikes to end, so that way it's safe to land, rearm, refuel, and then take off again, or it is actually now supporting some sort of offensive action, possibly against Lebanon, but we haven't heard of anyone hitting Lebanon right now, so that's unlikely. So it does appear that we are seeing further developments ongoing. The British have been attacked, by the way. We need to make that clear now. The French were attacked earlier today down in Abu Dhabi in the UAE. We are now confirming that the United Kingdom has been directly attacked by a Shahed 136 one-way drone at the base of RAF Akrotiri on the territory of Akrotiri and Dakilia, which is a British overseas territory and Crown holding. So we do know at the moment the British are most likely going to be getting involved in the war here soon, because they are now on the defensive as a belligerent in the conflict on the side of the U.S. coalition. So with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. So we will be seeing if we can get any more information at this moment in time. Do we have any, Matthew?
So I'm currently seeing here. So we're getting some new assessments. This one's coming from, it appears to be possibly, allegedly, the Wall Street Journal. I'll say allegedly because, of course, I haven't read it myself, but it's being reported on Twitter. It says that it's unlikely that Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and other Gulf states will simply keep absorbing Iranian blows for long, said officials in the region. One possibility is to start targeting missile and drone sites inside Iran. It's crazy that they're still debating those, by the way. Like, it's insane that they're still debating that. These countries are literally sitting there getting pummeled by their neighbor, Iran, and they're sitting there going, should we respond? I mean, could we? Should we? It's like, are you joking? It's like, what the hell's wrong with y'all? It's like, you're getting attacked. I'm like, who cares about all these other details? You're getting hit, so you respond to it. It's that simple. It's not like it's not like you're doing calculus or something. So I don't understand that, but they're still hanging out.
How fat is the fat one, Habibi? Like that's what they're debating right now. They're like, is the fat one fat? Are they like I don't know what they're even debating right now. Like any other normal situation is we get bombed, so we're at war now on a defensive, and then we'll go on the offensive once we stabilize things. Down in the Middle East, but did they really hit us hard enough? And like I'm not gonna lie, I mean, like this is ridiculous at this point. It's like, yeah, they hit you hard enough. It's a war. Go ahead and start dropping, start dropping the bombs on them. It's like this doesn't take a lot of thought.
Also, people were saying, Miss D and everybody else is saying, why the delay? Why are they delaying? They're scared. That's why they're delaying. That's as simple as it is. They are scared. That's the only answer. They are so fearful of Iran. Like, Iran has scared the shit out of these countries because with all this propaganda. And they apparently believe it. And also, there's a part of these countries that kind of sympathizes with Iran to a certain degree. So that's also playing into it a little bit as well. So that's why I've said before. I said we have to be really careful here. In fact, I think we had this debate before, if I remember correctly, Enforcer. I said, do you think that if Iran falls, will these states keep funding the proxy groups? Like, for example, any of these states out here that might be, and even indirectly, helping the proxy groups to stay alive? I mean, how do you explain them not defending their countries against Iran? Seems a little strange to me, certainly.
But if they were helping, don't you think they would have been not attacked?
No, because they're that stupid. These proxy groups are terrorists. They don't use logic.
Well, I mean, no, not the countries. Like, don't you think they wouldn't have been attacked?
By who?
By the Iranians. Like, we're not talking about, like, Hezbollah and Hamas. I mean, the Iranians are bombing all of these countries. I mean, if they were helping out Iran's terrorist groups, why would Iran bomb them?
Because, like I said, they're terrorists. They don't use logic. They attack anybody. They don't care about that kind of stuff. They don't care at all.
Sorry, I was misunderstanding earlier.
Yeah, they're insane. That's what I'm saying. Like, they don't use logic. There's no type of intelligence or logic being used by the Iranian government. They simply got attacked, and they said, how dare these bastards betray us? So they started attacking everybody, including their friends, because they feel like their friends should have prevented them from getting attacked. That's their logic, which is insane logic, but that's what they're probably thinking.
But Matthew, please. While Iran is attacking everybody, It is mostly peaceful. Like, I mean, they're just voicing their frustrations. Clearly, I mean, like, I guess that's what the Middle Eastern countries are saying. That's why I'm saying this, folks, are being sarcastic with it. I mean, maybe that's what they're actually saying in these governments. They're like, oh, the Iranians are just frustrated. So, they get to wring the neck out of a citizen in the UAE and one in Saudi Arabia and then another one here and another one there. Maybe that's what they're thinking. I don't know. But I would have to say they need to get out of that line and think because it's going to be before long that the Iranians are mopping the floor with them. It's like, so they need to do something while they still have air interceptors to defend their skies with.
Yeah, they should. They ought to act quickly. Also, they're taking some big losses too. If it's true that $1 billion system got hit, they've got some monetary losses. So, what speaks to the Gulf states? Is it getting attacked by Iran? Does that speak to them? Apparently not. They haven't really done much. So, is the monetary losses going to do anything? I mean, these are some wealthy countries. Maybe the money speaks. Maybe the money will say, "Go hit Iran." Maybe they'll act on that. Maybe the Durhams will speak. Possibly. We don't know.
I know what's going to happen. The Saudi Wealth Fund is going to start telling some people, go out there and do a comedy skit on Iran, Habibi. Like, man, that's what they're going to start doing. Oh, that will really get them, a comedy skit. But, I mean, I got to be honest with y'all, folks, for the Iranians to have well, not the Iranians, but all these Middle Eastern states to be literally raking in the dough. I mean, they don't really even have to do anything to do it. They are just blessed by the fact that they are literally sitting on top of major oil fields that were easily developed because it's basically oil sands. But then they sit there and you have all of this money, and then at the highest levels of their government, they have so little sense that they sit there and will go, I don't know. I mean, is them bombing us and killing our people, is that really worth responding? It's like, any country in the world that would have happened to that wasn't in the Middle East, they would be like, this is worthwhile to respond to immediately because we're basically at war now, and they're doing this all day. Like, they've been firing missiles at everyone down there for 36 hours straight. Everyone's been under an endless air raid for 36 hours, and they're still going, I don't know, maybe this thing will, like, blow over. It's like, no. If it's going on every minute of every hour for 36 straight hours, this is a war. You're not getting a choice. You're in the middle of a war.
Right. Exactly right. So, I'm feeling a little bit angry right now about this whole situation. I'll be honest. I'm feeling a bit angry that these countries aren't responding because, I don't have any stake in these countries or anything like that, but it kind of makes me a little bit angry to see stuff like this happening. They're not really fighting back against an attack. Kind of irritates me for some reason. But also, I feel like taking my frustration out on the PLA. I feel like taking it out. I have to take a moment to show you all a little bit of frustration with the PLA right now. We are seeing here, and we can't show the video, sadly, so make sure you pause that. But we had heard before the war started that an individual from the PLA National Defense University predicted the following on Chinese state television. He said, if the United States dares to strike Iran, Iran will wipe out Israel within half an hour. Well, we're currently 24 hours plus into this war, and Israel is not only holding in there, they're also putting the hurt on Iran still, and we're still seeing Tehran get lit up like a Christmas tree. So it turns out the Chinese PLA might not know what the hell they're talking about when it comes to the defense strategies, and it seems like it could be a little bit stupid there. But Enforcer, what say you about that?
Lily don't know what the hell he talking about. Oh God! Like, this is why I'm telling you, Matthew, that these people in the PLA are full of it. Like, I've been saying this about everyone for years, folks. I'm like, they're full of shit and they don't know what they're doing. Because if this guy is saying, like, I gotta tell y'all, folks, this is something that drives me crazy. I'm just gonna have to say it as truth. So just because someone has like a little military rank on their shoulder, like, and they're retired. Like, specifically if they're retired, this guy isn't even retired. He's actually actively at a Chinese university. That does not mean if they say something to the public that is true. I mean, usually most of the time, from what I've seen, most of the time, even the ones in America say shit that's wrong 90% of the time. Like, they just say stuff that's fictitious. Like this guy. How in the world will Iran wipe out Israel in 30 minutes? That would never be explained by him because it's just a fake claim. It's just based off of emotions. Like, he doesn't like Israel. Iran is a Chinese ally. So their analysis just immediately goes into pure bias, and they get wiped out in 30 minutes. Like, I'm biased to the United States, and I'm a patriot and all, but you're not going to hear me say the Iranians are going to get taken out in hours. Like I was telling you already before the war started, I was like, this is going to be at least a minimum a couple of weeks up towards a month, and then maybe a couple of months at the longest, like in a realistic time frame. Because I'm not full of shit, and I'm not a guy who goes around going, oh, I'm an analyst, and then goes around just makes up stuff. So that's the truth of it. This is ridiculous though, man. 30 minutes, like that's even crazier than the Russians 3 days.
Yeah, you know what wasn't predicted by the Chinese analysts is that in the first, not 30 minutes, but the first 30 seconds, that like over 60% of the top Iranian command structure would be completely wiped out in 30 seconds. We're talking about less than a minute. 30 seconds, gone. To like 60% of the top structure. But they didn't predict that. This ought to be a wake-up call to China. They ought to think twice about invading Taiwan because they have a lot of predictions they're making about how quick they're going to take Taiwan as well. And that 30 minutes might turn into 30 years or 30 months, perhaps, was more realistic. They might want to be careful because they don't really have a whole bunch of combat experience in the real world, and they're taking a lot of wild guesses and running with a lot of assumptions. I'm not sure if I would take the risk if I was China.
Man, I can't wait for that one intelligence guy who's been making the rounds on social media where he's like, they shove hummus up here. Like, I can't wait for this. He's going to be like, they called up the Taiwanese, and they were like, hey, what's going on around here? And then the Taiwanese hit the Three Gorges Dam with 30 cruise missiles. Bro, it's going to be something like that here in the near future. I mean, the Chinese aren't ready for what's coming around. I mean, if this is how they thought it was going to go in the Middle East, they don't know how it's about to go with Taiwan. This is about to be a wake-up call for all of them.
Indeed, I would agree. Also, by the way, I want to repeat it again just to make sure we're getting this out there because it is pinned in the chat, by the way. I want to say a huge shout out to everybody throwing in support, by the way, because of course it's very generous support that we see coming in right there, and we appreciate that very, very much. Just a reminder though, we do have a super chat cutoff in effect. So if you throw in support right now, we will not be addressing it on the air, but we very much appreciate it, by the way. Don't want to make it seem like we're not appreciative, but just to make sure we're making sure our stream rounds out at a reasonable time tonight. So that way we can continue to bring all the news to you later on this evening, perhaps, if something breaks out, or early in the morning tomorrow as well. We want to stay well rested to a certain degree, also, so that way we still function.
Also, we got to put this one down because this is about to start eating the chat alive. Joe Rogan's alive. That's for some reason a weird meme that some people do. Joe Rogan's not dead. I don't know why people do that. They come in here every like couple of weeks and they start this thing, and then everyone's like, "Oh my God, is he dead?" No, he's not dead. He's fine. Like Joe Rogan's dying every other week these days, according to people. He's fine. He's out there running his show. He's doing what he's doing. Anyways, with that, it's time for us to move on to the next one.
All right. So I think I have about 5 or 6 more to go on my end over here. Now I'll pass it back to Andrew.
And I'm going to go get
this
some
one
water
goes
while you're doing that too, so I'll be right back.
He's gonna go get some water. He's over there guzzling that water. He might need a Camelback. That's a good thing. Well, if you're streaming and you need some water, it might be like a Camelback with a little thing that you can put over your shoulder and like drink out of it or whatever like that. The little bite thing that might be something worthwhile. But jumping into our next one here, this one goes to Mr. Jack, who puts in a 10, and thank you very much, Jack, for that support. He said, "How long do you think the Epstein wars will last?" I just read that off when I even realized what I was reading there, but I don't know about that. I'm going to refrain from comment. This one goes to Don, who puts in a 10. He said, "China has no generals, all arrested." Actually, that's somewhat true to a certain degree, but they've replaced them, though. So they have replacements, but there's been a huge shakeup in the Chinese command structure over the past few months. In fact, there's only one general that was the original general there that's still in the command structure was Xi Jinping, so kind of crazy. Also, by the way, a big shout out to Watchman for putting in a 10, and thank you very much, Watchman, for that $10 support, by the way, and we appreciate that. And a big shout out to Carnus, who also put in a 10 as well. We appreciate both of you, Watchman and Carnus, for throwing in that support and helping the channel. We also have a 10 from DIN, who said, "Your coverage is radical, gentlemen. And keep up the good work, and behold the pale orb of glory." Oh, that orb again. But thank you very much, though, for that kind words about the coverage. We appreciate it, and we're glad we're delivering. We also have a 10 from Greenscan, who said, "Could you show NATO forces combined without U.S.? And thanks for the great work, LT, LSA, and the orb." And NATO forces combined without the U.S., like, I'm not sure what that means, really. If you're talking about the NATO forces, I'm not really sure how to interpret that, though. But if you want to give me a clarification, Greenscan, in the comments, I will return back to it. We also have a 10 from PA, who said, "Wouldn't you agree that the term declaration of war is essentially has been essentially on since the end of World War II and the emergence of nuclear weapons? A true war would end off civilization." Well, no, not really. I would say the definition of war is simply two states fighting with each other. So that's war. It has to reach certain thresholds, obviously, or otherwise it's just a skirmish. But a war still exists. Technically speaking, if we're being completely technical here, they should go to Congress, meaning in the United States, the president should go to Congress and request a declaration of war in an instance like this. But that is not the precedent that's been set for the past several decades. The past several decades have been wars being started without a congressional declaration, and the president simply uses his war powers to start it, and then we're kind of forced to keep it going at that point. So it's kind of messed up the way that works, but it's just been the way it kind of has been for the past decades. So it just is what it is. We also have a 10 from Carrie, who said, rage against that machine. I don't know about that. AI is getting pretty powerful. I don't know if I'd rage against it. Seems like it could be sketchy. But we also have a 10 from Joppy, who said, I AFK'd a bit, and I'm catching up right now. But doesn't the NATO article, if invoked, of the strike on the base in Cyprus mean that it would be against Hezbollah if it came from Lebanon? And that would be up to NATO to decide, actually. They would convene an Article 4 conference if they're trying to invoke Article 5, and they would discuss that at the conference. They would determine if the response is going to be limited to Hezbollah or if they would respond against Iran directly. There's a lot of leeway there to speculate about how they're going to respond, and they have a lot of leeway to decide how they're going to respond. So that's what I think. I think it would be up to them. But Enforcer, are you back yet?
That's just, yes, I've been back for a little. I mean, you were just slamming through this. I was like, dang, man. I was like, I'm supposed to take over eventually. I was thinking, he was going to be like, I thought you were going to say, oh, he must be back by now. Like, but I am back. And to answer that question as well, actually, these days, the modern understanding about groups like Hezbollah is that they are actually Iranian proxy forces. That's why we actually state on their channel on some titles that it's Iranian proxies that are doing these actions. So with that considered, it would probably go back towards Iran, and Hezbollah would be, say, a consideration of an armed force under Iran's command or under the command of the IRGC, but it wouldn't be considered to be a separate entity from the Iranians. So the truth of the matter would be is that it really depends, like Matthew's saying, what the Article 4 consultation would come up with when they invoke Article 5 if they do. But there's a pretty decent likelihood that they might just join in on bombing Iran and also bomb Hezbollah as well. Because with the British, the French, well, particularly the British and the French already having their forces directly attacked basically by Iran, and with the British conducting air defense actions and now considering getting involved offensively against Iran, there would be a very big push by the NATO representatives for those major countries within NATO, the French and the British, to actually move the claim away from Hezbollah and make it a primary claim on Iran with a secondary claim against Hezbollah attached to the Iranian one. So that's generally how that would probably end up working out in reality. This is always up to people talking, and they can sit around a table and go, look, we really want to bomb Iran, and this whole Hezbollah thing is attached to Iran. So let's just say that we're invoking Article 5 against Iran's reign of terror, so against Iran, but Hezbollah's a part of it, and that might be what they do. So I hope that does address that the best I can, at least in my opinion. It's time for me, folks, to get on through the next 20. And I also have to say a huge shout out to Andrew Barbaro for that unbelievably massive support. We thank you greatly. And we also thank Kevin French for the support as well. But I do have to make it clear, folks, that we are in a super chat cutoff right now. While people can throw in super chats, and we are greatly appreciative of all of them, we just cannot address every single one of them. We're getting so many of them these days that we have to eventually cut them off, or at least for the ones that are to be answered, so that way we can try and get to the ones that have already been thrown in earlier. If you do enjoy the channel and you do want to make sure that your super chat is addressed, just make sure to throw one in tomorrow at the very beginning of the stream, because there won't be a super chat to cut off then, and it will get into our spreadsheet, and then we'll be able to answer it. And so with that, I hope that does address that well. And also, while we will be covering breaking news as the time continues to pass by right now, I do have to be honest with y'all, folks. I think we're going to have to slow down our roll a little bit today, and we're going to have to start kind of rounding this one out a little bit, because my voice has actually started to get pretty worn out, and it's getting very scratchy feeling to talk, because I've been talking basically nonstop for like 10 or 11 hours a day at this point for really the past 36 hours. So
Have you ever considered a Luton?
Huh?
Have you ever considered a Luton?
Those don't help at this point, man. Like the damage is done. Like it's not gonna help. It might like numb it up a little bit, but then when like the Ludens and stuff like kind of wear off, then it's gonna be even worse. So I kind of just got to make sure to not talk like a machine gun for hours. We kind of got to slow it down a little bit here. So and also
careful where you point that thing.
Huh? No, did he? Man, I don't know what the hell that means.
Gun. He said, "Talking like a machine gun." I said, "Careful where you point that thing."
Man, I didn't know what the hell that meant. Bro, I don't even know. I don't even know. But anyways, with that, folks, it is time for us to move on to our next one, which is a 10 from Brandon McNeil. He said, do you guys think World War III ends in nukes, or will cooler heads prevail? Not to say this turns into World War III, just a general question. I tend to think cooler heads prevail in the end. Generally, cooler heads will prevail because nuclear warfare will kill a lot of people. And also, I gotta say, the truth is that if a nuclear war starts, the leaders of the nations that would start that nuclear war would not survive. Like, y'all just saw how Khomeini got hit and basically greased by the U.S. in the opening strike. Well, we would do that to the Russian leader, and the Russians would do that right back to the U.S. leader, and then that would be done to the British and French leaders. So the people who would actually make that call, they wouldn't survive, and they know that. That's why there's always a heavy and significant attempt at de-escalation that's made right when nuclear warfare is about to start historically, because all these leaders, like there's this concept in the public that, oh, these leaders would let us all get killed in a nuclear war and then they'll just fly off into safety. No, they're all probably going to die if a nuclear war begins. That's the high likelihood of it. And that's also why they put a heavy pressure on, we need to de-escalate, because they're actually gambling with their very own lives at that point. So cooler heads generally would prevail, and that's why nuclear war, at least at a strategic level, is highly unlikely to happen, because the very people that would make that call are basically making the call for their own death at that point. So that, obviously everyone has a survival instinct built into them, so no one would ever make that call. They would always de-escalate by that point. But you never know. I mean, things could get out of control to the point that decision cannot be made, and then a strategic nuclear exchange does happen. But that would be highly unlikely, in my opinion, at least. But with that, I hope that does address that well, and a big thanks to you once again. And we also have a 10 from 2 Vikings. He said, there are reports the new Ayatollah has been killed. We haven't heard of that ourselves, and a lot of people are kind of just saying that right now because they're into the zeal of going after these top officials, but we haven't been able to confirm that at the moment right now. But a big thanks to you once again for support. And with that, we have a 10 from Curb. Put a Y behind that thing and you get a cease and desist from Nintendo. But beyond that, I gotta say, big thanks to your support, Kirby. He said, thanks for keeping me informed while I'm at work. Y'all are the best source by far. Also curious, do you think the Iran regime will fall? Love from California. And a big, huge shout out to all the folks out there in the great state of California. Y'all been to California? California is a beautiful state. Beautiful state. Got tons of natural beauty. You wouldn't even believe the type of natural beauty you see out there in California. They got everything. They've got deserts. They've got beautiful mountain ranges like the Sierra Nevadas. They've got the forests of the north near Mount Shasta. It's really a neat place. Cities can kind of be a bit of a mixed bag, but really every city in America is a mixed bag depending on what part you go to. But beyond that, though, I do thank you so much for the support. And I would say that thank you for the kind words, by the way. And as far as the Iranian regime falling, I don't think we're going to stop until it falls. So I think it's largely guaranteed at this point. And so a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope it does. I hope it helps. I hope I addressed that well. I'm trying to figure out what I'm even saying here. Damn. But a big thanks to you so much once again. And I also saw someone say, price? Oh no, California is completely unaffordable. Like I got good things to say about each and every state, like even Alabama, which is where we're from, and we complain about Alabama a lot, but there are actually some good things about Alabama. There's a good thing about every state, but California is like entirely unaffordable. Like even the people who are from California are like, yeah, I can't even afford to live here. It's a beautiful place, really cool place, a lot of neat history, a lot of cool things to do and see, but for most everyone, it's largely unaffordable, sadly. However, though, Utah's got a lot to do and see, and it's generally affordable. And now that they're saying that they're going to make sure that the Salt Lake doesn't dry up, which so far is just words. I haven't seen any action made on that yet, but the words are good. I mean, at least people are paying attention. Hopefully they'll be able to see that the Salt Lake is saved and it doesn't evaporate into non-existence. That would be like an apocalyptic event for out here. But as long as it's refilled, I mean, the state of Utah has got bright days ahead of it. I cannot praise the state of Utah enough. It's a great state. A lot of great infrastructure, a lot of things to see, a lot of things to do, tons of natural beauty, tons of stuff to do in the city. It's got something for everyone out here, and the people are very nice too. So You know, and also, by the way, folks, if you're watching the show right now, we are actually based in Salt Lake City, which is just south of Hill Air Force Base, which is in Ogden. Pretty cool place out here, really. I highly recommend that people who pass through take a minute or two to take a look around. Y'all really like the place. But anyways, with that, we are.
Oh, breaking news!
Huh?
Breaking
What?
news!
What?
POTUS is back at the White House. He just arrived on Marine One. I just got the picture. He's back in the White House. So we're not expecting to hear from him today. I'm not sure if a lid has been called yet, and a lid meaning the press isn't going to be speaking to him for the rest of the day. That's what a lid is in the White House. We don't know that yet. So I'm surprised we have not gotten an Oval Office address. That's usually tradition for them to do an Oval Office address. Like famously, George Bush did that as well. He was sitting there doing a little speech and stuff way back, like at the beginning of the 2000s on the war in that year. But we're not seeing that from this president. So I'm not bashing. I mean, it's not mandatory. It's just a traditional thing usually. So I guess the podium speeches is what we're going to get.
Well, I guess that is what it is. I suppose. It made me feel like I was somewhere else right there when now. But anyways, beyond that, though, I see some people talking about Utah. Oh, Utah's this. You haven't been here. You haven't been here. You don't know what it's like. People who are bitching about the place. If you're from Utah, you don't really like. And also, a lot of people are like, "Oh, it's this or that." Utah's politics don't even reflect the nation's politics. Like, both parties live in fantasy land out here. They have like totally different things that they talk about and stuff in the state. Like, no joke, we came from Alabama, which generally falls within the national framework of politics. And it's horrific, like, you know, on either end. And then we moved out here to Utah, and like both parties just talk about completely different stuff. Like, they're not even the same parties from the rest of the nation. So it's like it's so weird, and they do things, crazy things, like they focus on public transport, and like they have well paved roads, and they focus on bringing well-paying jobs, and they actually care about the state's policies instead of like an overarching national policy that you can't implement at the state level. And it's just so, like, it's insanely nice. Like, I really do have to say, like, Utah is a really, really cool place. And also, I see someone says Utah has Mormons, though. Well, yeah, I mean, that's kind of like the benefit of being in Utah, is that the Mormons end up, like, taking the political frame of the right and the left in America, and they just, like, warp it into a totally different thing that more so focuses on the actual state. So, anyways, it is time for us to move on to the next one, but I cannot say enough. Utah's a cool place. Don't diss it until you come here. You'll like it. But anyways, with that, it is time for us to move on to the next one, which is a 10 from Rebecca's Ashbury, who said, "My husband is in the Middle East. Thank you for your constant coverage. God bless America, and God bless the troops. And I hope that they stay safe over there. I have a friend myself over there right now in the Air Force, and I hope that he remains safe, and everyone that you know as well remains safe. It's always a bit of a harrowing and nerve-wracking thing to know that the armed forces are overseas in the midst of a war. But I can say that they are definitely fighting with purpose in this one. The war, the whole war we have with Venezuela, I didn't get it, and we made it fairly clear on the channel that we didn't get that one at all. It didn't make any sense. But the war in Iran is a fairly righteous one, if we want to even put it that way, because at a minimum we're avenging the 30 to 40,000 that were killed by their own government just last month. For America's interest, putting their lives on the line to protect Americans and focusing on that, they're stopping Iran from eventually developing a nuclear weapon and sponsoring reigns of terror, which they're already doing right now, as a result of us trying to stop them from doing that further in the future. And so big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running, and long live the Republic. And I hope that people who are of a religious faith of any type pray for our armed forces overseas. And if you are not a religious person, I hope that you keep your thoughts and your general hopes up for the U.S. Armed Forces and think good for them, or think well of them. But moving on from that, we also have a 10 from Hackneys and Rhinelanders, who said, "If it weren't for OPSEC, we would DoorDash you some pizza, Costco chicken, and coffee. That's how you get a fat one put on me." like that is, like, if that happened, that's how a fat one gets put on us. But a big thanks to you for the support, and thank you so much for the incredibly kind words and the high praise. And so a huge thanks to you once again. We also have a 10 from the Cornish Sniper, who said, "Thanks for the coverage, guys, and hello from Cornwall." Beautiful place, Cornwall in the United Kingdom. Really cool spot. Been watching for a while, love the content. Will Russia use this as an opportunity to attack NATO? Highly unlikely, because if NATO starts getting into a war, well, they're already remilitarizing right now, and Russia doesn't really want to start a war early with NATO because they're going to lose it generally. So I would say the chances of that are fairly unlikely in my opinion. But I do thank you for the support and help this channel to keep on running. And a big shout out to Cornwall in the UK. We also have a 7 from Matthias who said, get yourself some food and something to drink. Thank you for your coverage, network or YouTube. Best coverage out there. Bless USA and Israel. And a big thanks to you for support, Matthias. And long live the Republic. And a big thanks to you for the incredibly high praise. We also have a 5 from Das Gamer, the Gamer, who said, how y'all holding up? You've been streaming every few hours? Long live the Lee Spring Army. Holding up okay. I mean, like, you know, as far as like rest, well rested, but my voice is really starting to feel it. Because talking the way like that we talk, it's fine, but you know, I usually don't talk like 10 hours a day, just to be entirely honest. Like I do like 3.5 hours every day, and that's usually the schedule, or maybe like 4 or 5 if I do a short war video. But doing like 10 hours straight talking nonstop almost every day, it's really starting to wear down my vocal cords. But a huge thanks to you for the support nonetheless, and we're happy to do it no matter what. Like I wouldn't even care if I ended up like, you know, like getting beat up in the middle of running a show. I would still be proud to run them. You know, like bruised, beat up, and hurting all over.
Oh, really?
Yeah. You got a baseball bat? Like, I was like, hey, what you doing with that? Like,
man, he's not trying to test it.
Man, I'm telling you. And a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we have a 5 from Cerberus, who's a long-time watcher and first-time donating. And we've seen you around a lot, too, Cerberus. Yeah, you actually have been around. And thank you for supporting for the first time. It's not much, but you guys have been working your backsides off. And, oh boy, we have. We have been. And I got to thank you so much for the support, because you say it's not much, but you're lying. That's a lot. I mean, for anyone to support a channel at all, even $1, that's a lot. Because you have to really trust someone on YouTube to support them at all on a super chat. Like me personally, I've rarely ever have in my life supported anyone on YouTube. I had to trust that YouTuber a whole lot to support him. So that's a big thing, whether it's $1 or $500, which is the largest super chat anyone can throw in. We consider it to be a really big thing, because you have to like us enough and trust us enough as a channel and as people to support us. And so a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And we also have a 5 from Cassadar, who said, LSA, Staff Sergeant Airborne, jumping in with some love, doing the Lord's work, gents. And a big thanks to you for support, Cassadar. And I'd hope that we're doing incredibly good work. And a huge thanks to you so much once again. And we also have a 5 from Apache Helicopter. And Apache said, Iran, so far away, Iran all night and day. I guess an Apache helicopter would know, wouldn't you? But thanks you for the support. We also have a 5 from Yakub, who said, nobody weeps for the Ayatollah, least of all the Iranian people, but isn't assassinating the leader of another country setting a dangerous precedent? Not really. Because, at least in this particular instance, he's a leader of a terrorist state, so that kind of puts it in a different framework. Secondly, also the other thing is that leaders are attempted to be assassinated all around the world. I mean, there's plenty of attempts that are ongoing right now in the United States that the FBI and the Secret Service have kind of alluded to at the moment. And there's endless assassination attempts that the Russians have tried on Zelensky in Ukraine. And it's really more so the security details work around those leaders that stops them from getting killed all the time, and also the intelligence agencies and stuff. So not really, because if the Russians had their chance, they would get Zelensky. And if the Iranians had their chance, they would do whatever they're wanting to do in the United States right now, and everyone would be doing that all the time. But it's up to the intelligence agencies, the security details like the Secret Service and the Ukrainian equivalent and so on, that generally keep these people alive all the time. So generally it's not setting a dangerous precedent, because everyone already tries to do that. What happened here that got Khamenei killed is that his government's incompetent, he's an idiot, and you know, they had a pre-planned meeting for months in advance. They all showed up at the spot, and then they got hit. It was completely failing of their intelligence and their security altogether. But beyond that, a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that well. And we also get a 5 from Falseek without a comment. A big thanks to you. We also get a 5 from DWRB, who said, may the orb of judgment ever be in your favor. And I gotta thank you so much for the support, DWRB, and hopefully it will be. I mean, what's crazy, folks, is that thing has actually gone viral. If you type in orb of judgment or orb of something, I think that right now on Google that's trending as the second highest search result within our region right now. So it's really crazy to see that the orb has literally become this thing. It's funny because like we were like, there's this glowing thing, and I said orb of judgment, and I didn't it sounded cool to me. I didn't really think that I'd catch on, but it's kind of funny because we come up with stuff every once in a while here, and really that's caught on a lot. Like everyone's calling that thing the orb of judgment now. And then there was this other thing that caught on at the beginning of the Ukraine war, which people don't really talk about a lot now because hardly any Russian tanks are around to get blown up. But way back at the beginning of the war in Ukraine, Russian tanks were getting blown up left and right, literally in the dozens a day. And when they blow up, they have all this ammo right below the turret in an ammo carousel. So when they blow up, they send the turret or the skirret, the skyrocketing upwards into the sky, usually hundreds of feet. And I was looking at that at the beginning of the war, and because the turrets have that long barrel on them, and they're kind of like flinging, kind of like swinging through the air a little bit, like over a long distance, and they can go pretty good far ways away from the tank. I was like, wow, that's like an Olympics hammer toss almost. Like the thing looks like an Olympic hammer, it kind of flies like it. And then I was like, that's like a turret toss. And then I said that on air, and then that blew up. I mean, that literally became basically a Oxford Dictionary term. Like if you ask most people what a turret toss is, they'd say it's the turret of a tank flying off of the vehicle, which is kind of crazy that we were the one to coin that term. Like that's the only one I know of that ever like stuck around permanently. But I guess the Orbit Judgment's going to stick around for a good while now too. So a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to a 5 from Hoodoo. Hoodoo Texas said, Iran is facing water bankruptcy. He who controls the water controls Iran. If the IRGC is allowed to control the water, the revolution loses. That's why we're going to have to send our greatest warrior to Gastown to get the But I agree with you, Hoodoo, and that's why they'll probably try and take control of the water infrastructure if they can. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And we also have a 5 from Strap DOB Style, who said, Iran is better at Photoshop than fighting a modern fight. Honestly, that's kind of crazy, isn't it? Like, they're good at Photoshop, but they suck at making AI videos, and they suck at really fighting a war. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And wait a minute, Terry O'Leila said they were using that term in the 90s in the Army. Turret toss? Wait a minute, I didn't come up with it? I thought I came up with something original. I thought I had. So you're saying that well, I didn't even know that they said that. Like legitimately, like if that's actually the case, I thought that we were the one who came up with that, because I was like, wow, I put together all the little pieces in my head, and I was like, wow, it flies like an Olympic hammer. It's like a hammer toss, but with a turret. So it's a turret, and apparently that's been around. I thought that was our thing. Oh well, yeah. I guess it's not. But anyway, yeah. What you got? Some breaking news or something?
Yeah, I have some breaking news right now. We're seeing right now some massive explosions happening in Tehran, Iran. We're seeing some huge explosions. And when I say huge, I mean huge. They got the whole place engulfed right now. So, Enforcer, are you pulling this up?
Yeah, we got it right here. See it? Yeah, it's right here.
So let's take a look. Wait a minute. Hold on. Oh, crap, man. The Discord's about to crap out in about 10 seconds. It's about to crap out.
Oh, no. Oh, God. Oh, the travesty. Now, let me go and fix this right now, folks. Hang on. Oh, jeez. Don't you love this stuff, people? Don't you love it? Let me try and take care of this here really quickly, folks. Hang on. There we go. Now we restart the Discord. All right, any second now, everyone. Any second now. All right, here we go. All right, so you ought to be back any minute now. Let me, which screen? Which screen is it? Oh, it's this one right here. Hello?
Okay, we're good. We're good. It looks like we're back already. Thankfully, it was quick that time. But that is huge devastation right there. I mean, look the hell at that. I mean, it looks like the U.S. and Israel has ramped up their strikes a lot. I've never seen the devastation quite like that in Tehran yet.
I think they're really giving it to them. I think so. And it does definitely appear that is the case. Also, we can see the RA-01 compared to the RQ-180. It's not really that big of a thing. Oh, what? Oh.
Oh no.
Oh.
What the hell?
Oh my goodness. Like, oh my goodness. But anyways, I guess with that, we are getting back on into the questions now that we've been able to cover that. But it does appear that there are heavy hits going on in Tehran at the moment from the current strikes. So with that, we are going to be moving back into our questions. It's almost time to hand it back over to Matthew, actually. It's very close. We got a 5 from Old Slayer TV who said, I can't say that on air. Reported in Cincinnati, Ohio. We'll be looking into that. A big thanks to you for the support. We also have a 5 from Gary who said, that's the UK, a.k.a. Kia Stama, offered the new Ayatollah safe passage. No. Moving on from that, we got a 5 from Steady Bob, who said, do you guys have an idea of stockpiles and how much U.S. and Israel are expending of it on air defense? Well, the United States has a pretty voluminous supply of air defense missiles, specifically for the MIM-104 Patriots, which are our largest and most present air defense system within the Middle East right now. So I would say we're generally not running out of ammo as long as the airlift and the logistics keep rolling right, and we are the kings of logistics. Like as far as our tactics, usually in war, our tactics have never really been the most creative, but they always work because we always have enough firepower to make them work. So as long as the logistics work, we'll be doing great. So a big thanks to you once again for support. I hope that has addressed that well. And moving on from that, we have a 5 from Strap DLB Style, who said Iran is better at chat hacking than fighting a real fight. And I would have to agree with that. That's generally for sure. And so a big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible and keep it running. And with that, we are on to the next one, which is a 5 from Diminimis, who said, great job, and great job. Thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep running. And we also have my final one before Matthew takes over, I think, for the almost final leg of this Super Chat Marathon. We have a 5 from Presto, who said, breaking news! Confirmed, the orb is Putin's bold-ass head. And honestly, that's kind of like not wrong. Like, that's pretty dead on. So a huge thanks to you for the support. I hope that did address that incredibly well. It's now time to hand it back over to Enforcer Matt to knock out the next 20.
All right, so moving on here and also keeping an eye on our breaking news while we cover the rest of the super chats for tonight. Also, by the way, like we said before, a huge shout out to everybody throwing in super chats still. We will not be able to address any of the new ones coming in because, of course, we have cut a super chat. We have implemented a super chat cutoff, I'm trying to say here, and we do appreciate that. But moving into our next one here, this one goes to Dark Warrior, who puts in a 5. He said, the orb of judgment is just Grandpa Buff. Oh, man, what the world? I don't know what this is.
What
I'm not
the
reading
hell?
it. Thank you. Thank you very much for that support. We also have a 5 from Seth, who said, how long is the production time on the interceptors used by the Patriots? Is there a stockpile, something we can restock quickly? And I can do a quick search for that, by the way. I don't know that right off the top of my head. Let's see here. Patriot interceptor manufacturer time. Let's see what we got going here. So, so apparently it's claiming on the Google AI overview 2 years. That seems a little bit extensive. I'm not sure if it's 2 years. So I don't really have a clear answer on that, sadly. But I don't think it's something that can be restocked like instantly, but it will take some time. We also have a 5 from Jack, who said, I've been watching since Ukraine war day 1. Best news channel by far, and everyone should subscribe and get the first coverage, LSA. And thank you, by the way, for that, Jack. We appreciate the kind words. And also, you are an old guard of the channel. We appreciate you very much for being here and also supporting us yet again. We also have a 5 from Theo PT. He said, I downloaded the last stream so that way I can watch it on my flight home from Hong Kong. Or as the president says, Hong Kong. Now, also, thanks for helping me feel updated along the way. And also, thank you for watching the streams. You're dedicated to download them and watch them like that. That's a lot of watching. That's like, these days, it's 5 or 6 hours of watching. I must say it's a lot, but we appreciate that. We also have a 5 from Momab and also Special, who each put in a 5. We appreciate you both very much for that support. We also have a 5 from XBZ, who said, why are we not seeing the B-52s used in this situation? And I'll be honest with you, I'm not sure why, to be honest with you. It could be that they're relying on the stealth of the B-2 instead, and that's why they're using the B-2 specifically, is because the B-52 is not stealth, the B-2 is stealth. So that could be part of it. That might indicate that they have not knocked out all the air defense yet, despite the reports, and they don't want to bring the B-52s in to be a sitting duck. That could be it. Oh, say what?
Really quickly, Matthew, I think we have something worthwhile of looking into. I need you to go and look at this on your screen so that way it doesn't play over here. I reposted something, and it looks like this may have been audio that may have been recorded from some sort of a device inside of the room that Kameni was in when it was blown up. So could you go and listen to that really quickly?
Yeah, let me get a listen to that. Let's see here. I'm going to take 7 seconds to listen to it.
Got you.
It's just the Apple alarm sound. That's it.
Oh, okay. All right. It must have been some sort of a meme. Then I'll unpost that, because we do have a couple of funny memes, but I also have some more details to share with all of you right now about the strike that's currently going on Tehran, because it is quite significant. So before we get into all the funs and games of joking around, we'll show you all what's actually going on in Tehran at the moment. So right now we were able to see the larger explosions that we just shown you all images of on film here, as it does appear that there were larger strikes happening in the northern side of the city of Tehran. And here's the clip. And you see the explosions right up there. It appears that some sort of an underground facility may have possibly been targeted and slammed in that area by the airstrikes that are currently going on right now.
Jeez.
We then were able to see this clip here showing the smoke that was rising afterwards from one of these explosions, which appears to have been inside of the city. And we also have this picture here, once again, showing that smoke from the impact inside of the city. Further on than that, we also had this picture here taken from a different angle, a further distance away of the central strike in the city. And we also got that small clip there once again, reposted by someone else. We have also gotten footage from U.S. Central Command confirming, ooh, I love this one, because all day today, people have been saying, oh, the Lincoln ran away. Here's the Lincoln still conducting carrier operations in the middle of the night, which I believe would be right now. Let me check. Yeah, it would be right now. So this is footage that was just published very recently from the carrier showing the ongoing carrier operations that are being conducted. So we can see that right here on board the Lincoln as they're continuing to launch FA-18 Super Hornets, EA-18G Growlers, and some F-35As, F-35Cs at the Islamic Republic of Iran. This is actually an EA-18G Growler that's being launched from the deck of the Lincoln. And we see another one being launched here, which appears to be an electronic warfare wing. We now see another of these aircraft also being launched as well. This appears to be carrying the JASSMs, which appears to show that it will be going on ground strikes. We also have a picture of Khamenei in his final moments, which you can see right there. It's very impressive, really. I mean, truly, it's a rare glimpse at Khamenei's last moments. We also were able to see this meme right here, which I'm going to mute the audio up, but I'm going to play it. So
I know that music. I know that music.
Oh, man.
Oh, no.
Man, we can't play it. But this is, honestly, man, you could replace Khamenei down here with Maduro and Putin. Like, it honestly, this one, it would fit on either one. But the meme, y'all ought to get the meme. Explaining a meme always kills the fun in it. So, but I guess in this meme, it's not killing the fun. It's taking out Khamenei. Oh, man. But anyways, enough of this silliness. There's a major hit going on in Tehran right now, and they are once again slamming the city. So, with that, it is time for us to move on and into the next one.
All right, so moving back into our super chats, we do have a 5 from Borg Emperor, and thank you very much, Borg, for that support. They said, guys, thanks for covering the UAE news. This is the third country that I call home and you guys are covering. Don't make it 4, I'll take it personally. I mean, I hope you're being safe there, by the way, because they're getting hit bad, as I'm sure you're aware of. I'm sure you're getting warnings on your phone about that, but it's a real doozy of a situation, I will admit. So be sure to stay safe, and thank you very much for that support. We also have a 5 from Travis, who said, Congress is the only one that can declare war. Now, if I'm not mistaken, isn't this just a military operation like what we did in Iraq? Well, that's called bending the truth a little bit right there. Not saying you're doing it, saying the government's doing it. When a country says military operation, they're trying to avoid legally defining it as a war. That's usually to get around things like, for example, the congressional right to declare war. So you might notice that there's a bunch of Congress people out there going on TV today, and they're saying, yeah, this is just a little cleanup operation. That's because they're trying to avoid calling it a war, because they're worried that Congress is going to get upset, and they're worried maybe that it might be deemed a war, and there might be problems resulting from that. So that's why they're saying it like that. But we also have a 5 from Workman, who said, we need to borrow some sea baby drones and go crazy in the Strait of Hormuz. Maybe. I mean, maybe so. I mean, Ukraine's offering to help. Sounds like they're offering a helping hand out here. Sounds like so. You never know. But we also have a 5 from Strap, who said USA should take Iran oil after this to pay this back. They might. You never know. I saw the president was down there in Venezuela yesterday. He was standing at a port, and he said, look at this. These are all Venezuelan ships. And there was like a whole bunch of ships there, and they were the ones that we took from Venezuela and just capped with the oil on board. So I was like, oh, wow, that's interesting. We might do that with Iran, too. You never know, but we'll have to see. We also have a 5 from Joppy. You said, about the Khamenei picture that you described, sadly, I can't get into that one because that describes that really sick picture that they put out earlier, which is disgusting, by the way. I can't even describe it. That's how bad it is. We might get an issue with YouTube, perhaps, if we try to describe it. So thank you for that support, but sadly, I can't address it. We also have a 5 from Luke Roberts. And Luke said, reporting sleeper cell situations in Texas. Have you heard anything about that? We have heard of one of them was a mass shooting down there in Austin, Texas. The other one was a stabbing in Virginia or near DC. The individual in Texas, and I'm going to say this allegedly because this is what they're claiming in the reports. They're claiming that he was wearing a shirt that said "Property of Allah" on it. So that doesn't necessarily mean that they're a sleeper cell, by the way, but he also had a Quran in the vehicle, and he was also apparently motivated by extremist ideology, according to the reports. But that's just allegedly. I think the guy might be deceased. I think they might have got him. So the DC situation, I don't really know much about that, so I really can't comment on very much. But I would be very worried, though, about the Iranians causing an issue or Iran trying to activate sleeper cells. I would be worried about that because they have declared a jihad as of right now, which is usually bad news. We also have a 5 from name change Ryan Peacock, who said, will there be a Sunday night fundraiser and LSA? And sadly, there will not be one because we're not even sure if we'll be live later tonight. Yesterday, we went live twice, actually, because we got off the air doing a stream just like this one right here. And then later, they declared a doomsday order. So we had to come back on. So they might do that again tonight. We might see the return of the B-2 bombers tonight, perhaps, or something of that nature. And we might have to go live again. But if it's about Iran, there probably won't be a Ukraine fundraiser if it's about Iran. But we also have a 5 from Avro, who said, do you think that Ukraine will ramp up attacks on Russian energy with the price of oil going up with the blockade, and like the one on Novosibirsk? And let's see here. I would say, I think Ukraine's at their limit when it comes to oil attacks. They're already attacking on the daily. They're launching these massive drone attacks on Russia daily. They're still hitting refineries. They're still hitting oil depots. They're hitting all kinds of energy infrastructure. So I don't think there's much ramping up they can do, to be perfectly honest. So that's my assessment. But we also have a 5 from Baker, who said, any thoughts on the death of Mahmoud? I'm not sure how to say that last name, to be honest, but I'm not familiar with that individual right there. Enforcer, are you familiar with this guy?
Ahmadinejad. I'm sorry, I
Who is
mispronounced
that?
Ahmadinejad. Yeah, Mahmoud Ahmadinejad. I think that's the guy who was the justice dude that I was talking about that got obliterated. I think it was a different one. I think that was the guy, I think.
Okay, yeah, I'm not totally familiar with his name, so it didn't ring a bell right off the bat, but it could be him. But sadly, I don't have any thoughts on it because I'm not really sure. But we also have a 5 from James Hobbs, and thank you very much, James, as well, for that 5. No comment, but we appreciate it. We also have a 2 from Winston Smith, and thank you, Winston, as well, for that support. We also have a 5 from AZ Rhodey. He said, breeder reactors make fuel, and Chernobyl was the worst reactor accident ever used. 2% barely enriched fuel, and SSNs hunt SSNs, and it's their primary job. Enforcer, can you weigh in on that one? Because I'm not really sure.
Nuclear powered attack submarines generally are designed and like they can hunt down enemy submarines and destroy them, but I don't really think we have a lot of historical examples of such a thing happening. Like most of the time, submarine on submarine engagements are fairly rare, or in most conflicts never even happen. So I mean, they can do that, but generally attack submarines are made for commerce raiding, destroying enemy ships of any type. Generally that's what you would see them doing commonly.
Yeah, okay, so that explains it then. Sadly, I didn't have much information on it, so that's why I had to defer to Enforcer on that one. But also, by the way, I want to mention something here. Someone said, bro, you're a kid then. That guy's the former Iranian president. I wasn't alive then. You're actually
getting your
correct.
News from 20-year-olds. Like, by the way, like, we're not that old.
I'm 25. I'm 25 years old. But I do have a degree in political science. I graduated with honors. I also have experience in international relations and things like that. I even have law school under my belt to a certain degree or another, a little bit. Not all the way, but a little bit of it. So 25, but I've seen a thing or two, but not everything. But I'm still young. But I haven't seen the former Iranian president, though. Not familiar with him. I do want to address something else, though, that people were saying. Some people were saying, hey, Matt, there seems to be a buildup on the Iranian border in Iraq. What can you tell us about that? I don't know. I'm not really entirely sure what that's about. I can't confirm it either, but I have heard rumors, and this is, once again, rumors, so take it with a grain of salt. I've heard that the U.S. might be considering a limited ground incursion into Iran, but I have no real corroboration of that, so take that with a grain of salt. I would still highly doubt that's the case. So we'll have to wait and see if that actually turns out to be anything. It could be bogus, which I have a feeling it might be, but I'm not going to write it off all the way together, but we'll see. Our next one here goes to Stranger, who puts in a 5, and they said, thank you for this great coverage from Canada. And thank you, Stranger, as well. We appreciate you all the way from Canada. We also have a 2 from Vulture. He said, you get any rest? And I actually got some rest last night, but I'll be honest, I kind of tossed and turned all night for whatever reason. I'm not sure if maybe doing the streams back to back got me fried or something.
I did
But
too.
yeah, so I'll be honest. I think actually, like, I hate to admit this. I'll be honest though. I'd rather be honest and just make something up. This kind of gets my nerves going a little bit. This whole situation that we're seeing around the world, because we're, in my opinion, and people may disagree with us. I think we're a stone throw away from something bad happening, not necessarily to the United States, but just as the world as a whole. Because remember, when World War II was going on, it didn't necessarily involve the United States right off the bat, but it eventually drew us into it. So I kind of have like a bad feeling, and this kind of like, heating up with Iran kind of like makes those feelings sort of wake back up a little bit. So that's probably part of it. And also, it could be the caffeine too, to be honest, because I've been chugging caffeine like a fiend. But anyway, so thank you, Vulture, for that support. Also, it's time to hand it back over to the Enforcer. It's his turn once again. So Enforcer, take it away.
Also, to answer all of your questions, because this is like a John Quinones is what will you do episode, y'all have all been getting your news from me, the Enforcer. I am 24 years old, and Enforcer Matt, who is currently 25 years old. So we're actually 18 months apart, so soon he'll be 26, and then the 18-month little age difference there will be clear again, because I'll be 24 and he'll be 26. But generally, y'all get y'all's news from like mid-20s people at this point if you're listening to the show. So I hope that you'll be enjoying it. I hope that this gives y'all a lot of faith and hope for the future of our nation, because we should be showing that some of the people here within our age bracket, whether they call us Gen Z, we generally are fairly, competent and work hard and such and all that stuff. So, hey, yay for the future of the Republic. Hey. Anyways, moving on from that. And some of y'all are going to be like, no, he's a 40-year-old CIA agent in Alexandria, Virginia. That bastard. Well, I mean, you can believe that if you want. I mean, it adds a lot to our mythos, but that's not true. We're just two 20-year-old dudes who live in Salt Lake City. And we used to live in Alabama, though, so we grew up in the sticks. And we had to grow up quick because of external things that we had to deal with growing up. But anyways, with that, it is time for us to move on to the next one. We have a 2 from Mark Perkins. We also have a 2 from Afortium, both without comments. So big thanks to both of y'all. We also have a 2 from Eternal Spring, who said, Iran war is a waste of U.S. money with no reward. Well, I mean, we could reverse the decision, and then when you die from an Iranian nuke hitting on your head, I mean, I guess we would, are you saying that your life is not worth the cost of defeating the Iranians right now? Is that you're saying your life is worthless? I don't get it. Like, some people are very short-sighted, and you look at this whole war like we're fighting for Israel. I don't know if you know this, but if the Iranians have an ICBM, they're nuking us. They're nuking you and me. They're not nuking Israel with that, because they can hit Israel right now with a nuclear weapon if they had it. They're building that ICBM specifically for us over here in the United States. So I don't know why in the world everyone always says, oh, it's a waste of money. Oh, boo-hoo. Because it's not a waste of money. It's well within a good reason. I would say that as far as my life is concerned and the lives of all of the citizens of the United States, that's worth any amount of money to see that millions of them don't get vaporized by this government. And if you're saying, oh, the Iranians would never do that. I mean, they're literally bombing people right now in the Middle East that had no ill will towards them at all just because F them. That's literally their policy right now. So don't you think that they would nuke the United States of America and kill millions of Americans if it came to it? If they had a nuclear weapon right now, they would do it. And so it's a well use of money at this point, and also it's avenging all those 30 to 40,000 people that were killed. And this is the thing that gets me. Really something to me. There's a lot of people out here right now saying, oh, it's wrong to do what we're doing to Iran. Okay, so those same people who say that, though, when like a Ukrainian child dies in Ukraine from a Russian drone, they say that we need to go invade Russia. But when 30 to 40,000 Iranians are gunned down in their country, they don't really fit the ethos right. So we just completely ignore all those guys that got killed, and we just pretend like it didn't happen over 2 weeks. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous how much people put blinders on these days, and they just pretend like one thing's different when they're both the same. The Ukraine war and the war against Iran are being fought against the same enemies of the United States for the same purposes. That's when you know that we're not political leaning, because if we were political leaning, we'd say the war in Ukraine's wrong or the war in Iran's wrong. Both of them are well justified wars. Ukraine is fighting a war for its own survival against an imperialist and brutal, bloodthirsty regime, and we're fighting a gang of terrorists right now in the middle of Iran that have subjugated their people. They've terrorized the entire region, and they terrorize our people here here at home. Those wars are more than justified, and the war that's coming up with China in the future over Taiwan is more than justified as well. Stopping these communist oppressors from taking over another island, another piece of territory, and also trying to get an upper hand on the United States by controlling TSMC and a great deal of other Taiwanese institutions that we rely on significantly. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. With that, we are on to the next one, which is a 2 from Michael Lindsay, who said, I heard France is sending their carrier. We actually don't know. We don't really know at the moment. They said that they're not, but then they are. We think that they are, and I think that that statement is still true, although they're officially saying that it's not going down there. So a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one, which is a 2 from Nefarious, who said, condolences to the victims of the Texas attack. I certainly do agree as well. That's a very unfortunate thing to hear about. We also have a 2 from the Chaos Gaming, who said, DC has been attacked 1 hour ago. I've heard about that, but we haven't really been able to look into it a lot. And generally, while we have talked about the domestic threat here on the home front, that generally falls out of our purview because it becomes a more domestic situation than a foreign policy one, and we generally don't cover situations like that, so it hasn't been on our radar at the moment. I'll have to look at it. But with that, it is time for us to get rid of one. Oh, Matthew got him. Thank you, Matthew. It's time for us to move on to the next one, where we have a 2 from Street Beat Live. It said RQ-180 drone is what it looked like. It's a different profile, very similar sort of an airfoil in a frame, but slightly different enough that it's a different drone. So big thanks to you for the support. And we're on to the next one, which is a 2 from Hoodoo. And Hoodoo said, let's see here. U.S. Killed due to this war is currently 6. What Matthew has the number been upped?
I'm not aware of 6. Unfortunately, I'm only aware of 3. And I say unfortunate because, of course, it's a travesty that our soldiers have gotten killed in action. But, of course, they did die honorably. But that doesn't, obviously heal the families from suffering from that. But, I think it's only 3.
And so, big thanks to you for the support. And moving on to the next one, we have a 2 from 5D, who said, longtime listener, first-time super chatter. Thanks for the excellent coverage over the years. Sorry I can't give more. And any support is amazing support to us, and we thank you incredibly for it and helping this channel to keep on running. We also have a 2 from Smarzik, who said, can't Ukraine get 1 or 2 of the Tomahawks? Listen, I just need 3 of them. Just 3. Believe me. But beyond that, I do thank you, Master, for the support, and I would hope that we eventually do give Ukraine Tomahawks. We also have a 2 from Ars Whooper, who said, was the interim leader killed in Iran, or no? Not yet. He's on the chopping block, though. The U.S. military is getting to it, but not yet from what we know. So big thanks to you for support, and we also have a 1 from Quick and a 1 from Plizoth, both without comments, but we thank you all both massively for your support and helping this channel to keep on running. So a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that incredibly well. And with that in mind, folks, it is time for us to get to some live chat questions. We are going to get 3 because we always get a live chat question. We have to, because this channel is not a pay-to-play one. We get so many super chats these days that we really can't get to any live chats, but I'm still going to try and get to 3 of them because we're not going to make the channel a pay-to-play one where you have to pay for us to answer a question of yours. So we actually have a question here from a viewer called let's see, Toast4281, who said, in regards to the attack on Cyprus, the EU has its own defense clause, so even if NATO concludes that the British base doesn't want to warrant an Article 5 response, the EU may respond. That's actually true to an extent. That actually is true. So that could happen to where if the UK doesn't get the response it wants out of NATO, honestly, though, I mean, they're going to get the response they want out of NATO, because the US is still in NATO, and we would like to pull everybody in Europe into the Middle East to deal with Iran, and so we would also be there with the British, the French, and everyone else going, yeah, let's do it. Let's make it a thing against Iran. So I think that probably will happen, but if it doesn't, they could just move over to the EU and see if they get a better result that way. So that is largely correct. We also have been able to see that, let's see here, someone, let's see. And also, I saw a Game Over say, sorry, can't afford a super chat, and that's fine. They actually take live chats for that reason. This is our second to last question tonight. But I have a question that may be relevant to answer. Do you think that the attack on Cyprus by Hezbollah will invoke an Article 5 against Iran? It's definitely likely. It's not out of the question at this moment that could happen, and we're going to have to wait and see how the British talk about that with an Article 4 consultation if they call for one. So we'll generally have to wait and see, but that can happen. And so with that, who is the lucky last person who threw in the lucky last question of the night? And it is Emmy, who said, how much more escalation do you foresee happening? France, Germany, UK, Cyprus. It's heating up. I think at this point it's just going to become a multinational coalition action against Iran. Nobody's going to join in on Iran's side because they have no way to help them or join them in the fight. So it's really just going to be more of Europe, more of the Middle East, and they're going to be hopping in and joining us in the fight against them. So I think that's probably the more escalation that we'll see, but nobody's joining the side of Iran, at least for now. The Russians have been very quiet about this. The Chinese have asked for calm, which is their usual response to things they aren't going to get directly involved in, so nobody's coming to Iran's aid. So with that, I hope that does address that the best I can, and we've reached the end of tonight's stream. I've got to thank each and every single one of y'all so much once again for watching the show today. We're entirely honored and greatly appreciative to know that at the peak of the stream, we were able to see that 51,000 people here were here live. And over the course of this whole stream, 704,000 people have watched over this marathon 5.5-hour long show. A huge thanks to all of y'all so much once again for watching. And as far as a second stream running today, I can tell you all that the chances of that are going to be fairly low. However, it is Matthew's video day, so if he wants to make a video after the stream ends, by all means, he could knock himself out and put one up for everyone to summarize events that are going on later. But me personally, folks, I won't be able to run a second stream. I can say that, and that's generally why I'm saying there's not going to be a second stream today, because my voice is getting worn out, and I do have to give it a minute to kind of recover before we start talking probably nonstop for 12 straight hours again tomorrow on more news coverage that will be coming out then. So a humongous thanks to all of y'all so much once again for watching, and we will see you all probably highly likely tomorrow for a stream in the middle of the day once again covering the major developments that are ongoing. And with that, good night, good luck, take care, stay safe, Slava Ukraini, Ram Slava, long live the Lee Spring Army, and long live the Republic.
And with that, folks, a huge shout out to these 700,000 plus people that joined us by the end of the stream. Absolutely whopping amount of people. And we appreciate you all very much once again for being here. And we will be keeping an eye on the breaking news throughout the rest of the day in Iran and around the world. And if there is anything crazy that happens, it'll either be in a short video later this evening or perhaps in another stream. If it is something so major that we just cannot avoid coming back on here or something, we will be putting that out. So if you want to keep up to speed with it in real time outside of the YouTube channel, you can go to our Twitter page, and our Twitter handle is @It'sTheEnforcer, and you can keep up to date over there in real time. I'm posting over there constantly and also posting updates about the channel as well. So, of course, thank you all once again, and especially a big thanks to everybody for the support tonight. Once again, massive support, and we appreciate that very, very much. But we will see you all tomorrow. In the meantime, everybody stay safe and be vigilant these days. And also, with that, good night.